families and communities continue to be well and safe. I want to express my continued appreciation for your participation in these meetings. The work you are doing as a task force is a critical element of this project, and on behalf of FDOT and our entire state, I want to say thank you for your continued commitment. We made great progress at our last task force meeting. We are at the final stretch of our charge and looking forward to another engaging meeting today. I would like to take a moment to recognize our September, that September is National Workforce Development Month. It is timely for us to recognize this since workforce development is one of the intended benefits of the MCourse program. FDOT is dedicated to continuing to implement the statewide workforce development program that was included and funded at $2.5 million per year for 3 years in the MCourse legislation. The MCourse program is taking a multifaceted approach to offer employment opportunities and career development training that paves the way to sustainable and financially rewarding careers. MCourse program staff are working to strengthen and expand agency, industry, and community partnerships to help meet goals and objectives while scaling up activities to provide training and career opportunities to even more Floridians. I know that a number of task force members are directly involved in supporting our state's workforce development. So I would like to thank you all for your dedication to this very important issue for our state. Like previous meetings, this task force meeting is streaming live on the Florida channel and on our program website, floridamcourse.com. In addition, we also have provided for 2 in-person viewing locations accessible to the public and task force members within the study area. Whaley Hall at the Lee County Civic Center in Fort Myers and the UF IFAS Extension Office in Bartow. As always, public input is an important part of our process. We will have an opportunity for public comments at the end of today's meeting. For the listening public, if you wish to address the task force and have not registered to do so, you can sign up by registering at floridamcourse.com by 4 o'clock this afternoon. We will hear from all members of the public who would like to address the task force today. First, from those who registered to comment virtually, and then from the 2 remote locations. Additionally, we have 2 community open houses scheduled for September 24th at North Collier Regional Park in Naples and September 29th at Nora Mayo Hall in Winter Haven in Polk County. Similar to last month, the community open house will be conducted in a hybrid format with materials available online for members of the public who prefer to attend virtually. This is another opportunity for us to share project information and receive comments from the public. The schedule today is to run from now until 12:30 when we break for lunch, resume at 1:30, and work till 5 o'clock this afternoon. We have built a couple of stretch breaks into the agenda so you can get coffee and attend to other business. We appreciate everyone working with us to keep on schedule throughout the day. This morning, you will hear an update on the public comments received to date, including a synthesis of major themes from those comments and how these are being addressed through the task force and future processes. Then you will hear a presentation building on our discussion last month on illustrative paths and courses to guide future planning and project development. Today, we will also hear about the status of the draft report and discuss the draft action plan. The primary focus today continues to be refining our draft report. You will see that we have moved your draft recommendations language into the draft final report document. We have revised the introduction, task force overview, study area overview, and high-level needs section of the report based on the robust discussion at our last meeting, as well as the many comments we received from you via email following that meeting. We integrated all these comments into a revised draft of the first installment of the draft report, which you received via email on September 9th. I know that some of you took the opportunity to provide the comments on this first installment right after it was received. Staff were able to incorporate some of your comments into the subsequent draft that was circulated on September 17th. If your comments were not included in this redraft, please be assured that we have them and can integrate them into the final version. And please feel free to raise your point in today's discussion. As noted, on September 17th, we circulated a complete draft of your entire report. This included the same material that was initially circulated during the week of September 7th, with some additional context provided in the introductions and recommendations framework. It's also included the complete set of guiding principles and instructions that you developed and a first draft of the action plan. I hope you've had the opportunity to review this in advance of our meeting today. Today's goal, again, is to review the entire report with emphasis on the guiding principles, instructions, and action plan so that we can prepare a version for public comment that will begin next week. We will be working through sections of the report one at a time and want to keep our discussion focused on key concepts, intent, and commitments. We can continue to collect minor preferences and adjustments to language as the report comes together. Today, we hope that the task force as a group could provide direction on how to adjust the current draft and be comfortable with leaving this revised version as a complete draft for the public comment period. Later, we will discuss more about the plans for the public comment period as well as for the task force's review and comments on the complete draft report. Our goal today is to support your deliberations, so please let us know what you need. Now, talking about the next meeting coming up in October to complete our work, given the continued uncertainty about the timing for resuming large gatherings, we will continue meeting with a combination of virtual and in-person ways for both task force members and the public to participate. Task force meeting number 9 is scheduled for October 19th, so please save the date. We will be in touch as soon as we have more details to share. So at this time, I'm going to turn over to Karen to go over the agenda and continue our conversations. Thank you for your time today. Looking forward to another robust conversation. Karen?
Thanks, LK. So I'm going to briefly cover the public comment period, logistics for today's meeting, today's agenda, objectives, and the materials you received, and a brief Florida sunshine reminder. Just for the public comment period, it will begin at 5 p.m. today, or as soon as the task force work is completed with their discussion. We'll receive comments virtually and then subsequently from the 2 physical locations, public viewing locations. Requests to provide comments virtually must be received by 4 p.m. today so that they can be addressed during the public comment period. If you've not registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting and wish to do so, please sign up on the MCOR's website under today's event. If you need that link emailed to you, please use the raise hand function now, and one of our team members will email you the link to sign up. Requests to provide comments at one of the public viewing locations can be made by completing a speaker card in the registration area. The logistics for today's meeting, most of our task force members are getting familiar with this now. The meeting is being recorded and will be available with other materials on the MCOR's website. You will remain muted for the presentations, and once we get into task force member discussions, we'll shift to an interactive format. Similar to recent meetings, we will use the raise hand function when you have a comment to make. We would ask for you to remain self-muted when not speaking to reduce the background noise. I generally will recognize people in the order they raise their hand, although as we do in person meetings, I may manage the flow at times to allow members who've not had an opportunity to make a comment or to wrap up one thread of conversation before beginning another. As always, if you've self-muted, please make sure to unmute before speaking. And as a quick reminder, please do not put the webinar on hold or take another call when unmuted, as we will hear your hold music. For the objectives for today are to provide an update on public comments received to date, discuss how task force recommendations will carry forward into planning and project development, review the task force member recommendations and draft final report, which will be the bulk of our day, discuss the draft plan for future FDOT activities, and discuss plans for task force and public comment on the draft report, and then to receive public comment. Just a quick recap of today's agenda. We'll view the Public and Sunshine video. Then we will have a presentation from Will Watts, FDOT Chief Engineer, on the moving from task force recommendations to corridor planning and project development, followed by Wei Shen, the FDOT Chief Planner, who will talk about the processes for ongoing public engagement and coordination with local governments, MPOs, and regional planning councils. She'll also review the updated task force recommendations framework and elements of the draft action plan. And then we will begin, the task force will begin discussing guiding principles and instructions until we break for lunch at 12:30. And at 1:30, we'll continue that, reviewing and refining those guiding principles. At 3 o'clock, after a stretch break, when we return at 3:15, we will continue the guiding principles instructions if we need to, moving on to additional element sections of the report. And at 4:40, we'll briefly touch on next steps and turn over to public comment, which will begin at 5 p.m. With that, we will do the sunshine video, please.
Florida's Sunshine Law. Florida's government, in the Sunshine Law, provides a right of access to governmental proceedings at both the state and local levels. In the absence of a statutory exemption, it applies to any gathering of 2 or more members of the same board to discuss some matter which will foreseeably come before that board for action. Scope of the Sunshine Law. Board members may not engage in private discussions with each other about board business, either in person or by telephone, email, texting, or any other type of electronic communication such as Facebook or blogging. While an individual board member is not prohibited from discussing board business with staff or non-board members, these individuals may not be used as a liaison to communicate information between board members. For example, a board member cannot ask staff to poll other board members to determine their views on a board issue. The Sunshine Law applies to advisory boards created pursuant to law or ordinance or otherwise established by public agencies or officials. Staff meetings are not normally subject to the Sunshine Law. However, staff committees may be subject to the Sunshine Law if they are deemed to be part of the decision-making process, as opposed to traditional staff functions like fact-finding or information gathering. Board meetings. While boards may adopt reasonable rules and policies to ensure orderly conduct of meetings, the Sunshine Law does not allow boards to ban non-disruptive videotaping, tape recording, or photography at public meetings. Public Records Law. Florida's Public Records Act, Chapter 119, Florida Statutes, provides a right of access to records of state and local governments, as well as private entities acting on their behalf. If materials fall within the definition of a public record, it must be disclosed to the public unless there is a statutory exemption. The term public records means all documents, papers, letters, maps, books, tapes, photographs, films, sound recordings, data processing software, or other material, regardless of the physical form, characteristics, or means of transmission. This includes electronic communication like text messaging and emails, made or received pursuant to law or ordinance, or in connection with the transaction of official business, by an agency, including a private entity action on behalf of a public agency, which are used to perpetuate, communicate, or formalize knowledge. Providing public records. Public records cannot be withheld at the request of the sender. A requester is not required to show a legitimate or non-commercial interest as a condition of access. A request cannot be denied because it is overbroad. Unless authorized by another statute, an agency may not require that public records requests be in writing or require the requester to identify himself or herself.
So just as a reminder, we do have a representative from the Office of the Attorney General, John Fricka, who's online with us today, and he's able to answer questions regarding the Sunshine Law, should any task force members have any. So with that, we'll do a task force member roll call. We checked people in as they have joined, and so I'll go through everyone that is here and the organizations they are representing. So starting with Polk State College, Tamara Sakagawa is representing them today. Bob Jones is representing the Florida Southwestern State College. The South Florida State College is represented by Glenn Little. The Florida Public Service Commission is represented by Mark Butrell. The Lee County MPO is represented by Donald Scott. The Charlotte County Punta Gorda MPO is represented by Chris Constance. The Heartland Regional TPO is represented by Tim Stanley. The Polk County TPO is represented by Nat Birdsong. He's not yet able to join us. We'll keep a lookout for him today. The Southwest Florida Regional Planning Council is represented by Bill McDaniel. The Central Florida Regional Planning Council is represented by Pat Steed. The Florida Chamber of Commerce is represented by Katie Worthington Decker. The Florida Trucking Association by Dave Rovich. The Florida Rural Water Association by Gerald Burr. The Florida Internet and Television Association by Bill Ferry. The Florida Economic Development Council by Sherry Ambrose, who will be joining us a little later. The Florida Farm Bureau Federation is represented by Gary Ritter. Maxwell Henry and Simmons is represented by Matt Caldwell, who is not yet online with us. The Nature Conservancy is represented by Wendy Matthews. The Florida Wildlife Corridor is represented by Jason Lauritsen. The Everglades Foundation by Shannon Estinos. Defenders of Wildlife by Elizabeth Fleming. Audubon, Florida by Paul Gray. 1,000 Friends of Florida by Andrew Dickman. The South Florida Water Management District by Melissa Roberts. The Southwest Florida Water Management District by Brian Starford. The Collier County Commission by Penny Taylor. The Lee County Commission by Cecil Pendergrass. The Charlotte County Commission by Ken Doherty. The Hendry County Commission by Mitchell Wills. The Glades County Commission by John Ahern. The DeSoto County Commission is not yet represented today. The Hardy County Commission is represented by Mike Thompson. The Highlands County Commission by Ron Hanley. The Polk County Commission by Rick Wilson. The Collier County MPO is represented by Michael McCabe. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection is represented by Jennifer Carpenter. The Florida Department of Economic Opportunity is represented by Pam Johnson. Florida Department of Education by Robert Richards. The Florida Department of Health by Stephanie Vick. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission by Tom Grape. The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services by Janet Taylor. Enterprise Florida by Eric Anderson. The Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation by Tim McGrath. Career Source Florida by Donna Doubleday. Volunteer Florida by Rochelle Johnson. And the Florida Department of Transportation by Tracy Hood, our Vice Chair, and L.K. Mandam, our Chair. So with that, I am going to hand off and introduce Will Watts, Chief Engineer, to provide you an update on public engagement activities. Will?
All right, thank you, Karen. Like we've done before, we'll kind of give an update of the written comments collected through various means, so we'll go through that next. Throughout the M-Course process, engagement from the public has been a priority, and we've heard from the public that has taken advantage of the following methods to provide comments. So we've collected email, website comments, traditional mail, task force public comment opportunities, community open house meetings, and the virtual meetings. So here are the topics we're going to cover in this presentation. We'll start with providing some of the statistics on the number of comments we received. We'll then discuss some of the themes that emerged from the public comments related to all three corridors. And then we'll discuss some of the corridor specific comments. And then finally, we'll conclude with discussing how we're going to address these comments with the guiding principles and task force report. So as of, I think we closed it September 17th, we've got over 12,500 comments. About 2,200 have been original, and the remaining 10,000 have been pre-generated form letters. So we provided you the raw data table with a breakdown of the format in which comments were received. We've given you all written public comments since August 2019 through midnight September 17th, 2020. We also separated and gave you pre-generated forms as a separate grouping so you can also review those and use as appropriate. There are currently 11 variations of form letters available for your review. Here are the major themes of the comments received from the public: environmental and land conservation, quality of life, economic opportunity, corridor considerations, and then other issues. We will discuss the topics related to these themes in the subsequent slides. The topics came directly from the public comments. We focus on actionable items and selecting the topics and capturing the public comment sentiment. We also organize the themes to the supporting guiding principles discussions. When considering a proposed project of this magnitude, FDOT recommends actionable engagement to ensure all perspectives are captured while the project is being considered. This means that in the event the proposed project meets both environmental and financial feasibility, all considerations are made at the onset of planning. Here are some of the public comment themes related to environmental and land conservation. Under wildlife and native plants, avoid fragmentation of habitats, preserve and enhance connectivity of wildlife corridors, avoid threats to endangered wildlife, protect native and rare plant species and their habitats, avoid actions that can promulgate invasive species, water and water resources, protect against destruction of wetlands, protect important water-related resources through design, protect aquifers, springs, and watersheds. Here are more of the public comment themes related to environmental and land conservation. Under land conservation and preservation, protect against reduction of wildlife areas, avoid disturbing conservation areas, consider purchasing important environmental and wildlife protection areas. Other environmental consideration, protect against increased pollution, control light and noise impacts from roadways. Here are some of the public comment themes related to quality of life and economic opportunity. Avoid sprawl, preserve rural agricultural character, preserve historic downtowns, balance rural characters with a need for more and better jobs, support agricultural activities by improving supply chain, protect, expand, and promote ecotourism. Here are some of the public comment themes related to corridor considerations. For location considerations, improve existing highways and interstates as a priority, co-locate with existing highways and add capacity when needed, thoughtfully design corridor endpoints and connections, including interchanges, consider the no-build option. For hurricane evacuation, provide congestion relief through hurricane evacuation. During hurricane evacuation, excuse me. Assess existing road adequacy for hurricane evacuation. Support sheltering rather than evacuation to enhance life safety. Improve evacuation routes in the center of the state. Here are more of the public comment themes related to corridor considerations. For tolling, concern over equity impacts of tolling, support for toll as an alternative to tax-based funding. For broadband and utilities, assist communities in securing high-speed internet and cellular coverage. Expansion of broadband can be achieved without constructing a new road. Support hookup opportunities for water and sewer. Multimodal considerations. Consider high-speed rail and alternative modes of transportation. Expand public transit services instead of roads. Consider the impacts of connected and autonomous vehicles, and improve bike ped safety. Here are some of the public comment themes related to other issues. Conduct financial and environmental analysis. Identify impacts of MCORs and available funding sources. Develop detailed transportation needs for the corridors. Provide more information on eminent domain and relocation of residents and businesses. And concerns over the impacts of COVID-19 on funding and resource allocation. Here are some specific comments received for the Southwest Central Florida corridor. The program supports economic development, protect the Florida panther habitat, avoid impacts to the Everglades, protect Lake Wales Ridge species, which are extremely rare, co-locate along US 27, and fund Polk Parkway. Here's how we're addressing the public comments. Some are being addressed through the development of high-level needs. For example, we heard in all three corridors that economic development is much needed in the rural communities. Other comments are being incorporated in the development of the guiding principles. For example, conservation is an important consideration in deciding the path course for these corridors. We will also continue to consider the no-build option in future phases. The remaining comments will be addressed in the development of the action plan. For example, financial and environmental feasibility will be addressed in the future phase of the project. Public and partner engagement will also continue throughout the phases. So we have a few upcoming community open houses, 2 this month on the 24th and 29th in Naples and Winter Haven, and then one next month in Punta Gorda. All community open houses are also available online for the members of the public who wish to attend virtually. The department continues to take feedback from the public via email at fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us, the website comments, and traditional mail. Additionally, the department is receiving public comment cards at the public viewing sites during the hybrid task force meetings and at the in-person community open houses. We've given you all the public comments received to date. Based on what you've heard from public comment themes, is there anything you think we need to add to the guiding principles or the instructions in the report? So I guess, Karen, we'll kind of take a break at this point in the presentation to see if there's any questions from the task force on public engagement, public comments, and how we can use those to further craft guiding principles.
Great, thanks, Will. I see Paul Gray has raised his hand. Paul, do you have some comments about the engagement and how that relates?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, in the draft report right now, you mentioned that you received a lot of comments, but you mentioned the changes that it's had. And so I think in the final draft, it would be useful, you got several resolutions from local governments and city that said that we'd welcome a corridor here, and you say, not just that we got resolutions, but they wanted, and also with all the form letters, I think you should summarize, we got a form letter that didn't like the corridor and it had 7,000 signatures or what the number is, and a direction on what the comments that you received were, not just say we got comments, but say, this many people liked it, this many people didn't, and that kind of stuff. So if you could try to summarize that in the report, I think it would reflect what input you got. So just an editorial thing. Thank you.
Yeah, so Paul, you were cutting in and out, but I think your suggestion was to add more detail in the final report and summarize.
Yeah, my computer's been messing up lately.
Okay.
Yeah, so what we did focus on is actionable items. So, we did categorize all the actionable items in the table that's given to you, not only the email from Tori this week, as well as in the presentation. So it's summarized pretty well in the themes that we can take action on. It's very apparent when you read the form letters of what the themes are, and those you have as well.
So I had seen another hand, but it's gone down. Any other task force members that have questions or thoughts on the public engagement and the report? I am not seeing any, Will. So would you like to move on to the next presentation?
Sure. All right, task force members, this is a lot of detail coming forward to you, so be patient with me. At last meeting, FDOT showed a couple examples of potential illustrative path courses with the emphasis of maximizing the use of existing facilities, namely the roadway facilities running north-south through the study area, and how the draft guiding principles and the work of the task force was used to develop these examples. Today, we'll use the updated draft guiding principles to look at how we will explore co-location opportunities, bypasses, enhancement features, and interchanges throughout the study area once the project moves into the next phase of corridor development. We'll also discuss future next steps that FDOT is required to do related to environmental and economic feasibility of this program, and discuss requirements for turnpike bonding, the MCORS program, and work program, FDOT work program development for potential projects. After that, we will take over and discuss the recommendation framework, including the draft action plan. As discussed at previous task force meetings, this graphic shows the overall project development process. Today, we're heading into home stretch of step one, the task force and the completion of the task force report to be submitted to the governor, the president of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives by November 15th, 2020. Much of the examples and processes we discuss relative to illustrative path courses in this presentation represent key activities in future phases of work, namely step 2, planning and corridor evaluation, and step 3, project development and design. The purpose of these discussions is to help provide the task force with some examples of how the task force guiding principles and recommendations will be used to develop and advance the project. One of the first steps in the planning process and initiated after the task force report submitted is the Efficient Transportation Decision-Making, or ETDM process. This process was developed to provide for early reviews of transportation projects to consider potential environmental effects during the planning phase and prior to project development and environmental phase. This process supports the environmental policy of FDOT to protect and preserve the quality of life and the natural, physical, social, and cultural resources of the state, while expeditiously developing safe, cost-effective, and efficient transportation systems. The ETDM process facilitates early interaction among transportation planners, federal, state, and local agencies, Native American tribes, NPOs, TPOs, and affected communities. During the ETDM process, FDOT would continue its work to define and evaluate purpose and need, analyze data, analyze the effects of proposed projects on the human and natural environment, and work with ETAT representatives. The ETAT includes representatives from NPOs, TPOs, federal and state agencies, and participating Native American tribes. Key features of this process include early identification of potential avoidance, minimization and mitigation opportunities, and identification of key issues. During the planning screen, comments were received from the ETAT members and the public help FDOT and the NPO TPOs to identify environmental considerations to assist in assessing projects for inclusion or advancement in long-range transportation plans. During the programming screen, qualifying projects are reviewed before advancing to the PD&E phase. FDOT uses the ACE process to identify, evaluate, and eliminate alternative corridors and projects. The ACE process is typically performed as part of the ETDM screening efforts that precede the PD&E phase. The ACE process helps FDOT to refine the purpose and need, determine the project area, describe general environmental settings, identify preliminary environmental impacts and environmental mitigation, develop and evaluate a range of alternatives, and eliminate reasonable alternatives. Some key activities during the ACE process include applying guiding principles to the corridor development, completing land suitability mapping, ranking environmental constraints, and refining of avoidance and attraction areas. Potential planning areas. We shared this map in the last task force meeting to provide examples of potential planning areas based on similar environmental characteristics and potential east-west roadway termini. These termini may serve as potential connections for future interchanges, but other interchanges may be considered within each of these planning areas as well. For the transition, let's take a closer look at some elements of step 2, the planning and corridor evaluation phase, and how the guiding principles are used to evaluate potential illustrative path and courses. All right, so there's a lot going on in this slide. We'll try to walk through it. In this slide, the evaluation of potential illustrative path courses uses the task force's draft guiding principles of maximizing the use of existing facilities and takes a closer look at how it could apply to Hendry County. At the last task force meeting, we introduced this map on the left, showing major existing north-south roadways in Hendry County that focuses on State Road 29, highlighted in red. In the same guiding principle, a draft instruction to evaluate opportunities for co-location of transportation and utility facilities within or adjacent to existing disturbed right-of-way. On the same map, we see an abandoned railroad corridor, highlighted in blue, traveling in parallel to State Road 29 and adjacent to Ocklawaha Slough State Forest. In looking at the Hendry County long-range transportation plans, we also see items. First, in the upper right map, State Road 29 is identified as a priority 1 to improve. And second, in the lower right, the abandoned railroad is identified as a potential new corridor to a multi-use recreational trail. This new trail is also shown in FDEP's Florida's Greenways Land Trail Opportunities list. This opportunity offers an example of how the MCORS program could be leveraged in delivering a potential enhancement in the area and be consistent with at least 3 of the task force's guiding principles. 1, co-locating a trail in an existing corridor, be consistent with statewide, regional, and local comprehensive plans, and expand transportation options supporting multi-modes, including non-motorized trails. There are a total of 37 municipalities in the study area, and many are found on the major north-south roadways we have previously highlighted in the past task force meetings as potential opportunities for co-location facilities. These local governments are listed here on this slide. When considering the potential for bypasses, there are 2 applicable draft guiding principles: consistency with regional and local plans, and maintain and enhance community character. I would like to note that one of the communities on the list, Felda, has suggested FDOT bypass the area to avoid impacts to their business community if a potential illustrative path course is advanced along State Road 29. As it relates to being consistent with local and regional plans, each local government is required to develop a transportation element as part of the comprehensive plan to address traffic circulation and mobility issues. These transportation elements are coordinated with local future land use, existing and proposed roadway networks, existing and proposed transportation needs, and how deficiencies will be addressed. We show 3 examples of alternative routes or bypasses, which are identified in the transportation maps included in each local government's comprehensive plan. So for Polk County, if a potential Bartow bypass is developed or advanced, the path should take into consideration the Polk County Comprehensive Plan. The map in the upper left indicates the local plan's future road projects, which includes the Central Polk Parkway, shown highlighted in green. The Central Polk Parkway would provide traffic relief in several municipalities and serve as an alternative route for US 27, US 17, State Road 60, and other local roads. Bartow, Lakeland, Winter Haven, Lake Wells, Dundee, Lake Hamilton, Haines City, Davenport, Eagle Lake, Auburndale, and Lake Alfred could be served by this opportunity with potential traffic relief. Further analysis is needed, but this is a good example of a bypass being consistent with local plans and adhering to the task force guiding principles, be consistent with statutory required statewide, regional, and local plans. Another task force guiding principle, maintain and enhance community character and quality of life consistent with local and regional plans, with an instruction of plan and develop transportation corridors in a manner that improves connectivity to and enhances the quality of existing communities while avoiding or minimizing adverse impacts on these communities and developments. Certainly, as the idea of the potential Bartow bypass is explored, its notable community character as a county seat to preserve community's character and be compatible with the local government's goals and objectives. Highlands County identified a proposed new road that would run north-south along its western county boundary that would provide traffic relief for US 27 in Highlands County and US 17 in DeSoto and Hardy counties. Developing an MCORS level facility and its potential impacts to downtown areas of these communities may be determined to be detrimental to the character of these communities and impactful to existing residents and businesses. Right-of-way costs and an evaluation of impacts will have to be completed. The Collier County Comprehensive Plan includes a bypass for State Road 29 around Immokalee. If a bypass option is selected, if it's selected, projects such as additional sidewalks, landscaping, lighting, and drainage improvements may be evaluated through the downtown area to advance Collier County's complete streets enhancements projects that is currently ongoing. One of the program goals of MCORS is to revitalize rural communities. It is crucial that we continue to have bypass consideration coordination with local governments in order to facilitate the needs of the comprehensive plans. In Task Force Meeting 5, we provided several potential enhancement ideas to help Task Force generate instructions as part of the Task Force report. A number of these ideas were related to natural environment, economic development, transportation connectivity, and innovation and technology. Several of these enhancement ideas are now entrenched in the Task Force draft report instructions to FDOT as key considerations during the MCORS program development. The emphasis today is that many of the enhancement ideas offer the opportunity to deliver improvements and benefits to the study area before potential multi-use corridors are constructed. In other words, many of the enhancement features and ideas could be leveraged as early winners and completed as an early phase of the program. These enhancements could help preserve and protect the environment and wildlife in and around the planned multi-use transportation corridor that is developed and identified during the early planning phases to help the entire study area years before the capacity projects are developed and open to traffic. A number of these enhancement ideas have been brought forward and directly from the task force members during our meetings and one-on-one technical briefings. Some of these potential early phase enhancements features may include conservation lands, leveraging Florida Statutes 338.2278, acquisition authority to identify and preserve additional lands prior to or parallel to corridor development, coordinate with entities to prioritize these targeted acquisitions, and right-of-way funds available in fiscal year 2021, 22, and 23. Florida Panther and Wildlife, coordinate with the Florida PRT to prioritize connections and implement additional crossing features and locations. Water Resources, prioritize and implement regional stormwater improvements. Other potential early phase enhancement features. Broadband, leverage House Bill 969 to develop projects that assist with broadband infrastructure within or adjacent to the multi-use corridor. Staging areas for emergencies, leverage Senate Bill 7018 to identify and provide strategic spaces to support disaster mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. In consistency with regional and local plans, review statutory required plans to address potential interchange locations with land use management plans and environmental resource protections. So we had a little discussion last task force meeting regarding interchange evaluation. We want to kind of get a little deeper dive on how that works. So on new corridors, interchanges are evaluated during the corridor alignment evaluation. Since the interchange locations are dependent on the project alignment, there are no standalone evaluations for interchanges along new corridors. During the planning process, conceptual interchange locations are identified. Potential interchange locations are further identified and evaluated during the PD&E study. Input from the public and local agencies inform development and the type and location of that interchange. The outcome of the PD&E study is a preferred alternative, which includes a corridor alignment and the interchange locations. As part of the interchange evaluation within the PD&E study, the location must demonstrate a purpose and need and is required to go through an interchange access study to consider the safety and operational components. When developed potential interchange locations, a number of key activities occur, including, but no means limited to, maintaining consistency with local and regional plans, including surface street access management plans, coordinating with local agencies for local land use regulations and environmental resource protections, meeting minimum spacing requirements, and in rural areas a minimal spacing of 6 miles is used as a best practice for interchange spacing. And then applying the draft guiding principles and instructions, those interchange locations serving the regional needs would be prioritized, and FDOT would work with the local jurisdictions to review regional and local comprehensive plans for consistency and develop interchange management plans to incorporate appropriate land use and environmental resource protection around the proposed interchange locations. Environmental feasibility. So this is determined during the completion of the PD&E phase. It ensures a new roadway project can be constructed in a manner that minimizes environmental impacts to the extent possible. Environmental feasibility performed during the PD&E phase focuses on the project's effect on social, cultural, natural, and physical resources. In this phase of the project, the corridor alignments and access locations are further refined, as well as refining the typical section and potential right-of-way widths. During the evaluation of alternatives, a number of options are considered, but the no-build alternative is required without exception. After the evaluation and additional public engagement activities, the preferred alternative is identified. All right, so we've had a lot of discussion about project cost and financial feasibility, so we'll kind of discuss the differentials between those two. When completing studies for new multi-use transportation corridors, it is important to understand that the items considered as part of the total project cost. Project costs for turnpike new roadways are defined by Florida Statute 338.221. The first preliminary project cost that is truly reflective of a project's unique features occur during the PD&E study phase and is a criteria used in an alternate evaluation analysis. As a project moves forward into design, project costs are refined as features of the project are finalized. Just going to give you an example. Some of the total project costs include planning and PD&E, design, right-of-way, construction of both the roadway and structures, the CEI inspection, environmental mitigation, utilities, permitting, toll equipment, landscaping, noise walls, and other project-specific costs. All right, so the review economic feasibility process, just to kind of remind everybody what we discussed before. There are 2 points of emphasis when we're talking about economic feasibility process used for new roadway projects. The economic feasibility process begins at the end of the design phase. The total project cost can be determined only after major project features have been decided. This helps ensure development of an accurate project cost estimate. Economic feasibility requires net revenue and project cost development at the 30% design phases. There are generally 3 steps to the economic feasibility process. First, estimate net revenue. The first step involves identifying the estimated net revenue as determined from an investment grade traffic and revenue study. The second is turnpike funding contribution. It's the determination of turnpike funding based on the turnpike bonding capacity for the corridor, and in some instances, the bonding funding cannot cover the entire corridor cost, thus creating a shortfall. And then thirdly, the funding shortfall. The final step includes the development of a funding plan for the corridor based on the total project cost. Other funding sources will be considered to address any funding shortfall. These funding shortfalls can be addressed via funding sources identified in Florida Statute 338.2278, such as right-of-way and bridge construction bonds, financing by the FDOT Finance Corp, advances from the Transportation Trust Fund, funds obtained through creation of public-private partnerships, or any combination mentioned above. In summary, projects as a part of MCOR's program must meet a number of requirements, including but not limited to environmental and economic feasibility requirements, before we consider it for a tentative work program project. To cover the specific action plan moving forward after the report's completion, I will turn it over to Weiwei, but first I want to stop here just to see if there's any questions, because we just threw a lot of information to the task force.
Yes, so Will, thanks for all those updates and refinements and responding to questions that came up. As we wait for some hand raises, I just wanted to point out we had a few more task force members join us since the roll call. So Nat Bergsong, Sherry Ambrose, Paul Gray, and Matt Caldwell are now all online. I see there's a hand raised by Penny Taylor. Penny?
Thank you very much. Will, could you go back to the slide, the last slide you showed, the process, please? Can you give me an example where you have used this process in the state of Florida in your construction of any finished turnpike road?
It's actually a routine process, so it's kind of standard operating procedure. But to give you a specific example, is First Coast in Jacksonville. So in that particular project that's under construction, the toll revenue could only fund about 50% of total cost. And so the other project costs had to be prioritized in the work program like any other project through the MPO and TPOs.
Okay, so the funding from the Turnpike could only fund 50% of the cost of the construction. Did I hear you correctly?
Well, Turnpike funding is a combination of elements. So you've got the revenue bond from the tolling is one component. The Turnpike also has overall bonding capacity based on cash reserves, and they've got cash reserves as well. So Turnpike bonding is one element. In the particular example of First Coast, local funds, not local funds for municipalities, but local funds for the district, help fund that gap through normal work program, project planning, and program planning through the MPOs.
Okay, but the 50% figure, what did that relate to? The shortfall from?
I believe it was that particular case, it was a combination of Turnpike funding, which included the revenue and some cash as well from the Turnpike.
Okay.
But and that's the point we're trying to make here, is that MCOR certainly can't upset any other priority. So if there is a funding shortfall based on the revenue, then it goes into the mix and is prioritized like any other project. So if it's not a priority, it's not a priority. If it is, it is.
But the legislature can upset that process, correct?
Explain that to me. What?
The legislature can decide, can override the MPO process.
I don't know if there's been any examples of that, but I think,
I think this MCORS project is an example of it, because you don't build roads this way. They told you they wanted the road, and you've done an admirable job of coming forward and doing just great work for this long period of time we've had, despite all the setbacks of COVID. So this is hats off to FDOT. But I think the argument could be made that the legislature can step in and put other roads aside. They can overrule local MPOs.
Well, I think what MCORS did was give us some deadlines that are very aggressive. It gave us a funding source of reappropriation of funding source that was it'll end up being about $100 million a year. And then the rest of it still has to be programmed with standard operating procedure with Turnpike statutes, and we're required by statute. So none of the MCORS statutes override the Turnpike statutes when it comes to economic and environmental feasibility. So we still got to meet that part of the law as well.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
And we actually have one of the MPOs wanting to chime in. That's Don Scott. Don?
I have a question about the 50% of the funds, or anything really. I think the rule side of it, is that not from, if the road costs $5 billion, that's not necessarily today's thing. It's over a number of years. What is that number of years?
Well, again, there's different components of funding. So the Turnpike, if it's a revenue, if the revenue is used for bonding capacity on the project, I believe it's a 15-year to be in the positive. So, but there's statutes that require that payback plan. The 50% is clearly just an example. All we're trying to explain is that there's different funding sources, just like any other project. The only enhancement that we're talking about with MCORS outside of normal FDOT trust fund is that the Turnpike has a few more options, a few more tools in the toolbox to provide the funding sources.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that helped.
Yeah, I thought there was a certain number of years when you were doing a toll project that you had to make back. I mean, obviously, if you're not making 100%, then you got to make up 50% of that over a certain time frame. But I thought there was a certain number of years you had to make that back.
There is. So it's 15 years to be in the positive, and then there's a term of the bond as well, and that's determined when we pull the bond. But so if the project's $100, and the net revenue or the toll and revenue study says that based on traffic projections, the bonding capacity of those toll revenues can only fund 20, 25, whatever number, 75% of the project. There could be a gap in funding. So not 100% of all turnpike projects are funded with the tolling revenue bonding component of the funding strategy. So that's why it's required by statute. So when we have a repayment plan requirement in statutes, that's why we can only fund a certain percentage. So the traffic model is generated, the revenue forecast is determined, and that will determine how much of the funding plan can come from that bonding capacity, because we're required by statute to pay it back and be positive in a certain term. So, that's what I'm trying to explain, is not by statute, we have to follow those payback plans. And so that's why not all turnpike projects are 100% funded by just the toll revenue bonding capacity.
Yeah, okay.
It's a fair, it's not a straightforward thing, because there's different pieces of the pie that can help. But if you think about it, just like a local project, sometimes you have grant money, sometimes you have DOT money, sometimes you have local funds. So the point here is that you can have a combination of fund sources, including the toll revenue bonding capacity that's generated from the toll revenues.
Right, okay.
Thanks, Don. Okay.
Hey, Will, I thought it's important to point out that the entire segment of this corridor is not going to be built in one shot, right? It's going to be segmented and prioritized, and there's different factors. So the priorities will include the financial feasibility side of it. We may want to emphasize that in this conversation.
Yeah, great point. So this corridor is certainly very lengthy, but as we've mentioned, you still have to have, during the PD&E process, we've got a needs evaluation that has to stand up. So the full length of the project is not going to be built all at one time, and it's certainly going to be prioritized in segments based on need and funding source combinations and strategy. So, it's very unlikely the southern portion will be soon, right? Down at I-75, Alligator Alley, just thinking about needs and traffic. So just think of it that way. It still has to have that practical component of needs, which is done during the PD&E.
So we have Andrew Dickman and then Paul Gray. Andrew? You're self-muted. There you go.
Hi. I just wanted to be clear about this slide, Will. And feasibility obviously is one of the most important parts of this. Does this, the feasibility part, include only the construction, or does it include all the other things that are contemplated in this very large piece of legislation? For example, broadband and shelters and land acquisition, or is it just the construction?
Yeah, so the total project cost is one of the components of the economic feasibility, right? So we got to know what it costs, and that will include all components. That'll include any conservation land that we will purchase either through enhancement or mitigation. That will include any other partnering. I mentioned the 3 bills that were passed this past session. One of them included broadband funding in 2023, so we'll certainly leverage that. The other bill was lay down areas for staging for emergency use. So we've got, not only got the bill language from 19. We've got some enhancement in language from 2020. But as with any DOT project, you have to consider all project costs when you consider a kind of a strategy on funding sources.
Yeah, if I can I follow up real quickly? Because I still want to understand, like, where's the money going to come from for broadband and all the other things that are in the report that we're talking about? Is that just a different? I know it's not part of your PD&E process, is it?
Well, there's a couple components to that question, because it's certainly, during COVID, broadband expansion has been realized in a lot of areas that we need to expand. So, in previous discussions, we certainly want to be at the table as one of the partner agencies to help expand broadband. The first step is dedicating right-of-way for utility corridors. We could also advance other features on the ground. And then also we have in 2023 actually dedicated funding sources for broadband. I think it's $5 million. So we've got some seed money to help expand it. So it's part of the program. It doesn't earmark certain percentage for broadband, but it certainly makes us realize that the corridor has to include expansion of broadband. And it could be early phases. It doesn't have to wait. That's why we incorporated some early phase kind of discussion, is what can we advance before full build out. And I think the department is very open to that concept.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Paul, Gray, do you have some thoughts to share?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm a little confused here. Now that we're getting near the end of this process, I went back and checked some of the original legislation, in Senate Bill 7068 that enabled this task force. And if you go to page 8 of 28 and line 209, item number 4, and this is from the legislation, it says each corridor task force shall evaluate the need for, the economic and environmental impacts of, hurricane evacuation impacts of, and land use impacts of the related corridor, which is our southwest corridor. And so what this says is it says our task force shall evaluate the proposed corridors. And so, like when you showed us that proposed road down the west side of Highlands County as a new corridor, that's the first time I remember seeing that. And if this task force is supposed to evaluate the need for that road and the impacts of that road, I really don't see us having, that green line over there on the left, I don't see us having any ability to really do what this legislation, at least as far as I read it, says we're supposed to do. We're supposed to evaluate whether that's needed. And I'm just kind of figuring, we have guiding principles. We can give you guiding principles. But, I've had a lot of times when people said, yeah, we thought about everything and we're going to do it anyway. And so I feel kind of uncomfortable that this legislation says a task force is supposed to evaluate the need for this, but I don't feel like we've really done that. How would we as a task force do this? Or do you interpret the legislation differently?
No, you've read it verbatim. So that is one of the criteria in the statutes. So a couple parts to your question. So what we were trying to do with the slide deck is just show that we would be in step with local comprehensive plans. And I believe Highlands County has that part of their plan. So it's nothing that DOT has initiated. It's just something that we wanted to relay to the task force that, the local comp plan does have some thoughts for future planning, and we would make sure we incorporate those future planning thoughts when we move in course further along. So where we are is a pre-planning stage. So I know needs gets right to a definition in PD&E, but we've really got to have these guiding principles to move into the next phases so we can evaluate PD&E in an effective way and use your charge as a task force member and task force report to craft the priorities as we go through the alternate corridor evaluation. A lot of folks on this task force knows how long it takes actually to do corridor evaluation properly. So we've got to still do all that. That's all required by FDOT, and that's what we try to explain that process in those next steps. So what we've tried to accomplish with the task force is discuss high-level needs in the report, and that's just kind of the first step in needs evaluation. It's not the final step. It's just the first step.
I think Pat Steed has raised her hand, wanting to weigh in on this. Pat?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a clarification. Some of the examples that you may be having your slides these are good to use as examples, but they may not reflect what's currently in the plans in some cases, because those plans have been amended or will be amended to be consistent with the MPO, TPO's long-range transportation plans, and those plans are 2040 plans. So there might be some inconsistency. I believe that's what Paul was referring to. If you actually look at the plans now, that corridor wouldn't show up on it. So I think the real point is that all of these things will be taken into consideration as they're documented in both the alignment study part and the PD&E, obviously. But by then, we'll have updates of our long-range transportation plans coming, all MPOs and TPOs. By next March, we'll all have updated plans. The local government plans are updated to be consistent with those MPO plans. So all of that would be taken into account as this work that normally goes on between the alignment studies and PD&E goes forward, just for clarification.
Thank you.
Thanks. Shannon Estenos?
Hi, yes, I just wanted to underscore and support the point that Paul has made. I think where we're all, the difficulty is that the legislature used the word corridor in the statute. So, and DOT, we've tried to finesse or parse out the word need, because to Will's point, need has a definition under the PD&E study, right? So the task force is looking at high level needs versus needs, whatever those, we've parsed those two definitions out. But there's really no parsing out the word corridor. And I think that that's what a lot of us have struggled with all year long is, and I think what you're hearing now is when slides go up and you see lines on a map or you see shaded areas on a map that look linear, that starts looking like the closest thing we've seen to something that you could reasonably call a corridor. And then when you see that, then suddenly things become clear, right? Okay, what's the impact or need of that line? So I too am wondering how it is that we, and I've been wondering this all along, how it is that we are going to fulfill what the statute seems to be pretty clear on its face. And how we get around this use of the statute's use of the word corridor.
No, Shannon, I think you were one of the ones that first, brought up the needs component of the legislature early on. So, but at the same point is we want to make sure we capture early, because we are pre-planned, and capture any of the guidance that you guys want to provide and memorialize in the report. So before we even start, so we kind of have the rules of engagement before we start deciding and prioritizing. So you guys are helping us take those early first steps. So, we as the task force are trying to navigate it the best way we can, just so we can prepare ourselves for those next steps in the right way.
Okay, and then Wendy Matthews.
Hey, task force members, I do want to bring your attention to Pat Steed's comments, right? The examples that are provided as it relates to the conversation about the bypasses is what's reflected in the current comprehensive plans, and so that we can stress the importance of us as we are pursuing the planning and the PD&E process, taking the guiding principles that you have provided and the instructions that you have provided to further our analysis, those review of those comprehensive plans and the long range, obviously the long range transportation plans and the cost feasible plans need to come into the picture. We need to make sure that we are consistent, and that's what your guiding principles say, right? But like Pat mentioned, those lines could change, as the long range transportation plans go forward. So as we are going through the planning process, what I would think is we should really focus on using your guiding principles and instructions in performing our planning analysis and identify where and what should the corridor look like, right? So your guiding principles and instructions are going to have that weight.
Yeah, and I just logistically wanted to mention that in Weiwei's next presentation, she will talk about the action plan and this component of it, and then we will in detail talk about those sections of the report later today. So Wendy and then Jason Lauritsen, Wendy Matthews.
Hey, thanks, Karen. And I just wanted to follow up on Paul and Shannon's comment as well, that the Nature Conservancy's kind of been struggling with this too, in trying to meet the statute language. And I wonder if there could be a part of the report that just indicates we don't have enough information to meet the statutory charge. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I think, Wendy, that's a good point. So what we're trying to also in the action plan that Weiwei is going to go over, we'll talk about the obligations of need evaluation as well. So it's going to make it clear that there's still future steps that need to be done, and that'll be in the report. But if we need to craft some of the additional, certainly we can have the team think about that, and you guys can think about what needs to be added.
Thanks, Wendy. Jason Lauritsen.
Yes, thank you. Will, what you just left off with, I think hits at the point I was hoping to make, and that's I'd like to capture some of the thoughts that Paul and Shannon and Wendy shared related to just how difficult it is to pin down and evaluate need. And if we could find some way to memorialize that difficulty in the report, that I would find useful.
Okay, we can work on that.
I don't know if any more task force members have any thoughts, but I don't see any hands raised. Last call, so we want to move into Weiwei's presentation. So I'll introduce Weiwei. You know Weiwei, Chief Planner with FDOT, and she's going to talk about the task force recommendations.
Thank you, Karen. Will had provided you with lots of information on how the illustrative task course are going to be developed. And then we also heard a very robust conversation about a lot of the concerns. Hopefully, I think when I go over the key points of the action plan, some of these concerns will be alleviated. So I'm going to take a few moments to provide an update on the status of your final report, introduce the draft action plan, and also remind everybody about what we agreed on was consensus, the definition of consensus, and also discuss what consensus on the report means. So the introduction, task force overview, and study area overview sections of the draft report was drafted prior to meeting number 7. We made some minor text edits to these sections based on member comments, primarily for clarity. This revised draft was recirculated to you during the week of September 7th. Since then, we have received additional comments from many of you in writing. Some of your comments were integrated into the complete version of the report during the week of September 14th. The remainder will be addressed following this meeting. We appreciate the many technical edits and clarifications that were suggested. Last week's version of the report also included some additional text on the introduction and task force overview sections to highlight the significance of the MCOR statute and the specific areas of recommendation that you're providing. We can cover additional comments on these sections today. The recommendation section has been drafted iteratively over the past few meetings. The introduction to the recommendation section includes an overall approach for how the recommendations were developed and a framework for how they're organized. This text was significantly revised based on requests for clarification from several members about what consensus around the final report would mean at this time. The high-level needs text was shared for the first time at meeting number 7. Based on your discussion that day, we revised this text to provide additional context on the areas where you had strong consensus and the areas where you recommended FDOT conduct more analysis. The text was circulated during the week of September 7th with some additional refinements in the version during the week of September 14th. We know that some of you provided comments last week about the specific enhancements to the supporting text for this needs. These specific line edits will be addressed in the next version of the report. Please also note that the meeting 7 draft of this report included several bullets on how this need evaluation and alternative analysis would occur based on your guidance. Most of this text has been moved into the draft action plan. You have been working on the guiding principles and instructions for several meetings, but these were included in actual report text for the first time in the version circulated last week. You can now see how this section will flow in the report, including the sequence of principles, the actual language of principles and instructions, and in some cases, background text. We'll discuss the Panther-related guiding principle and instructions first today, and then walk through the draft report today, later, guiding principle by guiding principle. Finally, last week's version of the report was the first one to include a draft action plan. I will run through a few highlights of this plan now, and we have time scheduled on your agenda today to discuss it in detail this afternoon. The action plan includes several important activities. Many of these ideas we've been talking about during our past few meetings, but this is the first time they have been shown together in one place as specific actions. These activities were developed based on your recommendations during the past several meetings. The action plans show how FDOT can commit to moving these ideas forward through our existing or enhanced planning and project development processes. We view the action plan as a recommendation from the task force, as well as a commitment from FDOT. And as you will see in the text, that commitment incorporates the guiding principles and instructions by reference. The draft action plan has 8 major elements as shown here. The first 6 generally occur sequentially, although in practice, there is likely to be some overlap and iteration among the actions. The last 2 elements generally occur continuously throughout this process. The first major element of the action plan is the needs evaluation. This is a subject we've spent a lot of time discussing, including the discussions that we just went through this morning. Per your discussion, the report discusses the approach of examining both conventional transportation needs and broader regional needs, and provides guidance on how to conduct a robust traffic needs analysis moving forward, and also highlights additional work that needed to be done moving forward. The second element focuses on how we would identify and evaluate alternatives to meet the purpose and need. Here's where you'll find language about a full range of alternatives, including a no-build option. The full range of alternatives refers to operational and capacity options, existing co-located and new facility options, plus consideration of modes and technologies. No build is always an option in the PD&E process. No build in this context means no major capacity investment beyond those already committed in the work program. FDOT would continue to maintain the safety and the existing program in this, the safety of and maintain the existing system in this study area. The alternatives evaluation will address your full set of guiding principles, including the specific economic, environmental, land use, and emergency management impacts mentioned in statute. The text also discusses taking a high-level preliminary look at potential costs and funding approaches at this point. This would be too soon to make a formal determination of economic feasibility during this phase, but we can begin getting a sense of the relative costs and potential approaches to funding different alternatives. The third element covers consistency with local and regional plans. Consistency is an important issue throughout this process. As the alternatives evaluation is complete and alignments are identified, there is the specific step identified in statute for local governments with proposed interchange in their jurisdictions to review their comprehensive plans by December 2023 to determine if adjustments are needed to provide appropriate land uses and environmental protections around these interchanges. The fourth element is economic feasibility. In this context, as Will had discussed earlier today, we're focusing on the specific statutory requirement potential turnpike projects must undergo to determine economic feasibility, which occurs when 30% of project design is complete and we have a pretty good sense of the total project costs. At this point, we can do a more formal analysis of potential funding sources. The text discusses the specific MCORS funding in statute, toll revenue, and other sources, and includes the commitment we discussed about how MCORS projects relate to the rest of our program, as well as to the MPO process. The fifth element speaks to advancing innovative land use acquisition concepts, building on the specific authorities provided to FDOT in the MCORS statute, and coordinating closely with DEP, FWC, and others on existing programs. We can make a commitment to seek opportunities to advance acquisition during early phases or in parallel with corridor construction. The sixth element speaks to advancing multi-use opportunities such as broadband and other utilities, again, coordinating closely with partners. Both of these steps would likely begin in parallel with the corridor alternatives evaluation. We list them here as reminders that we would like to get the full set of actions in place prior to begin construction. The final two steps are cross-cutting throughout the process. We are committed to continuing robust partner and public engagement through multiple strategies. The use of our efficient transportation decision-making process to engage resource agencies in detailed review of potential projects as they relate to the natural and human environment. Providing additional opportunities for the full range of organizations involved in this task force to remain informed, review progress, and have an opportunity to provide input as we move through the process. This could be in the form of a corridor advisory group to discuss progress and review consistency with guiding principles and instructions. Multiple ongoing opportunities for the public to be aware of and provide input to the process, including maintaining the project website. Hand in hand with these engagement opportunities is our commitment to transparency and process improvement throughout the process. This includes periodic reports on decision points and the status of the guiding principles and instructions, an annual report on the M-Course budget as part of FDOT's work program presentation. Finally, our recognition of the need for continued improvements to our planning, PD&E, and other processes to fully implement the M-Course statute and the task force recommendations. Before I close, let me briefly remind you of our goal for today with regard to your report. We will review changes to the introductory sections and high-level needs. We'll spend the majority of our time today refining guiding principles and instructions. We'll go over the action plan in detail. Task force members, we ask you to provide guidance to staff for preparing a public comment draft of the task force report. This is the version of the report that we will post for public comment next week. It does not need to be final, but it should provide enough of your recommendations that we can request public comment on the draft, particularly with regard to needs, guiding principles, instructions, and the action plan. And also, please help us identify areas where additional discussion is needed as we work towards consensus. Let me also remind you of the definition of consensus we agreed upon at our first meeting. The task force will strive for consensus on the recommendation as a package to be included in the final report, and consensus will be defined and documented as members being able to support, accept, live with, or agree not to oppose the package of recommendations for the final report. So please be thinking about this definition today as we get ready to prepare the draft report for adoption at our final meeting next month. We do want to be sure that everyone here is able to support, accept, live with, or agree not to oppose the package of recommendations as a whole. We may not all reach the point of 100% satisfaction with every word of the document, but we all should be able to live with or agree not to oppose the package as a set. So please share your concerns and solutions today and over the next few weeks. At the end of the day, I'll discuss the process for review of the final report. Basically, we will post the draft for public comment and provide you with a summary of the public comments plus a copy of all comments at meeting number 9. And also we will set up a process for each of you to propose specific amendments to the final draft to be considered at meeting number 9. I'll run through the plans for that at the end of the day. Let's also pause here and talk about what does consensus on the report mean. When we have consensus on the report, it means that we want to advance the task force's recommendations for the M-Course program, including high-level needs and how needs should be evaluated, remaining work to be done, guiding principles, instructions, actions. Here, guiding principles and instructions, they all carry weight and they just differ in their level of details. And then consensus on the report also means that project-specific needs or environmental and economic feasibility are not fully developed at this point. in the process. So please review carefully. We have these language in the draft report for you to review and discuss, and we can come back to this later today if needed. With that, Karen, let's see if we have any questions.
Yeah, so we will kind of try to keep this to clarifications or process-oriented questions if we can. Shannon Estenos?
Okay, I don't, tell me if this doesn't qualify as a process question. So the slide, Wei, that had talked about land acquisition, picking on land acquisition because it's got me thinking here. When it comes to financial feasibility, are we, consultation with the EP and FWC, what are the funding sources? Does MCORS bring new or different money to land acquisition, or is it going to be that MCORS looks to existing sources of land acquisition funding?
MCORS, in its broad scope, gives DOT the authority to purchase right-of-way in addition to what is just needed for construction. So it offers us the broader opportunity to advance acquisition of conservation lands during early phases or in parallel with corridor construction. So it's broader than what DOT had been able to do in the past.
Yes, I'm asking a more specific question about funding. So I understand that it gives you authority to pursue bigger, more acquisition for bigger, broader purposes. But I'm asking, does it give you the authority to absolutely, or will you be required to fold those costs into the financial feasibility process?
Yes.
Yes.
The conservation costs associated with specific projects will be figured into the total cost for these projects. Right now, we just don't have enough information, but as we get further with the process, when specific alternatives are identified, and we will be able to have more information on the total cost. And Will talked earlier today, conservation cost will be, mitigation enhancements cost will be part of the total cost for any MCORS project.
Okay, so we'll talk more about that today because I don't want to dominate this part of the conversation. So I can ask another follow-up a little bit later. I'll have that opportunity.
Yes, we'll go over the action plan in detail because this is the first time that we've pulled all these ideas together into this format based on your conversation. So we want to spend time to give you, so we can thoroughly discuss all the items here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I am not seeing any. Our next item up would be to do to start in on the report. Okay, if it's acceptable, I suggest we do an early break and come back earlier. And then I do want to remind task force members that when we come back and work on the guiding principles and final report, that we will be working from the report format. So you're going to want to make sure you have those materials from the website. You're going to want to have the report, and then there's also a worksheet with the guiding principles and instructions.
I think that's a great idea, Karen. We're about 10:40 now, or 10:39. Let's round it up to 10:40. So why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute stretch break and come back at 10:55. So we ask you to keep this meeting open on your computer during our break so that we can get to work at hand promptly at 10:55. We will have the program muted during this time. If you need any technical assistance during the break, please reach out to Tommy Bo. Thank you. All right. Okay, Welcome back, task force members. Hope you had a good stretch break. So last meeting, during our conversations in the guiding principles, we decided to create a new guiding principle focusing on Florida Panther. So now I'm going to hand it over to Karen and Beth to start the review of the draft report. But first, discussing the new Florida Panther guiding principle and instructions. So Karen and Beth.
Great. Thank you, LK. So I want to do some introductions here of the team that's going to be helping to support us. Brent Setchell from the FDOT District Drainage Design Engineer will be online to help give this presentation, along with Chris Daly, who's from the task force support team, and Mark Easley will also be available for questions. We have, of course, Marlone Becerra, the production lead, and Chris Piazza also available for questions should things come up. Beth and I will be doing the same, going through the guiding principles and instructions that was done in meeting 7. And then, of course, we have Will, Wei Wei, and Jason Watts from the environmental office that will be able to address questions as well. We are going to be capturing notes off screen through several note takers and moving into using the report going forward. So first, though, let us do a short presentation on the Panther information to bring the task force members up to speed on some major considerations and tie that to the legislative requirements. And then we will talk about the proposed draft guiding principle and instructions. So Chris.
Thank you, Karen. As Karen mentioned, we have a short presentation focused on the Florida Panther, and the subject matter experts will be available following this presentation for questions. We've heard your comments during the task force meeting number 7, and our team is working specifically to address wildlife issues in the Southwest Corridor. The MCORS statute wildlife language falls into 3 categories. The first is the need to address the impacts of construction of a project on the Panther, and using the draft guiding principles of avoid, minimize, and mitigate. The second outlines an evaluation of a need for acquisition of lands for state conservation or as mitigation. The third category calls for an evaluation of wildlife crossing design features, and we'll dive a bit deeper into these categories now. As we heard in task force meeting number 7, there appears to be a consensus for avoidance as the first criteria. Due to the large area of the Panther focus area, complete avoidance is a physical challenge, but there are several potential goals here, such as a reduced typical section within the Panther focus area or high quality habitats could be a task force priority. Connecting and enhancing adjacent habitats, including fencing within the Panther focus area or high quality habitat, are additional goals that we can prioritize. The second portion of the statute outlines the requirement for the final report to evaluate the need for acquisition of lands for conservation or as mitigation. And as we heard in task force meeting number 7, several task force members stated that there had already been a tremendous amount of work put into developing these various target conservation lists. So looking at the target conservation lists, the 2020 Florida Forever Critical Natural Lands Priority List shows 7 priority projects that can benefit the Panther. And that Florida Forever list is what succeeded the P2000 list. In addition to the Florida Forever priority ranking, we've reviewed the priority ecological greenways and strategic habitat conservation areas priorities. Many of these areas were also identified by comments received from the Florida Wildlife Corridor. As we were developing this matrix, we recognized that there's a lot of overlap between these targets, and it seemed to be that if one land was on one list, it was likely identified on multiple lists. The FDOT will prioritize partial funding or fully funding conservation lands based on stakeholder and agency input. Putting that list together as a map with conservation target project areas and existing conservation lands, you can see how important these wildlife connections are for the Florida Panther. Keep in mind that Florida Forever is an ongoing process. Often lands are acquired in pieces as they become available from willing sellers. The light green areas you see here in this map are the potential conservation targets identified in the table to the left of the screen. The medium green areas you see here are lands that may have already been acquired and are in conservation. The darker green areas are the existing managed lands areas that we've seen in prior maps. The state statute does not outline the requirements to identify specific lands for conservation or as mitigation. We anticipate bringing several of our wildlife partners to the table to assist with the prioritization of these conservation targets. And we anticipate using a three-step process to refine this list. In the first step, the FDOT will continue to identify any additional conservation targets in coordination with the Corridor Advisory Group. In the second step, the FDOT and our various wildlife partners, which could include the Panther Recovery Implementation Team, will then evaluate each of these targets and prioritize them based on benefits to the panther, project impacts, proximity to the impacts, availability, meaning willing sellers, as well as acquisition and ongoing maintenance cost projections. Due to the size of some of these tracks, we would anticipate identifying funding partners during this process. The final step would involve close coordination with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. As Mr. Watts outlined earlier, there is a potential for acquiring conservation lands years in advance of the actual construction of the project, but we need to make sure that these final lists of targets will be acceptable to satisfy the needs of these agencies. Any acquisition of conservation targets would take place as part of the corridor development process. Brent?
Thank you, Chris. The third category in the statute calls for an evaluation of wildlife crossing design features to protect. The FDOT has a deep toolbox of wildlife features that have been successfully implemented along our roadways. Just like real estate, the most important aspect of wildlife crossings is location. The Panther Recovery Implementation Team has put a tremendous amount of work into the Panther Hotspot Map, which uses historical data of panther collisions to prioritize where crossings are most needed today. For example, you can see the arrow pointing to the Owl Hammock curve on State Road 29. This hotspot is identified as an orange on the hotspot priority with 8 historical panther collisions, and the FDOT is currently evaluating a potential crossing at this location. Along State Road 29, just north of Alligator Alley, you can see the strong correlation between the lack of collision hotspots with the location of existing wildlife crossings. Planned potential crossings are shown in the purple diamonds. There are at least 4 planned crossings on State Road 29 strategically placed for the panther. These are only planned crossings right now, but they could be incorporated into an M-Course program, even though the widening may not come until a later date or may not include State Road 29. Specific locations require us to evaluate specific design features. Panthers show an affinity for many different crossing types and have not shown refusal for bridge or box culvert crossings. To connect panthers and prey species such as deer, we generally look at larger crossings such as bridges and bridges with wildlife shells. Fencing is a critical element of any wildlife feature to properly channel wildlife towards the crossing. Fencing could also be a standalone benefit to a limited access corridor. This toolbox will be used to develop the report narrative. It is likely premature to include specific crossing types at a specific location. Their narrative could include the appropriate design features such as culverts, bridges, shelves, and fencing. We anticipate evaluating many different crossing types going forward. And with that, I'll turn it over to Beth.
Thank you, Brent. Before we do that, I'd like to turn it over to LK.
Thank you, Beth. Sorry to interject in between.
No problem.
You know, I wanted to bring up a couple of points. One that was discussed at the last task force meeting and the reason why we worked on this presentation. There was conversation about there's so many conservation lands and how do we decide on which one to pursue. So we came up with a process here of making sure that we get the right people involved and leveraging the existing list of conservation lands that are out there, right, as priorities for multiple agencies, because that was also discussed in the last meeting, and trying to come up with those prioritized lands that would fit this criteria that we came up with. So one of the things that as we are talking about this guiding principle, is focus on that and see if there are any suggestions and thoughts that you may want to provide for that process, so that we can reflect that in the guiding principle or through the report. The second thing is, I think, Shannon, your question about funding conservation lands, I hope the presentation here addressed that. Obviously, like Wei mentioned, the statute provides the authority to acquire, use innovative right-of-way acquisition for acquiring conservation lands. But how do you go about identifying which ones to acquire and what size to acquire? And I'm hoping that the process, like I mentioned before, is going to address that. And the second is, obviously, the program gives us the ability to bring some funds towards the acquisition of the prioritized lands. But the key is going to be partnerships, right? There's several funding sources that have been discussed throughout these task force meetings. So bringing the right people to the table and bringing the resource that the NFORCE program can bring in, right? In part of the presentation, there were some right-of-way funds identified in 7 fiscal years. And going about strategically acquiring those conservation lands, one, that are targeted towards the mitigate aspect of it, enhance aspect of the guiding principle, but also, within the proximity of the corridor, what else is available, and then maximize the resources that all entities can bring in so that we can work towards that. So Will, you have anything else to add?
No, I just want to reinforce. So I know there's some questions on, does MCORS fund conservation land? And it does. That enhancement component is unique to MCORS, and we want to, further explore how we can use that tool in the corridor evaluation and corridor development. So total project costs will include mitigation and enhancement costs. And I think what this tool is trying to provide is a way how we can prioritize those purchases. So task force, take a look at that tool and see if there's a way to incorporate that into our guiding principles, just so we've got a way and a path forward on how to purchase conservation land and promote panther habitat. So just want to kind of reinforce what LK was saying.
Thank you, Will, and thank you, LK. And actually, before I talk about the guiding principle here, I'd like another one of our subject matter experts, Mark Easley, if you could turn on your camera as well for additional questions. So what you see here is the new guiding principle for the Florida Panther as requested by the task force at meeting number 7. If you take a look at this, you will see a prioritization that's very similar to the prioritization discussed for the other environmental related guiding principles. You'll also see instructions here that are very similar to what Chris Daly and Brent Setchell have presented in their presentations that are also related to the comments made by LK and Will. So what we'd like to do right now is open it up for questions and dialogue, whether it's of the subject matter experts in their presentations or requested or suggested modifications to the guiding principle and instructions. So with that, Karen, I think we can open it up to some dialogue.
Yeah, we'll open it up for discussion. I want to let Paul Gray know you need to enter your PIN for us to be able to allow you to engage in the discussion, Paul. So, and while we're waiting for some task force members to raise their hands, I thought it would be most appropriate for those that are interested in the Panther, the wildlife, the groups that are representing wildlife groups. I don't know if Elizabeth Fleming or Jason Lauritsen, if you want to add any comments about the presentation or the guiding principle. You have that kind of expertise that some of the other task force members do not.
This is Elizabeth. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Elizabeth.
First of all, I'm very, very pleased to see the full Florida Panther guiding principle. I know that seemed missing, and it's very good that now it is here and we have something to comment on and add to. And of course, I would always have comments and additions, but First, so I'm being complimentary here, but I would say that this focuses exclusively on south of the Caloosahatchee River, not necessarily in the wording here, but in the presentation. So as I've mentioned on several calls, the Florida panther is located primarily, the breeding population, south of the river. But in order for the panther to continue to expand its range, it needs to be able to move northward as it has begun to do. And so our project, or the MCORS project, I should say, can play a major role in whether or not that is successful. So we've got to take into account north of the river impacts of this road and within the project area also. And so when we get to the specific words or concepts, is this the place for that, or are we talking just big, broader conceptual information about the panther here?
So Elizabeth, let me start, and of course I would welcome any other comments from our subject matter experts here. When you look in the guiding principle, that bullet number 1, there was a reason for expanding that to state U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Panther Focus Area. So that would include also the areas north of the Caloosahatchee River and whatnot. So that was to be able to encapsulate thoughts from you and other members of the task force. So as you know, the guiding principle and instructions, that's what it will actually be in the report. But as it might pertain to the presentation, Chris, Brent, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that attention.
I do have an addition on that, and thank you for the input, Elizabeth. As you see this, the priority list that's been developed now, and that list is subject to change, but we have expanded it to include the Fish Eating Creek ecosystem, which is north of the Caloosahatchee, and that happens to be the Florida Forever priority rank number 1. So we thought it was important to add it to this list, but as well, we anticipate looking further north as well.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to go back a couple of slides that shows that focus area. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with that. It might be helpful to go back to that slide that shows that. And then, again, as you get north of the Caloosahatchee River, you start, go back a couple more, I think it is, it's 2 more slides at least, yeah.
There you go.
I think go back another one, yeah, it has the focus area, I think. Keep going. There it is. So that area in the pink there is the north focus area there, and that certainly will be impacts of the area will certainly need to be addressed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Any impacts to the panther there, so certainly we can do that. And what I wanted to add is that we're going to use a data-driven scientific approach. So as you get north of the Caloosahatchee River, there aren't as many panther collision hotspots there to reference, and so we're going to use all of the available sources to us to help us identify the appropriate locations to identify crossings. So even though there may not be a large number of panthers there today, we certainly want to plan for what may come in the future. So we're going to utilize telemetry data and least cost pathways and wildlife cameras to help us ascertain the best locations to establish those wildlife crossings.
And Elizabeth, one more thing to add. When you look at the instructions and the coordination in particular with the Panther Recovery Implementation Team, the discussion doesn't end here. So as Chris had shown a process for prioritization and whatnot, that's all according to these instructions as they stand today, will include coordination with the Florida PRIT and others. So to ensure that the aspects north of the Caloosahatchee are brought up in that process as well.
Okay,
and
thank
back
you.
to your main question, we are taking mostly major comments today, and minor ones you can send via email to Marlone or myself. So you get to determine what's major and minor, obviously. So, and this is the guiding principle instructions we're working with today.
Well,
So.
could I just give you a couple of examples, and I will follow up with some written comments. But and I have been suggesting that we at least mention the Florida Panther focus area, because that is what the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service uses when it consults over specific projects. And that's not all the important panther habitat. That is some that has been identified. I want to call your attention to two new sources of information. And since this is such a long range plan, you know, this project is going to take place over many years and impact the future. So the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission just released a new report on Florida panther distribution north of the river. It was just sent out to the Florida Panther Recovery Team. I will forward that to Karen and Beth. And also, besides the panther focus area, which is what is being used at this time, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is currently undertaking what's called a panther species status assessment, which is supposed to have the most up-to-date, most reliable, current, refined data on the Florida panther. That should be available by January of 2021. So I really hope that, I mean, obviously that should be taken into account too. So if we could, I can suggest some wording that will mention the Florida panther focus area, but indicate that there is other additional important habitat, which you would discover through the consultations with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. But just want to make everybody aware there is very, very new up-to-date information coming. That should definitely be part of this. Thank you.
I see Jason has joined us.
Hi, Elizabeth. I wanted to just chime in for a second because we went back and forth internally about whether we call out specific things like the Wildlife Service Panther focus area, or we made it a general broad term and basically said scientifically proven panther habitat, including U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service focus area. So we look forward to seeing the information you had. Understand when you see this again, it may go back to just kind of a general statement. It's not that we're excluding things, we're trying to include all of the panther habitat that may be affected by the project.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. With that, I think Jason Lauritsen was next, and then Wendy. Jason?
Yes, thank you. Jason Lauritsen from the Florida Wildlife Corridor. I just wanted to say thank you for taking the detail and attention to this issue. And I appreciate you including some of those additional acquisition lands on the list. I might suggest, Elizabeth, if you could, if we could somehow share that document more broadly that you referenced, the FWC report to the Panther team. I'd love to take a look at that. And I would also suggest that we take a look in the primary dispersal zone that's in pink on the slide presentation that you shared, Chris, I think a few slides back there. There are some pathways that were identified by a cooperative blueprint project that FWC led in 2013, which indicate some wildlife corridors with panther implications in that pink area further to the west of the identified priority lands. And I would like to make sure that those remain on the radar for any road pathways when we're looking at acquisition, just to make sure that we're looking at acquisition from the framework of how can we ensure that subsequent development associated with an intersection to a new road might impact connectivity and habitat. And if we can secure vulnerable portions of corridors that coincide with that blueprint pathway, I think that would be a helpful approach to identifying additional lands going forward.
Thank you, Jason. Did you want to say anything?
No, I was just going to thank Jason as well.
Okay. Wendy Matthews and then Paul Gray. Wendy?
Thanks, Karen. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. Well, we touched on earlier this morning, the topic of the statute language as it relates to the charge of the task force. And, one of the task force obligations written in the statute is specifically to address the impacts of the construction of a project within the Panther corridor and to evaluate the crossing design features, et cetera. But I'd like to recognize and sincerely appreciate the conversations we've had in these previous task force meetings where we touched on the need for the purchasing of conservation lands and discussing wildlife crossings and fencings. And great appreciate that you heard us and that now we have a guiding principle entirely dedicated to Panther. But what TNC really feels is missing from all the work we've done is that the evaluation of current Panther habitat and the expected impacts from future development, the expansion of existing road corridors, and a potential new toll road, what is that going to do to the population? And so TNC just felt the need to fill this gap, and so we hired a retired Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission employee and current wildlife ecologist consultant, Randy Kautz, who is also a member of the Panther Recovery Implementation Team that we've talked about this morning. We hired Mr. Kautz to evaluate all the known data sets that, that pertain to Florida Panther and wildlife. And he prepared a report that really scientifically lays out the impacts that the MCORS project will have on the Florida Panther and their habitats in this Southwest Corridor project area. It's available on TNC's website, nature.org, in the newsroom section if you all have not received it. I just want to highlight a couple of things that the report indicates, and that's just how human population growth and development coupled with projected sea level rise over the next 50 years, how that's going to impact West Florida and these lands currently used by Panther in the Panther focus area. One of the astounding comments in Mr. Kautz's analysis is that the data forecasts that over 1 million acres of Panther habitat in the Panther focus area will be lost in the coming decades based on current trends. That's lost to development and sea level rise. So not only is habitat going to be lost, but these critical corridors and landscape linkages are going to be lost as well. So it also describes where Panthers are located now, including the new data that Elizabeth mentioned on verified female locations north of the Caloosahatchee River. And the report also discusses direct and indirect impacts of roads as they relate to this loss of wildlife habitat. So, the potential co-location illustrations that Will showed on the MCORS paths and courses map, I think it's called, the US 27, State Road 29, US 17, and State Road 31, and those few additional green areas depicting the new roads, those are all within the heart of Panther habitat and breeding areas. And those road impacts have not been sufficiently addressed. We don't know how these impacts are going to affect Panther. So I've seen excellent examples of the great work that Brent Setchell and the District 1 FDOT team has done installing and retrofitting wildlife crossings in Southwest Florida. And TNC has the confidence that FDOT would thoughtfully plan for Panther. But we have to recognize that FDOT is not in control of future development. And this sprawl that's going to come with the new roads and the interchanges is a problem. So that's why TNC, we just have to look to the future and see what these threats to Panthers and our wildlife are going to be. One of the suggestions I'd like to add to the instructions would be during planning process, I guess, PD&E, sometime in the next coming months, we should have a 5-year status review update on Florida Panther. I think Fish and Wildlife Service and FWC are working on that. Hopefully by 2021, we would have that out. So I would like to add that as an instruction for FDOT to review. And then also interchanges. We really haven't discussed interchanges, and that's going to be the problem areas. So could we have some sort of instruction on no interchanges within Panther focus area property or Panther focus area lands? Just trying to impress that we have one chance to do this with a federally endangered species, one of the most endangered in North America, and we just need to do it right. Thank you. I'll be quiet now.
Thanks, Wendy. Yeah, we did receive your materials, and they will be sent out to the task force with the next time task force member comments are distributed. So we appreciate the work that went into that report. Before I call on Paul, I do want to suggest if any of the local governments want to weigh in on the conversation that Wendy raised about roads and sprawl going forward. I don't, Commissioner Ahern perhaps in Blades County might be one, as well as the other ones that are affected by this. But while I wait for locals to weigh in, I'll go ahead with Paul. Paul Gray.
Thank you. At the risk of cluttering up a narrowly focused guiding principle, I wonder if it'd be worth in the very first paragraph to just mention that wildlife crossings that can be used by panthers are also used by a variety of wildlife and can benefit them concomitantly. And it also helps improve highway safety by avoiding wildlife collisions. Just because the panther is kind of an umbrella species in this regard, when we make crossings for them, we help a lot of things, including highway safety and other animals. So just something to think about.
And also, Paul, on that point, I know it can be a bit confusing because we still have a guiding principle on wildlife and plant habitats, but we have called out the specific one on the panther. So there is an instruction there when we do get to it that addresses wildlife crossings as well. But understand your comment that if there's any work done specific to the panther to keep other wildlife in mind as those discussions are happening.
Okay, thank you.
So then, thank you, Paul. Gary, and then Shannon. Gary Ritter with the Farm Bureau.
Yes. Hey, one of the things that you might consider coordination with would be agricultural operations. I know, and I should be more familiar with the program. I think U.S. Fish and Wildlife has a program to where they coordinate with agricultural operations, and many of them along this corridor will probably have, not probably, they will have prime panther habitat, roaming habitat. Some of those cow-calf operations then become a little bit vulnerable, and like I say, I thought U.S. Fish and Wildlife also has a program to where they work with farmers. But maybe that should be something that you could consider putting in here.
Thank you for that, Gary. We actually added specific language in conservation lands with regard to coordination with ag landowners, but that might be something too that we consider for panther and wildlife. They all kind of overlap to a certain degree.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that.
And Shannon Estanos.
Yes, thank you. First, let me just say that I am going to defer and rely heavily on my fellow task force members who have expertise and are involved intimately with panther conservation on matters related to which lands what's the right language to use? Is it Panther focus area? Is it something broader? I'm just not doing that work. That's not where our expertise lies. So my two comments are a little bit broader. And one of them I did mention in our staff briefing a couple of weeks ago, so I'll bring that back up again. And it goes to Wendy's point. I woke up this morning and saw the Tampa Bay Times article that talked about the work that Nature Conservancy has done. And it really gets to what my anxiety with this guiding principle continues to be. And that is by taking the similar approach to panthers in terms of priority that we've taken to other natural areas, the avoid, then restore, then minimize and mitigate. I think we are falling short of the mark, because in the case of panthers, we are already so close to the brink of losing this species, and absent any new transportation planning, I think Wendy just said it beautifully, already the remaining habitat that the panther is relying on is threatened. And so I don't exactly know how to do it, but it seems to me like there should be a go, no go, that if there's anything that is going to make us say we can't do this specific corridor, we just can't build this specific piece of the corridor, or we can't build the corridor here, it's going to be panther impacts. And so I'm really uncomfortable leaving it as in this priority approach. The second comment I'll make goes to what I asked way earlier, which goes to land acquisition. And LK mentioned it, I still am concerned and confused. If land acquisition is identified as being a necessary part of this corridor, I think what I'm hearing is that DOT may be able to raise some money, but they're going to be looking to other sources of land acquisition dollars to complete those acquisitions. And what I'm confused by is how that is a net positive. At the end of the day, if those lands already have funding identified and they already, well, first threshold question is, I'm assuming DOT's approach to conservation land and enhancement would be on a willing seller basis. So let me just ask that question right away. I mean, is DOT proposing that it's going to use eminent domain to take conservation or enhancement land? I should clarify that really quick.
Go ahead, okay. Yeah, you can answer.
So Shannon, very good question. I'm gonna try to answer in two parts, right? One is if you follow the presentation made by Chris, talked about direct impacts from the corridor, right? If you are working on a corridor, there's going to be that requirements that come out of our planning and PDE process, which says, hey, these are the mitigation, these are the enhancements that you need to do addressing the impacts of the corridor. So if there is any conservation land acquisition that is associated with it, we can, it's obviously we have to take care of it. That's part of our prime responsibility. That's part of our environmental feasibility and the addressing the impacts. Going beyond that, the statute also provides the language for us to use innovative acquisition techniques for acquiring conservation lands, and that's where the process kind of comes into the picture that we talked about, because you've got to filter into those most impactful conservation lands that we need to focus on. So at this point, I don't know how you can tell, hey, we're going to be fully funding that or partially funding that. It all depends on the fact of a willing seller, right? What I would think is we would want to look at the willing seller aspect of it if it is conservation lands that are beyond the things that we need to address as part of the corridor. But if we need to address as part of the corridor, then we would be able to use eminent domain. Jason, well, you want to add on to that?
Yes, sir. The only thing I would add on to, and I think you did a wonderful job when it comes to the funding portion to answer the second part of the question. For the first part of the question, I think it's important to note that there's a lot of current issues with the current transportation facilities that are out there, and how the traffic on those facilities impact the Panther. What we're looking to is MCORS, especially with co-location, gives us a great opportunity to go back and fix some of the issues that currently exist. So as it's specific to the transportation facilities, we look to the future being safer for the Panthers and us being in a better position than we find ourselves today. It doesn't address all of your questions, but I wanted to point out that as we go through and build the new portion of MCORS, we will be retrofitting the old portion of the co-located facility to make it safer for the Panthers.
Okay, well, I think that's an important point that I'd like to see more explicitly put into the guiding principle. This notion that once these facilities are built, the Panther will be better off than it is today, on balance. The other thing, I want to go back to Wendy's comment, because I really want to support it, and also to express the anxiety that it gives me, and that I think in the detailed instructions we might need to add something about induced development. And I know that the DOT is very hard for DOT, but the notion that in the PD&E study that it's not just the impact of the road, but it's the impact of reasonably foreseeable induced development that the road would contribute to. I mean, I think that is absolutely has to be part of the feasibility of this thing. Because remember that all of the growth management rules and laws and everything that quote unquote prevent urban sprawl, that calculus that the calculation that of what is defined as urban sprawl, it changes once there's a road on the ground. So something that was urban sprawl, and perhaps undesirable, once you put a road in, perhaps it's not urban sprawl anymore. Why? Because there's a road there. So I think that there has to be, this guiding principle demands a very, very thorough approach. And I think the nature I have not looked at the report. I will read it. But I do think that they have touched a really important point here, that I think this requires we do a little additional work on these detailed instructions and guiding principles. Thanks.
Thanks, Shannon. LK wants to weigh in. We may also touch on that when we talk about interchanges and connectivity later this afternoon. So that might be another area we would bring up, the development discussion. So okay.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Oh.
but also bring focus to the guiding principle that actually addresses the consistency with the comprehensive plans, right? And point out that there's specific language in the statute, particularly around changes, that brings the attention to the updates to the comprehensive plans and the attention that need to be provided to protecting the environment while figuring out that smart planning as it relates to land development around interchanges, right? So something that the task force may want to think about as far as instructions to bring that focus to that particular portion of the instruction related to the statute, particularly around interchanges. And the other thing, the third thing that I wanted to bring to the task force attention is toll facilities, right? Particularly turnpike facilities by nature are limited access facilities, right? So interchanges become that key component, and everything in between, there's a limited access fence that goes around it. And so if we focus on the interchanges, and turnpike is a pretty good example of that, right? Focusing around the interchanges and ensuring that the comprehensive plan process keeps that focus alive, like the statute talks about, particularly associated with the environmental impacts, we should be able to address that.
Yes, and I just wanted to add to what both LK and Karen said. In addition to guiding principle number 1, Karen mentioned we have 12, which is the connectivity to regional and local transportation networks, there actually are specific instructions relative to the interchanges and coordination with local and regional governments. And it also mentions environmental resource protections in that context. So I know this is a logical place to start that discussion, but I want to make sure that everyone knows that we have more specific instructions relative to this point later on.
Shannon, I'm going to let you look like you just have a follow-up, so we're going to let you go, and then John Ahern. So Shannon.
Yes, thank you. I so appreciate it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that we've got an opportunity to do things right in the guiding principle on interchanges. That's great. It is not the burden of local governments to protect a species like the panther that crosses over many, many local jurisdictions. That is a state and federal responsibility. DOT is a state agency. I think that it needs to, I really feel strongly that we've got to put something about interchanges and induced development in this particular guiding principle as it relates specifically to panthers. Otherwise, we are just transferring this burden to local governments, and it's not their burden to bear. Certainly they have a role in it, there's no question about that, but it's really not their burden to bear. Thanks.
Thank you, Shannon. Commissioner Ahern from Glades County. John?
Yes, well, on the, it's with Glades County being, well, 2/3 of it being in this new zone that we have, you know, on the north side of the river, Glades County certainly committed to working with everybody to do that. We can look at our comp plan and try to adjust as we need, you know, to take everything into consideration. But I just wanted to mention that Glades County is on board with working with everybody on that.
Thank you for making that point. And then Elizabeth came back, and Wendy came back as well. Elizabeth? Yourself muted?
Just want to underscore these points that are being talked about. I have made them myself, and I have submitted comments. And it seems like this may be an area where there are conflicting goals in terms of promoting economic development within communities or connecting communities, as opposed to limiting access on a toll road, which was one of the major reasons why the closest project that I think we can have a comparison is when State Road 84 through Collier County was upgraded to Interstate 75 along 40 full miles through public lands, much of it through public lands. So there was continuous fencing. 13 bridges were modified to allow hydrological flow and wildlife movement. 24 bridges, 24 underpasses were constructed specifically for the Florida panther. As I said, continuous fencing and no more interchanges. And there weren't supposed to be any interchanges. The one compromise and exception was State Road 29, and the few problems that they've had with I-75, that project actually improved the situation for the panther. What Jason is talking about, this project aspiring to do, that one did it. And it was a combination of large scale land acquisition at Big Cypress Preserve, the Florida Panther National Wildlife Refuge, and other areas. It was the wildlife underpasses and the fencing, but it was also limited access and without panthers being able to get onto the road. And the few problems that we've had over that project was completed in 1993. It had 100% success rate until later on. And the place where panthers access the road is around State Road 29 on that interchange. And State Road 29 today is one of the most dangerous roads in Florida for Florida panther. So we don't need to look very far for that example, but I do think we need to talk about and figure out how to avoid sprawl and inducing development, which is going to undermine all of the other good goals that are in this guideline. That is a big part of this equation. So.
Last one, so Wendy, we'll ask you to weigh in, and then maybe Jason Watts. You always are good at being creative. Maybe you have some way for us to move forward. Wendy?
Thank you, Karen. I just wanted to thank everybody for this good conversation on the sprawl and interchange issues. And Shannon said it very eloquently. And TNC would very much like to see some specific interchange language added to the instructions. That would be helpful. And Elizabeth's example is just an excellent example of how those interchanges come to be a problem for Panthers. So that's all. Thank you.
Hi. So let me back up a little bit because Elizabeth and I had a wonderful conversation. I believe it was earlier this week. It may have been last week. It may have been last month. I'm not sure. Time just runs together lately. About the fact that I-75 was such a good project for the Panthers. Part of that is because I-75 is a completely limited access facility. It is a lot easier for the department to help the Panther when we have a fully limited access facility. It's kind of a double-edged sword. Everything that we do during PD&E and as we evaluate impacts to endangered species or any other species or even communities or people all has to do with a balancing act. For this one, as we've talked about it through the task force, we've heard that we really want to co-locate facilities. Co-location also removes the idea that the facility can be completely limited access, so we have to be a little creative in our approach. I have heard the comment that we need an instruction at the very least, and Shannon, I'm speaking to you because I know this isn't exactly what you're asking for, but at the very least, we need to place a very high priority on not including interchanges in Panther protected habitat or in the focus areas. I'm not sure if that's possible. I'd have to look at the maps, but it should be the last resort only after we do some things. I think based on the conversation, we'll take it back and we'll look at adding some sort of an instruction that addresses that as at the least an aspirational goal, and to Shannon's point, maybe a little more than that based on our relationships with the other agencies. The other thing I'd like to point out is this guiding principle is addition to what we normally do. Understand when the department goes through building a new facility, we deal with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Commission a lot because it's an endangered species and we have to go through formal consultation most of the time. So there's lots of steps that aren't included in this. This is kind of the icing on the cake for us to do more. Very much appreciated. It gives us very good guidance. But we'll look at adding some sort of broad instruction to capture what was said today.
That's great, Jason. Thank you. So Karen, how are we doing?
We have one more person that raised their hand, so we'll let Matt Caldwell have his say, and then we will move on to other guiding principles. So Matt? You might be.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. I just wanted to reiterate and kind of build around what Jason just talked about. You recall something I brought up back last year was, you know, having a vision to only have interchanges at other state highway facilities. And I think that commitment for this project, which is essentially what happened with I-75 in the example Elizabeth gave, I think it just solves so many of kind of the rough edges of what we've already been talking about this morning. It drives the project to existing facilities. We don't just have to say that that's a goal, but that really drives the process to that if you limit interchanges to other state facilities. And it puts the onus not on local governments to have to wrestle with these competing issues on a case-by-case basis, county by county or city by city, but it forces the project to always be a stem to stern priority for the state to really have that regional view and think about, as you design the corridor and then as you operate the corridor, not just the initial design and initial construction, but potentially any future changes. If you really commit to having it always be a limited access road with interchanges only at other state facilities, I think all these other issues that we've been talking about and continue to talk about are for the most part going to get addressed. And however you want to capture that, I think that really is a key point that would help a lot of the folks on this committee.
I think that's a wonderful idea, and it's what I was trying to articulate earlier, is if we were building a complete limited access facility, that would be a fairly easy ask. As we co-locate this facility, you'll have portions of the facility that are limited access and portions of this facility that are not limited access and existing roads. We're going to have to look at how to craft that. I don't think we disagree in theory with the principle, but we're going to have to look at how that applies to co-location.
Okay, great. So Karen, I think it wraps it up for the discussion.
We're going to go on to the next guiding principle. So,
okay, since we began with the Florida Panther, since we have such similarity in terms of the guiding principle prioritization with our other environmental and wildlife guiding principles and instructions, we're going to move now to conservation lands, wildlife and plant habitat, as well as water resources. Let's transition now to our note taker and the report.
Yes,
Okay.
just as a reminder, we are moving into the report. We're going to be showing you the report the rest of the afternoon. I'm sorry if I'm stepping on your toes.
Nope, we're a team, no problem.
So you're going to want to make sure you have that up. And then there is the guiding principle worksheet that shows you kind of the evolution of the changes over time. So
yes, and we're going to be talking through some of the changes since task force meeting number 7 as well, to kind of draw your attention to that. First of all, in the report, we know that this section of the report you received last week. Hopefully you've been able to take a look at it with some of the narrative that's in there. This happens to be one area that has a fairly substantial preamble. And this preamble here in conservation lands really is a preamble to all 4 of the guiding principles and instructions, including the one for the Florida Panther, to really summarize the approach that the task force took to this, including how there is synergy amongst the prioritization and the guiding principle and whatnot. So that is preamble language for you to consider. What we'd like to do right now is go right to the guiding principle language, which is line 35. And if you don't mind, I'm going to point out some changes to all 3 of these guiding principles and instructions because there are similarities, and then we can open up for discussion on all 3. So hopefully that works for you. What I will say here about the guiding principle, you will see this consistent throughout. I'll just mention it one time here. With respect to the prioritization. So you see the avoid negative impacts first, restore, connect, and enhance second, and minimize and mitigate negative impacts third. So that'll be consistent. To talk about the instructions regarding conservation lands, you'll see, just as I believe it was Will who talked about this before, you will see the second bullet there, number 4, where you've got the acquisition, the intent of acquiring property prior to or parallel to corridor development. A lot of the items that you see in here that have been added is consistent with what was in Will's presentation. So the coordination with other entities, here's the coordination with landowners and operators of agricultural lands. And then also, as mentioned in Task Force 7, Brandy, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down to the last instruction. Identify and prioritize opportunities to restore the purpose of existing lands by reversing negative impacts of existing transportation facilities. So this is based on a combination of comments from meeting 7 and things that were received post meeting 7. let's move now to guiding principle number 8. Okay, so really the same change to the guiding principle. If you look in the instructions, you'll see the same change related to acquisition. You will see added language that includes in the next bullet the design elements such as elevated roadway segments as it pertains to wildlife crossings. And also, as you move farther down, you'll see more coordination, including Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission managed lands that are not covered by other instructions. One of the things that we've heard come up is there are certain lands that have already been covered with respect to some of the other instructions, whether it's the reference of P2000 and Florida Forever acquired lands and other items. So this is an opportunity to capture some of the other lands that task force members had requested that may not be covered in those overlaps, and to make a general statement regarding that. And then you'll see a couple of other bullets there, one that specifically calls out Lake Wales Ridge, and also a request by a task force member related to reducing invasive plant species along the transportation corridor, which is something that's part of FDOT's processes as it pertains to maintenance of roadways and right-of-way. So last but not least, let's just do a quick review of water resources. Again, similar changes to the guiding principle. In the instructions, it was actually under guiding principle number 1. There were other plans that were brought up relative to consistency, and that had to do with things like water supply plans that you see here and other federal projects and plans. So if you look at the second and third bullet, those seem to be very well aligned to the water resources element here, so that has been added. In the acquisition bullet, following that, you'll see the addition of Big Cypress National Preserve being called out, but similar language relative to acquisition happening prior to or parallel to the corridor development. And then really the other changes were additions such as utilizing of best management practices and things like that. So I believe I've gone through the high points of the changes, and maybe Karen, we can open it up to some discussion about these 3.
Yeah, so maybe with conservation lands first, or whichever order you want to go. So Elizabeth's right out of the box. So Elizabeth, which guiding principle did you want to talk about?
I was going to talk about some instructions. Are we talking only big?
Perfect. No, we're talking about them both. I meant to use the term guiding principle as a theme.
Okay, right. And my comment is identical for conservation lands and for wildlife and plant habitat. So for the first instruction, and I know this seems to have been confusing all along, but I think it used to say, well, it had managed lands. And what that was Florida Natural Areas Inventory defines lands managed for conservation as these different entities which are listed here. So what I was hoping we could do is make those 2 first instructions consistent and then include all of those entities. And to this, I would add wildlife management areas or national wildlife refuges. And then to the habitat one, wildlife and plant habitats, the only one listed is national wildlife refuges. So if those could both be identical and be more comprehensive, we wouldn't have the need to be figuring out which one was missing and then adding it later somewhere else. And I can submit that in writing if it's helpful.
Okay, that would be, and we would phone a friend, Jason Watts, again, to weigh in on that one.
Yes, specifically, Jason, if you wouldn't mind the managed lands aspect.
Yeah, Elizabeth, I'm happy to look at what you have there. What we were trying to capture in this first bullet was the initial kind of, and I'm going to say pink and purple maps that the department put forward in the beginning. We wanted to make sure they weren't left off. And this were all the things that we had originally said, we're not going to place a new corridor through. If you have other areas that aren't listed that you want us to do something different with, I would suggest you suggest that and we'll look at it. We went round and round about the word managed and what the word managed means and how it means different things to different people. So we were trying to make sure that we captured what we meant and we're specific in the explanation. So I think we'll look forward to what you send in, and then we'll give it a read and give you a call if we have concern.
Elizabeth, is that helpful?
Well, let me give an example. And I understand that you don't want us to put everything in the kitchen sink. I get that, but why would we put to avoid national wildlife refuges for wildlife habitat, but not for conservation lands? It would result in the same thing on the ground. I don't think anybody envisioned putting a new road through a national wildlife refuge.
I don't disagree with you, and I understand what you're asking for them to be to the same, but we also looked at all of these are to be read together, and if it's in one, it means it's for the project. Let us take a look at it and get back to you, because I understand your point. And you know, we could have had a general statement at the beginning that says, here's what we're gonna not place a new corridor through for all processes, because they're read together when we read them. But it's a good point. We'll look at your information when you send it in.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up is Gary Ritter. Gary?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not really sure how to start with this. Under the conservation lands, you have listed as protecting environmental issues for agriculture. I can't, let me see what bullet that one is. Well, nonetheless, it's coordinate with landowners and operators of agricultural lands that also serve with conservation purpose. And I think, you know, if you go up to the guiding principle number 5 with agriculture, you probably don't need to be. You could probably take that kind of wording out of that area, because you already have it under conservation easements. In other words, the environmental and the protect, because you know I think since you have it in the conservation easement, you know we're you know, maybe talking about something different specifically for agriculture.
I'm sorry, Gary.
No, just a suggestion. You know, so in the draft guiding principles, you could probably take environmental and maybe even take protect out of there and just say enhance, minimize impacts to productive agricultural lands and other productive lands with economic significance, because you've already got the environmental part covered under conservation lands.
So Gary, go ahead, Jason.
Oh, hi, Gary, thank you for that. I think it was done intentionally. I think what the concern was that there's a potential category of agricultural lands that aren't necessarily in conservation easements or in wrapped up in the conservation world, but they do have an environmental significance, and we wanted to make sure that they were captured. I don't necessarily think it's duplicative, but we'll take it back and look and see if it is. And as I said earlier, they should be read together, so they shouldn't be duplicative.
Yeah, and you know, and I've also I have that same thing in mind, because there are some agricultural lands that aren't in conservation easement that would be considered environmentally significant. So maybe that's something that we should talk about. You know, we can talk about that another time. But the other thing under the agricultural lands guiding principles, you can I don't think you really need to get into the weeds with you know, having the U.S. Department of Agricultural and Natural Resources Conservation Service, irrigated cropland, non-irrigated cropland, Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. I think that all can be scratched out of there and just say apply guiding principles to prime farmlands and timberlands, Florida rural family lands, so on and so forth. But I think that other part can be scratched out of there. I don't think it's necessary to get into irrigated and non-irrigated agricultural areas.
So Gary, if you don't mind, maybe we can come back to that discussion when we get to the agricultural land use. So we'll make a note of that.
Yeah.
Because some of that is by reference only, so we can make sure that that's up on the screen for everyone to look at. I did want to follow up on what Jason said with regards to the language and the instruction for conservation lands that was added. That really was as a direct result when we're looking at the ag land uses guiding principle. We had a couple of task force members that wanted to add language there relative to the environmental sensitivity in an instruction. And the general discussion was for the instructions, those for ag land uses are a little bit more on the true land use and economic development side, and to try to fold in the environmental sensitivity aspect into a guiding principle that was very focused on that. So that was deliberate coming out of the last meeting, but certainly we can go back and for Jason's comment, take a look at that. I just wanted you to know kind of the genesis of it.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Beth.
Sure.
So then Tom Grave and then Shannon Estenos. Tom? I think you have to unmute here. There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Just echoing Elizabeth, having refuge, park, and WMA, wildlife management area kind of scattered about, seems like an opportunity to maybe, if conservation's land number 6 is an overarching one, if possible, combine all that into first. That's all, just echoing that. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you. Sorry if that's confusing. You can see all the various overlap within these. Shannon?
Hi, yes, okay. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the water resources guiding principle, if that's appropriate, or I'm sorry, are we just, I am.
Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Could we put it up maybe?
Yes, we're going to do that right now.
Okay.
Let's show line 34 at the top, Randy, if we could, so we can see more of the instructions. Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, that's great. Okay. So, okay, so I appreciate that you've put language in about the SERP and about Kissimmee River. Now, one of the things that I had, and I probably did it inartfully, in that was I tried to capture the longevity of SERP and these other restoration plans. So SERP is a process we're in the middle of it. Those projects are in different stages of planning and construction. So I had included during the life of the MCORS project, meaning, over time. What we don't want is DOT to come in, make plans that then preclude options in a future SERP project. So I don't know if that's implicit. It's a small comment. I'd like the opportunity in the coming weeks, if I can think of a more artful way to add a few words there to capture that. And I don't feel like I'm splitting hairs here, because we have experienced that in other parts of the system, where especially, and this is very true for DOT and transportation projects, they tend to move faster than SERP projects do. Everything moves faster than SERP projects do. But anyway, transportation projects tend to get out ahead, and then we end up having to figure out how we're going to fit the restoration project around the existing DOT project. So that's one. The other thing is, I had given several suggestions. I'm wondering if we could scroll up a little farther.
Sure.
Related to nutrient management in these basins, in Kissimmee, C43, And I'm not sure that made it in. I'm looking here, I'm gonna make sure. So I do feel like there needs to be some acknowledgement and perhaps even identifying nutrient reduction, non-point source nutrient reduction as a potential enhancement that MCORS could contribute to in its efforts. Nutrient enrichment is a huge challenge before us in the Kissimmee Basin. Flows into Lake Okeechobee, and my fellow task force members know this well. This is something we're really struggling with. And number one, we don't want to do anything that would make that problem bigger, obviously. And it's not just in the Kissimmee, it's also, like, for example, into the Caloosahatchee River and, the other receiving bodies, surface water bodies in particular. But also, this is an environmental enhancement objective that would be nice if MCORS could actually contribute to. So again, I'd like to reserve the right to maybe come back and suggest. I've already suggested some language, but I'm not sure why it obviously didn't make it in.
So there are a couple things, Shannon, here, and they're probably overarching, and that's why you're not seeing that specific language there. So you've got the third, let's see, make sure I'm looking at the right ones here.
Yeah, the design, transportation.
Restore, and the third bullet there, restore and enhance water quality, quantity, and flow. Certainly those design elements are not limiting. That is just to provide example. And then there's also 2 bullets down, the high priority on avoiding adverse impacts. So I think those are overarching instructions to which the nutrient example would be inclusive in that, but I understand it wasn't jumping out at you as a specific instruction.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. It didn't jump at me. I do see what you mean. I may come back with maybe just a comma clause there that said including but not limited to nutrient. And it's a big enough issue that we wrestle with so much in the South Florida water world that it seems like it might be worth enumerating specifically as either as an example or as including but not limited to or something like that. Okay, and then finally, with respect to water supply, is there language? I don't know why I'm having a hard time seeing the screen, but did we talk about regional water supply plans? I thought that I had seen something about consistency with regional water supply
yes,
plans.
It's actually, unfortunately, in the report, this is like split between 2 pages. So if we scroll up, sorry about that. If we scroll up, you will see it there. See it, the second bullet?
Yes, okay, very good. Okay, and I think that gets to my concern about increased demands on the Caloosahatchee, the C43, or Lake Okeechobee, which is what we would want to avoid. All right, very good. Thank you.
And Jason
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to offer something on your first point about the SERP, though. I think what the language, I agree with you completely. Let's start there. I think the intent of that language is when we're talking about being consistent with the plan and the planned projects, it's these guiding principles will apply to all of our projects. So we have to kind of look out ahead, and that's what that means to me, and I think that's what that means to the department. If you can offer language to make it say that more eloquently, we'd love to see it, but I think that was our goal.
Okay, and I see here that you've also included, you have taken the water quality or hydrologic restoration project, and I think that and I would look to Gary Ritter or anybody else to sort of chime in. And does that get to the kind of the NEAP effort? Does that get to making sure it's comprehensive enough? But I got it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Shannon. We have others?
We do, yeah. So Jason Lauritsen, and then Ken Doherty, and then Paul Gray.
Yes, thank you. Jason Lauritsen from the Florida Wildlife Corridor. I don't know if this would fit best in Guiding Principle 6 or 8, but in the second bullet in both of those guiding principles, it deals with land acquisition, and it might be helpful. I think it would be helpful to add language along the lines of placing an emphasis on connectivity gaps and bottlenecks identified in the Florida Ecological Greenways Network model. And keeping in mind that that's a model that gets updated from time to time. So if we need to say something like the latest model, but the idea there is to get to the reality that a lot of the land acquisition programs focus on the large intact parcels and those urban wild interface pieces that are the narrow bottlenecks or the small gaps between less attractive parcels don't necessarily rank highly. So if that language could go in either one or the other of those guiding principles, that'd be appreciated. I have a.
So Jason, I just want to clarify on that. So language that basically says placing a high priority on.
Right, place an emphasis on or place a priority on. I don't want to suggest that these pieces should be purchased instead of or in lieu of, but I want them not to be ignored. There needs to be a judgment call in a case-by-case basis, but I'd like to place an emphasis on that category, gaps and bottlenecks. And to a starting place to find those would be that FEGN network model.
Yeah, so that should work, Jason. We'll take a look at that and see about some language to address your thought there.
Thank you. And there's another one related to mitigation and enhancement. You have an element in guiding principle 8. I think it's the third bullet down that talks about wildlife crossings, elevated roadways, and design elements relating to wildlife corridors. I don't know how to place this in there, so I'm just suggesting here that when we determine mitigation values, I'd like to make sure that we're including not simply new road alignments or wider road alignments, but also what the increased traffic load on arterial roads that feed into an intersection or a start and stop of a corridor segment. And some of the segments we've talked about specifically at the start in the Panther area off of I-75 or State Road 82, some of those segments are connected to areas where there are high panther mortality on existing roads. So I'd like to just make sure that when we're looking at mitigation and enhancement, just adding another segment nearby will increase impacts on arterial roadways, and somehow figuring a way to mitigate the with project impacts and enhance the historic legacy impacts using those features would be, just want to flag that's an important consideration when determining how much to elevate, how much to fit a fence, and so forth. And then the last request I have is related again to land acquisition. There are a number of riparian conservation holdings along rivers that are within the Florida Wildlife Corridor or the FEGN Priority 3 layer, which are not adequately wide enough to serve as a wildlife corridor. So I'd like to have some consideration placed on increasing the width of riparian corridors so that they would be suitable to serve as wildlife corridors in the mix of acquisitions.
Okay. Related to the bottleneck discussion too, correct?
That's right. Yeah. I mean, I just wouldn't want folks to overlook the fact that some places there are conservation holdings, but they're not always adequate. So.
Okay, Jason, thank you. Thank you for that input. So we'll take a look at your thoughts and look at the language and see if we can address that.
So Ken Doherty?
Karen, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Very good. I just wanted to mention that I know we're not talking about the agricultural land uses right now, but I do support what Gary mentioned relative to the first guiding principle, cleaning that up, and also the first instruction, also simplifying that. So I support that. Relative to the wildlife and plant habitats, I received a request for the task force to consider the next to the last bullet concerning Lake Wales Ridge, and only from the standpoint they felt that it was written a little bit too broadly and would suggest that we change it to say, place a high priority on avoiding new adverse impacts to remaining high quality habitat in the Lake Wales Ridge. Obviously, that's not a Charlotte County issue, but I felt it was appropriate to forward it on for consideration for the task force, especially for those who are more familiar. They feel that it's already fairly highly impacted, and this language would tighten it up a little bit. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Ken, that clarification.
Yeah, and as we've been going along and taking these comments, we haven't been asking about consensus of other task force members weighing in. Please do weigh in if you hear something that you are not comfortable with going forward. So I appreciate Ken mentioning that. Paul, and then Gary Ritter. Paul Gray.
Hi, just a wordsmithing suggestion. On the top of page 21, the bullet that Shannon was referring to, if we could go to that real quick. On top of page 21.
Is that where we are, Randy?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, the very top, no, you were there. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize it.
Sorry
go back
about
up
the
a little.
page splits.
Yeah, okay, so it's the very top bullet, line number 1, says be consistent with SERP and Kissimmee, and that's great. We might change South Florida Water Management District just to Water Management Districts plural, because a large part of our study area is in the Southwest Florida Water Management District. And also, I would like to add DEP to this, because in the Lake Okeechobee Basin Management Action Plan, they actually have listed highway projects on Highway 70 as water quality improvement projects. And so there is a precedent for it, so we need to include being consistent with DEP plans like BMAPs. So the recommendation would be just to make that Water Management Districts plural and include DEP in the mention for consistency. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
And Gary Ritter.
You know, Paul must have been, even though we're not sitting together, he must have been reading my mind, because I had the exact same 2 suggestions as he just requested. I felt like, you know, especially after listening to Shannon and where she was going with that, and the basin management action plans are really an important component that should be, you know, you should be consistent with. And yes, Paul is absolutely right. There's more than one water management district, and I think they both deal with basin management action plans as well. I agree with Ken's statement. I also got some feedback from stakeholders concerning the Lake Wales Ridge, and I think that can be tightened up, that wording as well. Thank you.
Okay. It's nice to know stakeholders are communicating with you.
So maybe we can do the agricultural guiding principle before lunch,
That works
since we've
for
already
me.
received some comments. So
Okay. Moving right along, so we're going to go to number 5.
guiding principle and instructions, excuse me.
Yes.
I try to adapt and learn.
which are both equally weighted. Just for clarification.
Right, yes.
Okay. All right. So here you see the agricultural land uses. I recognize that there's some discussion about maybe modifying the guiding principle, but let me just discuss what has been changed since meeting 7 and what you see here. There was a request at meeting 7 to add what you see at the very end of the guiding principle and their market destinations. So that has been added. And then when you get to the instructions, believe it or not, those elements were there, the prime farmlands and et cetera. What was added was the sources of the definitions of those lands, just to bring more clarity as to what those are. But other than that, those lands were listed before. You also see just a little bit of clarity in the second bullet that designates that Century Farm is an honorary designation, just so that it doesn't confuse, members of the public and others that are looking at that. But other than that, those were the only changes that were made to this. So maybe we can come back around to the discussion about suggested modification to the guiding principle. Ken and I think it was Gary.
Yep, Gary's got his hand raised.
Great, so that we can be more specific and looking at these on the screen, as well as the first instruction and any other comments that task force members have.
Go ahead, Gary.
There we go. Yeah, I don't think it's really necessary under that first bullet to have the irrigated, non-irrigated crop land designation to that. I think you can just scratch that all out and say apply the guiding principle to prime farmlands and timberlands, and then the rest looks good there. It was suggested to me that we look at the word protect, and let's see, it was in protect and in environmental significance in the first bullet in the draft guiding principles. I feel kind of, I'd like to hear what other task force members have to say about that one. I'm somewhat ambivalent. Would that be the right word? So.
Okay, and I think Ken Doherty's taking you up on it. Ken, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, Karen, yeah, I would just say if you take that first guiding principle, I think Gary and I are on the same page. I would just suggest it's changed to read enhance and minimize impacts to productive agricultural lands and other productive lands with economic significance. That's what I would recommend. And then relative to the instruction, the first instruction, I agree with what Gary was saying. Apply the guiding principle to prime farmlands and timberlands, Florida rural and family lands, protection program lands, and farmland, agricultural preservation areas designated in local government comprehensive plans. That just simplifies it, I think, and I would be very comfortable with those changes. Thank you.
Okay, any other task force members?
Yes, Penny Taylor.
Okay.
Ms. Wayne and Penny.
Thank you. The question that I would like to know whether we want to weave this in now is the importance of agriculture, not only for food supply, the importance is also for water recharge. It is also for panthers. So when we talk about major economic drivers and areas of environmental sensitivity, I would like to see if there's any support to add those areas, water recharge, panther habitat, to it, because that sometimes gets lost when you think of agriculture in a way that doesn't look at the broad use of agricultural land. So I'd like to see if there's any support for that. So it actually would be supporting it and to identify what this environmental sensitivity is. Thank you.
So Penny, a couple things, and then we'll ask other task force members certainly weigh in. I just want to do one point of clarification. Just as a reminder, in the conservation lands area, we did add, because of those points that you just mentioned, we did add something specific to coordination with landowners and operators of agricultural lands that also serve a conservation purpose. Perhaps that could be in other environmental purposes, but that was specifically put there for this to be a focus on the other aspects. So with that being said, just for clarification, maybe other task force members want to weigh in.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of conflicts here. So I'm going to let, and we need to break for lunch at 12:30. Paul and then Gary had their hands up, and then we will table that where we're at. So Paul, Gray, and then Gary Redden.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure if it's a definition, but I was looking at the prime farmlands in the region, and a lot of the ranches are not included as prime farmlands. And so we mentioned prime farmlands, we mentioned timberlands, but we're not specifically mentioning ranch lands, which maybe that would be worthwhile doing, because even in the second bullet, it says work with owners of agricultural farms. And I guess in the broad term, a ranch is a farm, but we might just mention the ranches as part of the agricultural community.
Thank you, Paul.
Gary?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with Paul on that one. You could probably say farm and ranch lands with that, just to make that clarification. Getting back to Penny's comment, I sense with the recharge situation, I think that's in the purpose, protect the environment and natural resources. I don't know if that's in my mind. It's kind of intuitive that would involve recharge as well. But I had made the comment earlier when we were talking about the panther thing, and I think we should probably go back and talk with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and get some verbiage there about their panther program in agricultural operations, because I know there was a comment concerning, well, we have the conservation easements, but there's a lot of agricultural lands that provide good panther habitat that are not under conservation easement. So in like I say, I apologize because I'm not as familiar as I should be with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife and agricultural program that they once had going, and I think it's still there, but that's something that we may want to look into for the and put under the panther part of it.
Thank you very much, Gary, for that guidance there. And we've got two other folks with their hands up, so it's possible that maybe we can round out this discussion on ag.
Yep. So
if you'll bear with us.
Penny, I know you want to respond, and then Andrew Dickman, and then we will close it after that. So Penny.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just briefly, I certainly could write something to you about this, but I think it's increasingly important as we grow that we understand that nothing is siloed, that it's all intertwined, and that agriculture is extremely important, but it's also important for the environment and to name what it's for. And I like the idea of going and finding out from the U.S. wildlife folks about what their wording is. But it's critical, I think, that we show that connectivity all through this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny.
Andrew? You self-muted.
There
you
I'm
go.
unmuted now, sorry. I do think on the guiding principle where it refers to productive lands and economic or environmental significance, I think the environmental significance is definitely associated with habitat as well as groundwater recharge. And so I think that needs, I do support that, and where it could be placed in there, I'm not sure, but I'd be supportive of that, unpacking that a little bit more.
Okay. I just want to make one statement, is that we're seeing a little bit of differences in terms of the environmental sensitivity in or out of this guiding principle. So I think there was an attempt to accommodate that in the environmental guiding principles based on a number of discussion points from task force members, so it's not lost. So as you might imagine, with all of the overlap, it's really hard to put everything in one place or another that will kind of be satisfactory to everyone. So bear with us, but we want to make sure that it's all captured, because they are all seen as a package, and with no single guiding principle or instruction having priority over another. Thank you, LK.
I think that's a great point, Beth. That conversation actually happened at the last task force meeting when we created a new guiding principle for agriculture, right? But I want to say thank you to the task force members for the engaging conversation throughout the morning. I'm sure you all are very hungry at this point, want to go to lunch. So why don't we do this? We will take a lunch break and get back here at 1:30 p.m. So we're cutting into your lunch break. Sorry about that. So we ask you to keep this meeting open on your computer during our break so that we can get to work at hand, promptly, like I said, at 1:30. If you need to disconnect during the break, please log on a few minutes before 1:30 to ensure you are fully connected. The meeting will be muted during this time. If you need any technical assistance during our break, please reach out to Tom and Bill. Thank you. Have a great lunch. We'll see you at 1:30. Hey. Okay, afternoon, task force members. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a great lunch. Welcome back to the continued conversation on defining our draft guiding principles and instructions. If you are having any technical difficulties, please raise your virtual hand and the team will work with you. So now I'm going to hand it back to Beth and Karen to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, okay. So before we head back into the report, I just wanted to remind people about the public comment period. You do need to be registered to be able to submit public comments and this afternoon. Any requests made online to provide comments virtually must be received by 4 p.m. today or via a speaker card at the public viewing locations. If you've not registered to provide comments for today's virtual meeting and wish to do so, please sign up under the website for today's event or complete a speaker card. If you need the link emailed to you, this is the one time that the attendees that are not task force members can raise their hand, and the staff will get you the link emailed to you. At any point in time, comments can be submitted to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us, the email address at the bottom of the screen. So with that, we will return back to our reviewing the draft report and guiding principles. We've gone through a good chunk. We're going to start back at the beginning then with guiding principle number 1 now, right, Beth?
That's correct. So we're going to go to the cross-cutting guiding principles. The first one being consistency with statewide, regional, and local plans. So the change that you see here, there's been no change to the guiding principle itself based on inputs, but there was an input regarding referencing Heartland 2060, the regional vision, as an instruction. So actually, if you look at the third bullet in the instructions, you will see an addition there for being consistent with the Heartland 2060 regional vision. And that really was the only significant change made to the instructions.
So with that, we're ready to open up for any additional thoughts or comments from the task force. We are trying to start with the ones that did have more comments than others, but we wanted to do these first two cross-cutting guiding principles because they do have some relevance in some of the others. So I am not seeing any hands go up. So if anybody has any concerns, please raise your hand now. Otherwise, we'll assume everybody's generally in agreement with this guiding principle and the instructions.
Great. So we'll move on to guiding principle 2, maximizing use of existing facilities. And really the only, the comment came in actually at meeting 7 and was incorporated. And that was in the 3rd instruction to add the words and utility after transportation. So transportation and utility facilities. Other than that, no other requested changes. So any further discussion by task force members?
Right, so we do have a few hands going up with this one. So Paul Gray and then Jason Lauritsen. Paul?
Thank you. On guiding principle number 2, could we add a qualifier saying develop new facilities if needed? I mean, just saying develop new facilities, I mean, just to be more careful. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. Paul, just to draw your attention to the preamble there, maybe it does or maybe it doesn't meet your need, but it does say evaluate potential alternatives for addressing statewide and interregional mobility and connectivity needs. If that's not enough, then certainly we can discuss adding that to item 2.
Yeah, I guess what I'm uncomfortable with is just having a statement saying develop new facilities without having a qualifier on it.
Okay.
You do say needs, but I'm conservative in this regard.
No, I agree with the principle. I think you also have to look at the beginning part of the guiding principle where it says it's a priority order. And the way we read that is we only get to 2 if you can't do 1. And that's why we listed it in a priority order. We can take a look at writing that differently, but I wanted to draw your attention to that too.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Jason Lauritsen?
Yes, thank you. Regarding the second cross-cutting principle, the second instruction, I believe it is, no, I guess the 3rd instruction, dealing with co-location of utility facilities. I'm assuming that this would imply power line right-of-ways and things of that nature. From the standpoint of wildlife corridors and habitat connectivity, a power line right-of-way with no road on it is essentially an invisible feature in the landscape for many species. And considering that as a co-location priority for a road is very different. It's really like a greenfield new build rather than something like a co-location around an existing road. So I'm not comfortable with adding that into the co-location priority instruction. If you want to retain acknowledgement that utility power line right-of-ways and things of that nature may fit somewhere in here, I would at least hope that we could reduce the priority of that. Again, just based on the fact that I look at the utility facilities typically as rather neutral when it comes to connectivity issues for habitat.
Well, and Jason may be able to weigh in on this, but maybe some language that indicates, because utility facilities was added specific to a task force member comment, but maybe something that addresses if it's already a disturbed area or something of that effect. Jason, thoughts?
Yeah, Beth, I think we're going to take a look at that. We've heard it a couple times now, and I think what it does is it draws the distinction between co-locating on an existing transportation facility as co-locating on a facility that doesn't have pavement on it already. I think we're going to split it out into two different items and have one be a higher priority than the other. I actually agree with the comment, and I think it's worth looking at.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, one of the dominant issues that affects wildlife is that the traffic. And even if you had pavement that was simply tied to servicing of the utility lines, that paved road or that gravel road would have nominal traffic on it compared to any facility that we would be talking about in association with MCORs. So anyway, thank you, Jason. I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you.
Hey, Jason, this is LK. I think you got a very good point in that we should be focusing on the conflict side of it, right, with the Florida Panther. So your point about the utility corridor and literally being a greenfield is a pretty good point. Thank you.
Pat Steed, I see you raised your hand.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, I understand some of what that point is, but I mean, I think when you think about utilities in its entirety, that's where this is really important. Electric power lines is one thing, water lines, wastewater lines, broadband in the ground, natural gas pipeline, et cetera, et cetera. When you add up all of those things individually and the impacts they take to construction, and I frequently say relocation and reconstruction, they really do have a very negative impact, I think, on habitat in many cases. So the idea is, to me, the operative words are evaluate opportunities, because it is the opportunities and the nature of those utilities that might be considered that actually could be positive for utilities, for cost, for future disruptions, but it doesn't mean all utilities. So personally, I don't have a problem with it, but I do understand the point.
Thanks, Pat.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands. So I think are there any other concerns from the task force members, or especially with any of the changes suggested? Please raise your hand if so. I'm not seeing any hands, so we can move on.
Great. Okay, as Karen said, we're going to go over those that have actually had the most discussion, particularly at meeting 7 and beyond, so that we can have the dialogue first. So we're going to go next to guiding principle 12, connectivity to regional and local transportation network. We actually do not have any changes here related to comments, but by virtue of the fact, if you take a look at the instructions, we did talk about the fact that interchanges are addressed here. So any thoughts related to this guiding principle and instructions?
And we did talk about some of this with the Panther principle. So if there was anything else that task force members wanted to raise regarding the instructions or connectivity to regional and local transportation networks. I think the lunch lull hit quick. So it's very quiet for the group. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. So I'm assuming that means there are no additional thoughts on the comments here or anything related to interchanges. That did it.
Okay.
Gary, no, we've got some hands. I stalled long enough. So Gary Ritter. Gary?
Yeah, no, I just had a question, because as I was reading it, and when it says areas compatible with compatible land uses, that could incorporate anything, all land uses that we might think of, such as agriculture. Then is that how we were looking at that?
Correct.
Under the instructions in the second bullet.
Yeah, Beth answered correct.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I had.
Sorry about that, Gary. I was too quick and short. Apologize. Okay.
Go ahead.
You know, I just want to prompt the task force members, because there was a lot of conversation when we were talking about the Florida panther and wildlife, and the importance of interchange plans, and particularly conversations about interchanges, right? So this is the guiding principle that addresses that. So I want to make sure that conversation translates to this guiding principle.
So Bill McDaniel has raised his hand. Bill?
Good afternoon, everybody. And I've been conspicuously absent, even though you keep calling, asking us to tell us what we're thinking. Most of the time, you don't want to know what I'm thinking anyway, Karen. So I wanted to maybe make a suggestion here, because there was, and I have to suspect you folks are jumping to one of the hot topic items here that, and maybe there's a few of our members who are still a minute late for lunch, so we might want to review this a little bit later in our discussion. But and I don't really concur with my friend Matt Caldwell on the prioritization of the interchange locations at the state highway systems where they intersect. I like this as because there are some local roads on a regional basis that should and could fit into the interconnection down in the instructions, bullet point 1. And because Matt had said that we should limit it to state highway facilities and maybe set aside some of these concerns of sprawl and development that ensues after the road and interchange are in fact brought in. I think we truly can sufficiently cover it and have covered it by matching up with local and regional planning efforts that are within whatever location that this corridor actually goes. But Jason Watts, the phone a friend that's sitting over there, we can't see. He regularly says that we look at these things as prioritizations, and so maybe we add in the state highway systems as the priority, because I think that should be the case, and that would fix a lot of the things that our friend Elizabeth, my friend Elizabeth, shared early on about State Road 29 and I-75's interchange, and then the graphs that were brought forward with the known negative impacts that transpire for the traffic fatalities in the Florida Panther, specifically on State Road 29 south out of town, right there on the bend and all. But if we prioritize the interchange locations first at state highway systems and then regional if needed, and that would then draw in the local communities once the legislature and the department drew the line on the map and everybody knew where the road was going to go. Then the individual, through the PD&E processes, the individual communities would have the opportunity to weigh in on the local road systems, but the department would be coming at it from that prioritization first. Those interchanges would be at or considered first at the state highway systems intersections, then to the regional roads if needed. So, and that was the thought that I had after Matt wanted to limit it strictly to the state highway systems.
And Bill, that's an interesting point. Oh, I'm sorry.
I started talking. You guys were answering me. Forgive me.
Well, I was just going to point out, kind of ironically, this guiding principle was put forward, I believe, back in virtual meeting 4. We've talked about this a couple of times, and the language in the first bullet was changed to say regional roads a while back. So it'd be interesting to hear other task force members just kind of weigh in on the prioritization discussion.
Yeah,
okay, well, and you're welcome. I'm sorry, just
ahead,
one
Bill.
last point, and that just is, certainly we want to hear from other task force members. That was one of the reasons why I said maybe we want to bring it up again towards the end when we're sure everybody's back or awake from their lunch. But maybe just on a prioritization standpoint, start the prioritization at the state highway system intersections, then regional on that basis, so that we're not just going to the regionals.
Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Thank you. Good suggestion. Potentially. So Elizabeth Fleming and then Jason Lauritsen. Elizabeth?
Yes, I looked at this ahead of the meeting, and I can see that there's been an attempt to consolidate all the interchange discussion here, and the notes said that there had been comments in different sections, including conservation lands and wildlife. But I don't see that what is written here gets at those concerns related to the Panther expressed earlier. And not sure I'm able to do it on the fly here. We talked about revisiting the Panther section in particular with an instruction. And here, I just think what's here doesn't get at the questions and concerns raised in the other discussion. So I can see under member comments from the last meeting, we talked about, or somebody suggested about limited access as a tool and not identifying or building interchanges until surrounding areas were placed under conservation easement. But I don't see how those concerns that were listed here are reflected in what are the actual instructions that are for meeting number 8.
Thanks, Elizabeth. I think part of it is we have interchanges really in 2 areas, because we also have the discussion as far as the coordination, that a big discussion we had earlier today about the coordination with localities based on comprehensive plans, et cetera, as one piece. And that's in guiding principle number 1. And then everything else has kind of made its way to this guiding principle. I think what we were trying to do is focus outside of that first initial discussion, focus it here so that we could try to locate it in one place. But point well taken.
So that wants to go back and look at what may have been lost. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because part of the member comments would be aligned with guiding principle number 1 and the instruction there.
Yep.
And others here.
Okay. Jason Lauritsen, and then Ken Doherty. I'm sorry. Jason?
Yes, thank you. I have a question, and I'm not sure who this is best addressed to, but it's related to existing or precedent interchange management plans. I'm wondering if there are examples that you could share of times when interchange management plans were developed that protected sensitive conservation areas. I look at these typically as plans to foster growth and economic development, but I'm just wondering if there's an element to those plans that could provide a roadmap for how they've in the past been used for protection.
So Wei, you want to answer that?
Jason, I'm trying to pull together a study to look at some of these best practices. Conservation is a big element that we're looking at. I don't have the study completed yet.
Okay, thank you. I'm just thinking about when I looked at the pathways shared at the last meeting, I made a mental note of several locations where should an intersection be included in certain areas, I could see from the local county growth plans the possibility of encouraging more housing and development in those areas, but then the consequence there would be pressure on habitats. And so that's a tough balancing act, and look forward to your report, Wei Wei. Thank you.
Yeah, we intend to work with the regional planning councils and the local governments to disseminate these best practices and provide assistance, not just for economic development, for conservation as well, to kind of be, to work with the locals on their local vision as to what they want to see in the area.
Thank you.
Yes, and I was just going to bring another example up. In Palm Beach County, there's an intersection, I-95 on Donald Ross Road. And there's an example there of localities working together to preserve the environment, and the intent of the area around that interchange is planned. So it's kept the community character there, it preserves environmental concerns, and it also accomplishes some things that they're trying to do with biotech and education there. So that might be an example of where localities have worked very well to maintain the intent of what was going to happen around that interchange and be mindful of those other sensitivities.
Great. So Ken Doherty and Wendy Matthews. Ken?
Thank you, Karen. Just to talk about that first instruction on the priorities of the interchange locations, responding to Matt and Bill. I think, Beth, I think you're correct. I think it was the 3rd or 4th task force meeting. It might even have been my colleague, Chris Constance, that brought up County Road 74. And that's, I guess, quite honestly, I think limiting just to current state roads might not be appropriate. 74 was back in the 1970s, a former state road. East-West State Road. Now it was a lot of those roads were turned over to the counties back in the 70s. So I think anything that is possibly a former state secondary road should be considered too as a top priority. And that, of course, would capture 74, but there may be others. And I don't know, I can't remember all of the east-west routes that were former state secondary roads. But I think in general, they could probably, I think the regional road concept, if that encompasses maybe a definition on what we mean by regional roads, the current state roads plus the former secondary roads might be the way to clarify that. But that's just the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Wendy Matthews and then Pat Stee. And I think Pat's going to give us the definition. Wendy?
So thanks, Karen. I guess I'm a little confused. Are we going to have instructions on interchanges in both the connectivity guiding principle and the Florida Panther guiding principle? That's my question, and then I have a follow-up comment.
I want to make sure that Jason Watts can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we did discuss for Panther specifically to have some discussion about that.
I'm not coming on to say that you're wrong. I think that what we've seen is they all have to be read together, and the conversation we're all having about that third bullet and what an interchange management plan what that means, and whether we're using environmentally resource protection areas for that situation. I think we have to take a look at whether you're going to see a statement in the Panther guiding principle and instructions referencing interchanges, or we're going to beef this one up a little bit. I think the problem with interchanges is we have a pretty elaborate process on how we figure out where the location for the interchanges would be. So we're balancing that process and the local government's control of what happens around the interchanges and development. On one hand, you build interchanges to develop. On the other hand, you want to conserve and not build interchanges in places that has direct negative impacts to habitat. It's a balancing act. We're going to try to work with those two bullets and see if we can come up with something that will satisfy the conversation.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Jason. That helps. I just, somewhere it needs to be clear that as far as Panther focus area lands are concerned, that we're really looking to try to limit the number of interchanges. And then trying to avoid the sprawl that's going to come with those interchanges, and perhaps, purchasing buffer lands, as Beth alluded to in the environmental resource protections segment, gets at that. But so good. I'll look forward to seeing what you come up with on the interchange language. Thank you.
Okay.
So Wendy, and I think this goes to all the task force members. I just want to point out that all the guiding principles are equal, right? They have equal importance. So while it makes sense to replicate language in multiple guiding principles, because what we find is there are several guiding principles that are kind of like cross-cutting, right? So they're so much interrelated. We may be looking at finessing the language in a way that they kind of reflect that this particular language is identified in a different guiding principle, but let's not try to replicate the instructions between guiding principles, right? Understanding that they are all equal value. Thank you.
Okay, any others?
Yes, so Wendy, still you have your hand? Okay, Wendy. We have Pat Seed and then Elizabeth Fleming. Pat?
Yes. I understand what we're trying to accomplish here in terms of the hierarchy of roads, and unfortunately all those what used to be called secondary state roads included everything in this study region from what are Grove Road or cattle roads that were paved over and weren't very substantial even back in the day. The state maintained them. Two major roadways that carry urban traffic and are significant. So I think that we couldn't just use that as a secondary default because they vary vastly all over the 9-county region. What I do think is that we are lucky because all the counties in our study area all have an MPO, and the MPO all has plans, and the MPO works with the Department of Transportation and functional classification and building their network that is included in their long-range transportation plan. So, and although there may be some things that are slightly different in them, I think that the definition of what would fall within, when we talk regional, that doesn't necessarily mean it's multi-county regional. Regional is a concept even within a county where you may have many municipalities and a county all working together as interlocal governments. So I think that the MPOs are really in a better position to define what constitutes that roadway hierarchy that would be appropriate to have interchanges on, because the implications of the traffic onto whatever roadway that is has implications throughout the network. So it's not just an isolated thing to put an interchange in, it has effects throughout the network. So it's almost like I do think that that hierarchy really should come from the MPO. And if we're looking at, state or regional or other roadways that are acknowledged or designated or whatever term we may want to use, but that the MPOs actually, that's where that information is housed, because it needs to be compatible within their plan, their network, also within classifications. So it's a little more complicated, but I think that's really how we will get it, what we want to do, which is avoid putting them in places that are not adequate from a transportation standpoint to house an interchange and sustain it over time in terms of traffic, and where it appropriately fits into a network, whether that be a local road or whether that be a state road.
Thank you, Pat. So if I can, I just want to check in with the task force. So it was left at regional roads. Is the task force generally comfortable with that regional roads language, with the concept of potentially of the MPOs being the ones that help define what those regional networks are? That would then pull in the relationship to the guiding principle number 1, which is consistency with local plans. Any concerns with leaving it as is and as just kind of summarized here. I mean, I appreciate the good discussion. Matt's going to weigh in. So Matt.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I am going to defer to this group, but I'll just reiterate my comments from earlier this morning and consistently throughout. I really have always viewed this as a major, you know, the point of this is to connect big regions for hurricane evacuation and to allow this to serve as a catalyst for growth in those existing rural communities where this goes through. And so just recognizing the reality that so many people are worried this is going to create a sprawl event a la the 1950s, I think very specifically committing that the interchanges are restricted to state facilities. And that can work in both directions. I mean, ultimately, if the state thinks there needs to be an interchange somewhere where there isn't an existing state facility, then it becomes part of a public planning process. But I think, you know, leaving it open-ended where you could potentially just have growth in interchanges exponentially in the future, I think that's going to leave a lot of people uneasy about what this project will ultimately end up being.
All right, I see Jerry Burr wants to weigh in. Jerry Burr.
Yes, I just wanted to comment. I like the language as it is now, with coordination with local governments, metropolitan. The MPOs are fine. Speak with them as well, but you know, sometimes local politics is such that smaller cities don't get as much input into those circumstances. So we'd like to have the city have the municipalities in general have input on the interchanges.
Thank you, Jerry.
Any other thoughts? So then,
well,
go ahead.
I see, Matt, you've agreed to defer, but I want to make sure that we bring closure to the point. So I'm wondering if we can include both statewide and regional roads within the first bullet, but also we've got the other two bullets that kind of bolster it to make sure that it's done in accordance with the plans put forward by the localities, and that dialogue does happen, including the interchange management plans that are instructed here to take into account all of those items that were discussed. Does anyone?
Yeah, go ahead. Matt wants to weigh in.
Okay,
Matt.
There we go. Well, again, you know, if nobody else really feels strongly about it, I'm not going to be the only one to talk on it. But just from a 1,000-foot view in my mind, if you know, the goal is to see this reach consensus, and I'm thinking about all the groups and individuals represented around this virtual table, and to have the majority, if not the unanimity of this group on board with something, I think a standard that the interchanges be only with state facilities, and again, recognizing that, you know, this could lead to solving long-standing friction points like, you know, 74 there from Vermont to Glades County, where local governments struggle to work out their maintenance long-term on a facility like that. I think it's a way to really guarantee that this project ends up laser focused on providing those connectivities between the major urban areas, driving the investment to the existing rural communities, and not creating, you know, the negative impacts. And I think it will do that frankly, even more so than a lot of, no matter how much we try to describe the best outcome we'd like to see on the environmental expectations, the principles, guiding principles, needs, etc. You know, how we design and build this structure is going to dictate what it ultimately looks like. And you know, I'll leave it at that if nobody else feels strongly or has an interest in speaking on that point.
So Matt, Bill proposed kind of a middle ground, which was the prioritizing of the state road and then regional roads being secondary to that. That might be a middle ground for everyone. I'm just going to put that forward, given there's been so much dialogue to this. And then you still have all of the local coordination to help support optimal locations for intersections.
Yep. I'll defer to the group on that one.
Anyone who's particularly opposed to including it that way?
I'm not seeing anyone. So it looks like the task force is willing to allow state facilities first and then regional roads.
Yes, because that's why it's not an absolute.
Okay, seeing no hands, we'll assume that that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you, task force members. So now we are going to go to guiding principle number 14. Emergency evacuation and response. So we do have some changes here. The only change to the guiding principle was actually brought up and agreed to by task force members at the last meeting, and that was to change the word support to strengthen at the front end of the guiding principle there. As far as other changes, actually, Brandy, if you could scroll up just a little bit so they can see all of the instructions, that would be great. As far as other changes, we have the words in bullets 3 and 4. We've changed that to utilize the words strengthen there. At the request of the task force in bullet 4, we have included the reference to the statewide regional evacuation study update that is in process. And it's important to note that in that study, there is the consideration of traveler behavior and sheltering capacity and whatnot that is encompassed in that. Other requests that came from task force meeting, you can see all of the following bullets there, the bottom 4, not by ranking, but just by order. Those are all new based on comments that came specifically from meeting 7. So if you take a look at those and see if there's any discussion you'd like to have.
I'll give task force members a minute to weigh in. Bill McDaniel.
That the number of the 4 new ones at the bottom, I think, Beth, you said, I'm not understanding the rationale about the endeavor to develop the corridor to improve access to emergency evacuation shelters. That's such a local, unique circumstance that you could end up in a real, well, I'd be happy to see that bullet point just go away. Environment or the emergency evacuation shelters are site specific in the locations where they are, and we shouldn't necessarily, we need to facilitate evacuation to get people out, but not in a circuitous route to get to a particular shelter. I don't think it needs to be consideration for this road.
Well, thank you, Bill. So maybe we want to hear from other task force members related to that. I think part of that was that, to be supportive of those that would want to transport themselves to shelter. That was probably the intent of that, but it may not achieve the end properly or be something that should be addressed. But again, it's a task force report, so.
Yeah, so Pat Steed, I know who has emergency management responsibility in her organization. Pat?
Yes, thank you. I totally agree with Commissioner McDaniel. That really wouldn't be appropriate, I don't think, and exactly for the reason that many of our evacuation facilities are on local roads. There are many cases there are schools and they're in the middle of neighborhoods. So the distance that they would be from this facility is going to vary with every individual shelter that we have in the state or in the study area. More importantly, these change all the time. We just got through updating one of the counties in the study area, and there were 35 emergency shelters that have changed in the last few years. They change as guidance changes from FEMA, from the state, from other things. In our current COVID world, it's requiring us to look in a different way in terms of sheltering. And they do change as we look at, for the coastal counties, they look as we change and look at new storm surge models. They're constantly changing. So therefore, I think that that would be appropriate not to include that.
Thank you, Pat. Anyone else?
Do we have any task force members that feel strongly that that should stay? All right, I'm not seeing any responses either way. So any other comments on this guiding principle and its set of instructions, or any other concerns? Raise your hand now, otherwise we'll move on.
So I just want to say that, so we've got the request to delete that second to the last bullet in instruction.
Correct.
So I just wanted to close out the discussion that way.
And Pam Johnson has raised her hand. Pam?
Yes, along with that, bullet 6, where we have regarding the need to maintain or improve evacuation times, the maintaining, the more I look at it, I just have a little bit of angst with that. If the whole goal is to strengthen the emergency management plans, we don't, I believe at the last meeting we talked about improving that. Maybe we had some of the highest of evacuation times, and so just that one word, but that's just wanted to weigh in on that.
So Pam, that's, I think, the third bullet that you're referring to, where it says strengthen statewide approach regarding the need to maintain or improve evacuation times.
Correct.
Yeah, line 6.
Okay. Oh, line 6. I'm sorry. I was thinking bullet 6. Apologize. So you're requesting that the word maintain be removed and it focus on improve. Is that your request?
Yes, just for consideration, but yeah, it seems to go against the idea of strengthening if we're going to maintain.
I recall, I think the maintain was partially left because of the population growth, and so.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, the discussion was based on any additional growth that might come, either with regards to or not regards to the corridor, so that there is no loss.
I know we don't want to decrease.
No going backwards.
Okay.
Are you satisfied with that, Pam, based on the intent?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry to put you on the spot there.
Other thoughts or comments or concerns on this? Okay, so moving on.
Okay, moving right along. All right, so now we're moving on to those that haven't had so much recent discussion. So we're going to go next to guiding principle number 3, social and community context. I will tell you that the only change made here was in the instruction, and that was really just to more specifically designate the Avon Park Air Force Range and refer to it properly there. Other than that, there have been no changes to the guiding principle or the instructions.
So opening it up to the task force, are there any thoughts or comments on this guiding principle and its instructions? And I'm going to ask if there are no concerns. If there are any concerns, please raise your hand. If not, we'll move on. I appreciate this is tedious, but I want to make sure we give chance. Okay, Andrew Dickman.
I just have a question about the first bullet. I'm unclear what the intention is. Can you explain that to me? What is meant by that support?
Oh, that's actually, that first part, it just relates the high level needs that the guiding principle is to address. So that bullet is actually a high level need that was agreed upon to be included, or we're calling them potential high level needs, to be included in the report. And we're going to, by the way, have a discussion again on the needs section of the report, but that came directly from a high level need.
Okay, thank you.
It's just that you still have the mapping aspect that we used to see across in a row with the high level needs, guiding principles, and instructions. That's all that's intended to do.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And Paul Gray. Paul?
This is kind of a question. I'm wondering, this morning when we saw some of those bypass roads that were proposed in different areas, you know, I live in the Sebring area, and the historic town of Sebring's on the east side of Lake Jackson, and Highway 27, when it was enhanced on the west side of Lake Jackson, pretty much sucked all the economic activity out of the historic downtown. And, you know, you wouldn't have been able to put a highway through Sebring because of the way it's built. But some other towns, I'm thinking Wauchula or something, you know, they've actually got pretty good corridors through their town. And to the extent possible, I would like to avoid bypasses. I'd like to run them through towns, which won't always work, but when we can, I think it's better to keep the economic activity where it is today. So could we add an instruction to avoid bypass corridors when it's feasible to go through town, or something more eloquently worded?
I want to make sure, Paul, I understand. You're talking about the opportunity to actually possibly run the corridor through town when appropriate?
Yes, and avoid going around town. Because, you know, if you go around town, you have an economic impact on where the town's economic centers are, and you also have habitat impact possibilities too, or whatever you're building a new corridor around the town for. So I guess this gets back to the principle that when possible, use existing corridors.
Okay, I'm sorry, Karen, go ahead.
We have a couple task force members that are running.
Oh, great. Okay.
So let's hear what they have to say, and then we can kind of see if there's any. So Andrew Dickman and then Jerry Burr. Andrew?
Yeah, I actually had the same thought. I think last weekend, I had the opportunity to drive through that entire area going up to Orlando and DeLand. And I was looking at maps and just wondering, specifically in our area, Collier and that area. So if someone, and I think earlier in the meeting, it was talked about having a bypass around Immokalee, for example, which Immokalee is doing a lot of work to become it already is, but you know, they're putting a lot of effort into becoming a nice, really good downtown, and I don't know. And the same thing when I was looking at the map, you'd go straight up to LaBelle, and then from there, I'm not quite sure where you would go because I was really just trying to draw lines to see what would happen. But how I guess I was just kind of asking myself, would you want the roads to slow down and go through these towns so they reap economic benefits of them, versus having these kind of roads that go around the business district? And I think about like Old 41 here in North Collier and Southern Lee, that goes into Bonita Springs. So I just wanted to connect with the last speaker. I was thinking the same thing as I was driving around, going up to DeLand, and some of these roads, like 27 in some spaces, are just gigantic, and there were no cars on them at all, and you could just go through them. But then once you hit the towns, you do have to slow down quite a bit. But I can see where some of these towns that would really benefit from the economic activity. So I just wonder how that would be handled. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, Andrew, great points, right? This is where collaboration with the local communities become a big part of the decision making as it relates to bypasses. So where it makes sense, the corridor could actually go through a town, because their vision and their plans is what is going to define whether the corridor can go through the community or will a bypass work for them. A lot of places, they look at main streets, right? They're looking at main streets. LaBelle in particular, they have the main street on State Road 29. They are a main street community trying to become a main street community. But will a corridor going through like this, going through that particular community, make sense for their main street community, or a solution that actually looks at the bypass in connection with the main street to help the community make sense? This is the level of analysis that we need to do through the planning process and collaboration with the local communities.
And actually,
no,
Andrew,
I was just.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was just, and I'll just sign off after this, but I do appreciate that, because my concern would be that these towns that are putting so much effort and work into holding their own unique identities, and then you have a bypass, and literally that word bypass means we're bypassing you guys and not bringing our economic activity through to you, people who stop for gas or to buy stuff or to pick up some produce or something, I don't know. But I'm only bringing it up because I thought about it. I was driving through there, and then the prior speaker raised it, and I didn't know if this was the right location to do that, because I do want to make sure that these small towns that are putting so much work into what they're doing, main streets and things like that, isn't for nothing after interchange goes through, and the interchange tends to draw out the economic activity out to there. That's it. Sorry to interrupt you, Beth.
Well, no, I was interrupting you. I apologize. Let me draw your attention to something, and even though it doesn't specifically mention bypasses, maybe it still, Andrew, gets to what you're talking about here. Line 24, there's an instruction that says plan and develop transportation corridors in a manner that improves connectivity to and enhances the quality of existing communities. That's the first part of that instruction. And then the next instruction says plan and design transportation corridors so their purpose and scale is compatible with the communities that they serve. So those two instructions talk to kind of collaborating with the intent of the community and what the community needs to actually enhance what they're trying to achieve for their community context, as well as for their local businesses and the character of the community. So I don't know if that helps at all, but I also see that LK has come back on, so he probably has something to add.
Well, I was going to let me add on to what you said. That those are two great points in the instructions, right? But the key is to figure out a plan that is going to working with the local communities, that is going to maintain the visibility of the communities. so that, you know, they are going to achieve the vision that they're looking for, and the support is going to be there. You know, I agree with you. The term bypass itself is kind of like, okay, I'm bypassing you, right? Maybe we got to look at a different term to say that where the corridor is going to become part of the solution, right, to meet the vision of the community, and how and where the corridor is planned is going to be the key integral part of the success of the community. So you got to keep that in mind as we go through the planning process. Definitely.
And we have some other task force members that want to weigh in.
Okay.
So Jerry Burr, and then Bill McDaniel. Jerry.
Thank you. Yeah, I was commenting on the last two speakers. I'm having a hard time understanding how it would benefit a small town or city to have a limited access highway go through the middle of the city. I just, you know, given the amount of right of way that would be necessary for something like that, and the fact that it is limited access, and even the interchange would, in a town like Zoffo Springs or Bowling Green or even Wauchula, it pretty much, you know, take a huge portion of their city out. I think that, you know, it'd be far better to run it nearby where they can get an advantage of having employment and some economic advantage. You would get the benefit of having water and wastewater facilities for those interchange areas. Maybe I'm missing something, but I just can't see how that could possibly benefit a small city.
All right, Bill McDaniel, and then Elizabeth. Yep.
Yes, I think it's really important. And Andrew, I certainly have an enormous amount of respect for your thoughtfulness and your approach to trying to imagine, but I highly recommend you speak to your favorite commissioner. And individually, as Ms. Steed has said, each one of these little towns and counties, rural communities, they all have a local plan. Our Immokalee area master plan contemplates the bypass. We have an agreement ostensibly with DOT to turn over the existing State Road 29 to the county and then do neighborhood enhancements, economic enhancements, so on and so forth, and not have all that commercial motor vehicular traffic blowing right through the middle of Immokalee and trying to commingle with our downtown area. And I suspect that and now, Paul, sometimes things happen. I mean, Sebring had 27 go by and it drew away that economic power. We saw it over in Bonita Springs, Paul, where new 41 got built and old 41 in the downtown of Bonita died. Now, the community has come back around and done enormous improvements to the economic revitalization of the old Bonita and old 41. And those are things that I think are incumbent upon the communities that are impacted by this corridor, if it comes, to make sure that the access points coming into these rural communities are sufficient to allow for that traffic that is there to come and visit our town, but not negatively impact it by driving straight down through the middle. And then the revitalization efforts of the individual community, you know, and you're correct. We're doing amazing things in Immokalee right now, as far as improving our community at large. But it's contemplated, and so to Paul's point, I would be hesitant in putting any kind of notion on the or premise on not doing the bypass, but allow more along the lines of the once the line is on the map, allow for the local communities to have their own plans developed to be able to manage that, as opposed to put a premise in of the bypass.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yep, thanks, Bill. Elizabeth Fleming, and then Pat Steed. Elizabeth Fleming.
Yes, just to add a little more to the Immokalee discussion. When there, I don't know if it was an actual PD&E or that process, the kind of the pre-PD&E process that takes place, but I went to numerous meetings years ago about the Immokalee bypass project, and I was just going to say that there must be quite a record of what ended up happening there and what Bill's talking about with the Immokalee more local planning. But at the time, the citizens of Immokalee, it was State Road 29 running through there. It was really dangerous. People were getting killed crossing the road and stuff. And so the thought was to route it around there. And then some large landowners were trying to take advantage of that and have it routed way, way out around the airport and far into undeveloped panther habitat in other areas. And that would be very expensive, of course. So what I last recall is that it was decided, and then local Immokalee citizens figured out exactly that it's going to take it away from the city. So I thought that FDOT settled at that time on an alignment that follows Haymarket to keep it close to the downtown, but not right smack in the middle of it, but allowing the town to take advantage of the economic benefits that would incur from having it be close by. And that DOT did extensive analysis, I thought, already deciding that that would be the least environmentally damaging of the different alignments. So there is some body of work and a record that already looked at that very segment that I hope this project would take advantage of.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Hey, Karen, can I add on? So Elizabeth, I think my previous comments that I made about working with the community and locating the roadways so that it's going to complement their vision and help them achieve their vision is exactly what you talked about right now. That was a very good example about when we worked on the process to figure out that not a bypass, but a road that would address the safety concerns of 29 going through the community. It actually resulted in that outcome. Thank you for bringing that up.
So moving along, Pat Steed and then Paul Gray. Pat Steed.
Let me say, I understand what everyone's point of view so far, and all of them are valid, which is really the point. Whether I put on my planner hat, my redevelopment hat, my economic development hat, my transportation hat, or my environmental hat, these are all locational and situational. And I can find examples across the country and across Florida that any of those choices have produced good results or bad results. And that's both from a transportation standpoint and from a community standpoint. So I think that really becomes the point. And I do think what you pointed out, Beth, with those two bullet points that you pointed out really helps do that. These have to be locational, situational, they have to work with community, and they take into account many different things, but one size does not fit all and one solution does not take care of each situation.
Thanks, Pat.
And Paul Gray.
This is Paul again. Yeah, this has been a good conversation, and I agree that those two bullets that Beth pointed out really do kind of cover this question. That they're a little bit more subtle than me saying don't build a bypass that sucks your town dry, but I think they cover that, and as Pat said, they allow for local flexibility. So I just wasn't quite reading those carefully enough, and I think we're covered, at least from my perspective. It's been a good discussion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul. Some of us have had the benefit of looking at it many times. You haven't looked at it as much as us.
So one last call for any comments or concerns on this. Raise hands, otherwise we'll move on. Okay, we're moving on, Beth.
All right, now we're just scrolling down. We're going to number 4, economic development. Just a couple of changes here. One, and it's in the instructions, there were no changes to the guiding principle at all. There was a new instruction, which is the third one you see there. line 13 that was requested at the meeting, general agreement from task force members to work with workforce development organizations. The only other change is if you look at line 10, added to the end of the instruction is just comma, including ecotourism and recreation industries. That came up again, it's come up a few times, and it sounds like there's a concern that it gets lost with some of the other industries, but certainly it doesn't exclude any other existing industries. So that being said, those are the only changes that were made there. Very little dialogue and submittal related to it, so we'll open it up.
Yeah, this one's been quite stable. I don't know if any task force members have any concerns or comments. I am not seeing any hands being raised, so I assume that means we can move on. Give me a minute there. Okay, keep going, Beth.
Okay, as we said, now we're getting to those that have had very little, if any, comments. So moving on to number 10, freight mobility and safety. The only change here, there was discussion at the last meeting that there was some confusion about not placing a new corridor through airports. So there has been a clarification on that first instruction, which is number 25. It says do not place new corridor that would impact airport operations. And then of course you've got the steady instruction number 2, which has not changed, which is improved connectivity to seaports, airports, and rail terminals. So we're hopeful that that distinction in the first bullet avoids that confusion about do not place new corridor through. Other than that, there were no other changes.
Comments or thoughts from the task force, Ben? Task force? Last call for any concerns, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any.
Okay, great. So we're going to go right to transportation modes there. There was only one modification based on one request in task force meeting number 7, and that's in the guiding principle itself. There were no requests to change the instructions, but it was just to add the word safe after the word support. And that is the only change.
And that came up at the meeting.
That was in the meeting.
So everybody's familiar with
and
that
everybody was at the time felt okay with that addition.
Any comments, thoughts, or concerns with this guiding principle as it is? No hand raises.
Okay, so now we've already talked about number 12. We're going to go to 13, which is resilience. If you recall, in meeting 7, the task force jointly crafted a new guiding principle, not in terms of intent, but in terms of the language. So the language that you see there for resilience, plan and coordinate community development, etc., that was actually developed by the task force at meeting number 7. The only other change was based on submitted comment, which is the very last instruction you see there on line 35 was added. Consider hazards such as flooding, fire, and sea level rise when designing corridors. So those are the changes to number 13, resilience. Any comments?
I'm seeing Penny Taylor has her hand raised. Penny?
Yes, I'm just, as I'm kind of wordsmithing this, the sea level rise, is it intuitive that it also would include a storm surge?
Not sure about that.
Yeah, that's probably
well,
separate.
Yeah, we actually addressed. on
I mean, the idea, we're supposed to be doing this more in the interior, so storm surge is probably not, doesn't come into play, but, you know, again, I'm thinking out loud here. It may be sufficient, it may not, so I'll just throw it out to see if there's any comments on it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's in including sea level rise, so it's not exhaustive.
Yeah, that, since sea level rise was specifically mentioned, just like you saw before with ecotourism, there was a desire to specifically call it out, even though the statement is broader, just to make sure folks recognize it. It would not be exclusive of that.
Okay.
So hopefully that helps.
Yep, thank you.
Great.
Any others? No, go ahead.
And I was going to say the same thing as you, Karen.
Any other thoughts or comments or concerns on resilience? Now this is a little bit shorter so people can read it as we're going. All right, then you want to move on?
Great.
I'm not seeing any.
So we're going to move on to number 15. We are almost there. Number 15, broadband and other utilities. The only changes made here were specific comments made at meeting 7 related to instructions. So the second instruction there, which is number 27, originally just said maximize co-location opportunities. For example, add conduit or dig once. Based on a request, we've added, while still allowing flexibility for service providers to separately install their own conduit and fiber. And the only other change was the very next bullet used to say ensure broadband provider access, etc. Was asked to be changed to ensure utility provider access, etc. Those are the only changes. And again, those were requested at the meeting. There were no follow-on submittals.
Penny Taylor, again, or do you have another question, Penny? Or thought?
Yeah, yes, 31 and 32. Understanding that providers usually do not come into communities unless the rooftops justify the cost of it and also their return. I don't know what you mean leverage partnerships with utility providers. Is MCOR suddenly going to become you know, a matchmaker here and put money in the game? I'm not understanding that on 31. And then 32, prioritize connections to community anchor institutions. Does that indicate that MCOR is now going to run the line from the road or the highway to these institutions at the cost of the taxpayer, or how does that work? Is that going to be part, I guess I'm saying, of the MCOR's program?
Those are good questions, Penny. Thank you. Do you want me to take a stab or you want to take one? Okay. I think LK is going to weigh in. Oh.
I'm going to take a stab at it, but see if Will is around to kind of assist me in this response. You know, obviously, Commissioner, you know, the department is not in the business of utilities, right? You know, it's more about providing the opportunity and providing the space and looking for those partnerships so that the folks who are responsible for providing those services have the space and the resources necessary for them to accomplish that work. So that's basically what we're looking at here as far as the MCOR's program goes. But Will, do you want to add any more to that?
No, just reinforce what you're saying, LK, is, you know, I think we're going to play a bigger role on how broadband gets expanded. Obviously, we're not a utility owner. Did mention some new Senate bill language that was passed this past session that does give earmark money for broadband expansion started in 2023. And Wayway's also working with Department of Economic Opportunity. They've got a new department, essentially, they're propping up to help support a statewide broadband plan. So you're going to see a lot of activity when it comes to broadband, and just know that MCORS can play a role at the table to support it.
But can MCORS, is it the intention of this program to leverage partnerships? And is it the intention to prioritize connections to become a bully pulpit for communities to bring broadband to specific anchor institutions? Because if it's not, those 31 and 32 should probably change.
You know, I think we're going to be a very viable partner. Are we going to be the bullpit for the state? Probably. You know, that's what DEO is going to have, a department that gets propped up so we can have a statewide plan. I think that'll help the whole state of Florida prioritize where broadband is needed and where we can improve connectivity. But you know, we're charting into new areas for DOT here, so we kind of need some help and direction. And if the charge from the task team is a bigger role, and that's what we'll do.
And Commissioner, adding on to what Will said, it's not being in the business of the department for us to address utility needs and incorporate utility needs into our design. When we define our right-of-way, right, you know, we coordinate with them, but they always come behind us, right? So this is an opportunity to kind of put that in the forefront and work with not only the communities, but the educational institutions, the businesses from an economic development perspective, and take that into account as we are defining where the corridor should come into picture, whether it is following an existing route or a new alignment, right? You know, but one of the deciding factors is going to be accessibility of the main trunk line that goes along the corridor to those institutions or to those communities. As a distance from the corridor to the community actually plays a big role also into, you know, the interest that we get from the private vendors, right? So.
And yes, and I think that's a wonderful aspect to MCORS. It will be very, very important, you know, dig once, and I think you covered the top 3 bullets, but to talk about leveraging partnerships, to me, indicates you're actively involved in persuading utility providers to service a community, and I think it can be misleading. I also think that prioritizing connections to community anchor institutions also maybe puts you in an area where you maybe don't want to be. So I'd like some consideration, and certainly maybe to reword that, not that you're not supporting the actions of the state, but that you are not going to be an active participant in leveraging partnerships with utility providers and actually soliciting them to come into communities, which is pretty much what 31 says.
And I get your point now, Commissioner. I think there's several instructions throughout the document that involves other partners as primary and the department being support, right? So we'll take a look at the language and see if there is any, which actually just the language to reflect what you said. Good point.
Yes, and just to add to that, you know, maybe for that second to the last bullet, we could make reference to working with DEO and others for that, and then perhaps the last one we can soften a little bit to work with the community to identify early priorities, something of that nature. So yeah. Thank you, Commissioner, for that, and we could take a look at making edits per your concerns there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Bill Ferry, and then Pat Steve.
Sure, Bill Ferry here with FIT. I think the instructions are fine. I'm looking at these. They've captured some of the things I've said in previous meetings. I might add a little more commentary on those 2 points on lines 31 and 32. Again, neither one of them really bother me or anything. They're broad, and I think there's probably some benefit to that, to keep it kind of broad. Leverage partnerships with utility providers. You know, I mean, if you wanted to wordsmith it, it could be explore. When I think of partnerships, I think of, you know, sometimes it's just good that the government gives a heads up where things are being built and say, hey, now look at this over here. We've got this going on, and it's a short distance over to this city. So a partnership just could be communication, right? Moving to prioritize connections. Kind of the way the industry works is, yes, you may have a line going through there, and usually the broadband provider will probably build that last few 100 feet to the institution. I don't know of a situation where we've approached local or state governments to necessarily fund that. But I do see prioritize it. I kind of wonder about that word. Maybe consider wordsmithing it. Maybe encourage connections to community anchor institutions. And lastly, when I think of a anchor institution, I'm thinking of a hospital, a rural hospital that may not have too many choices for broadband, or maybe an industrial park. Again, maybe encouraging connections to that and just letting us know, and, you know, working with permitting, getting permitting streamlined. There are some ways to kind of work within that, but neither one of these really give me any pause.
And Bill, to your point, I think the anchor institutions we're referring to, like hospitals, colleges, libraries, and things of that nature.
Right, right. Okay.
Thank you for that. Pat Steed, Pat?
Yes, and that really goes to just these 2 bullet points as well. I just wanted to take us way back in what seems like a long time ago when we had in-person meetings. And one of the times that we met, we had a panel on broadband. And at that time, one of the examples in the rural counties is Hardy County, that actually has a leveraged partnership between utility, a broadband provider, and the county economic development organization, which ultimately leveraged a partnership so they actually have countywide broadband. You might recall at that time they said to us, if you could bring us fiber access through a project like this that we could use to enhance our system, that would give us greater capability. So to me, that's really, because a lot of these issues are primarily in the rural areas, but I think that's a good example of partnerships. Those partnerships that could be supported or enhanced might not always be DOT's partnership. It might just be the access to the facility or other things. But I think that's really good wording actually for those kinds of situations. I do agree with the point though that the word prioritize maybe could be changed to support or enhance or something, as opposed to prioritize that implies it's going to be pick and choose in the same way of priority.
Thanks so much, Pat. Okay, Pat. Any others? Mark Futrell had his hand raised. Mark, did you decide not to?
Yeah, I reconsidered. I think everything's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any other comments or thoughts, or primarily concerns? Any concerns at this point? Pam Johnson from DEO. Pam.
I would also agree on line 32 about maybe changing the word on prioritize that. So I kind of agree with the previous discussion on that.
Great, thank you, Pam. Thank you. Anyone else, Karen?
That's all I see for now. Anybody else? Last minute thoughts? No, we can get our last one done before the break at 3.
That's great. I'll just make one comment. Thank you everyone for that. It sounds like we've got some suggestions along the same lines, so we'll make modifications along those lines. Thank you very much. And thank you, Commissioner Taylor, for bringing it to everyone's attention. All right, last one, drum roll, technology. There was only one change to this, and it was based on a comment and task force meeting 7, and that was on the very last instruction, was to change the word employ to evaluate technologies. But other than that, there was no further input or request for modification. Are there any today?
Any comments or concerns, questions, thoughts? I'm not seeing any hands go up. Let's wait a minute though, in case people are reading a little bit. Still no hands. So I'm gonna say, I'm assuming there's no concerns with this, and we will call the guiding principles and instructions reviewed for today.
Great, thank you, everyone. So you'll see modifications in the draft report.
So, okay, before you break for break, we are gonna, when we come back, we're gonna be discussing the high level needs, but also the action plan. So for those of you that have not had a chance to look at the action plan, you may want to do that over the break. The high level needs of you've seen before several times. So thank you. Okay.
Hey, thank you, Karen and Beth, and thank you, task force members, for successfully going through the guiding principles and instructions, and your thoughtful conversation. So we will now take a 15-minute break before we continue our conversation. We ask you keep this meeting open on your computer during our break so that we can get to the work at hand promptly at 3:15. If you need to disconnect during the break, please log on a few minutes before 3:15 to ensure you are fully connected. We will have the meeting muted during this time. If you need any technical assistance during our break, please reach out to Tommy Bo. All right, we'll see you at 3:15. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, task force members. We will continue our conversation on refining our draft report in the next hour or 45 minutes. Task force members, if you are having any technical difficulties, please raise your virtual hand and the team will work with you. Now I'm going to hand it over back to Karen and Beth to continue the conversation. Thank you.
So thank you, task force, for all the good comments and discussion on the guiding principles and instructions. We are going to move into some different sections of the report now. We're going to talk about the recommendations in the approach and framework and high level needs section, and then we will jump into the action plan. Those are both sections that may have generate more discussion than others, and then if given on the time, we'll go back to the introductory sections. So Beth, you want to kind of tell folks how you're going to go through this?
Sure. Okay, so first we're actually going to go through the approach and framework and high level needs sections of the report. You had received these sections as part of Tori's email on September 9th. We did get a handful of suggested edits. So I just want to make a couple of statements about that, and then we'll look forward to task force member comment. First of all, on the approach and framework sections, you'll see language that was added under the high level needs, guiding principles and instructions that provide some information that Wei Wei had already talked about in her framework discussions. But I wanted to mention that we got very little comment on this section in general. So for example, we did get a request to reiterate that guiding principles and instructions are of equal weight and importance within these recommendations, and that'll be restated. So as far as the approach and framework, are there any questions on that? If not, we'll go right to the high level needs.
Yeah, so we're going to kind of, Brandy, you'll scroll slow,
yep,
to get to the high level needs.
And again, there shouldn't be anything foreign here. This has been out there since September 9th, and Wei Wei went over one of the changes in the framework.
And as a task force meeting, we're only going to be accepting comments from task force members. Task force members, if you had any questions or comments on the framework, let us know, since we did go over it. Now the high level needs.
Okay. Wei also talked about some of the changes to how we actually approach and get into high level needs. That was also in Tori's email. So I think what I'd like to do is just get to the high level needs in general. One of the things that I want to mention, if you recall, task force meeting number 7, when we had the first iteration of the report, in the needs evaluation section, we actually had some very specific bullets that had to do with traffic projections and things of that nature. Those types of bullets or requests or direction from the task force was actually pulled into the high level needs that it refers to. So you've seen that language before, but it's just related to the specific high level need. So again, all language that you've seen before. We did get some recommendations that Wei stated that we will work those into the report. You know, I'll just throw out a couple of examples that we had requests to add 2 of our state roads to the improved safety and mobility, State Road 64, State Road 66, and also some bolstering of US 27 in the future. We also had some language for the high level need related to strengthening disaster mitigation, et cetera, to include more specific information or language that says more directly regarding travel behavior and sheltering needs as it applies to the regional emergency evacuation studies that are being done. So those are just a couple of examples. There really weren't very many, and there were some comments that will also be addressed in the action plan and another part of the report. So with that being said, maybe we could just do a scroll through, and as we are doing that, we're just going to kind of keep it moving. If you have a burning thought or question beyond what I just mentioned, then we will stop there and bring it back and we can have the discussion. So Brandy, if you wouldn't mind.
Maybe you want to use the bullets.
So the first high level needs support anticipated population growth in coastal communities and urban areas. And that's where you'll see beyond that first paragraph where we have analysis with regarding to future traffic projections and whatnot that has now been included here as opposed to being in the needs evaluation section. So Brandy, if you can keep moving. So next we have improved safety and mobility. All right. I know we've had a lot of discussion about these already. So next we have help rural and underserved areas improve infrastructure for people, freight, and technology. And again, at the very tail end, some of that language that I referenced before has been pulled into this high level need. Okay. The next, improve access and interregional connectivity for residents, freight, and visitors between communities and markets. Expand transportation options such as shared use, non-motorized trails, freight, and passenger rail and public transit. Any hands? No? Okay. Help increase economic activity and economic diversity throughout the region with emphasis on inland and rural areas. All right, we'll continue forward. On the next page. Create employment opportunities, particularly to assist lower income residents and help retain younger residents in the area.
Yeah, so for task force members, at any point, if you want to stop and ask a question, by all means, raise your hand. So keep on going. No hands yet.
Okay. Now we're at line 10, enhance access to jobs, workforce training, education, healthcare, and goods and services. Okay. Next, support agriculture and resource-based industries as major economic drivers in areas of environmental sensitivity. Protect, connect, and enhance environmentally sensitive areas, ecosystems, water resources, and wildlife, including the Florida panther. Okay, so, okay, we've got a hand. Elizabeth Fleming?
Yes, in this part where it refers back to primary, secondary, and dispersal, that is all true, but there is other panther habitat. I think the point being made here is that there's a significant acreage that has been designated specifically to indicate that that's important panther habitat, but there's actually more than that. So I'm not sure what the remedy is, but I just, based on what we talked about earlier.
So Elizabeth, if I may, you'll also see reference to the breadth of panther habitat in the study area overview. I think this was just an opportunity, where there was a statistic available that we could include as a point of reference. We included it. So it wasn't to exclude any panther habitat. It was just to give an indication as to kind of the magnitude of panther habitat that's in the region. So you'll see more of that in the study area overview as well.
All right.
Paul Gray. So, Paul.
Hi, not that I'm way behind, but can we go back to the very first bullet about support anticipated population growth in coastal communities and urban areas?
Of course, sure.
On page 10.
Sure. So page 10, actually, it's the first need. Right, line 22. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. When you go to like lines 29 and 30 and 31, it talks about let's see, if building new corridors, I'm trying to find the exact words, could produce, oh, there's congestion. I'm trying to find what I just read in my hard copy. Yeah, so if you go down lower, the task force recommended use population economic growth as a baseline for okay. Basically, it made a mention that if the task force recommended we look at building new corridors inland, and if they would reduce traffic congestion on I-4 and I-75, and I'm not finding the exact words in here. I was thinking it was in the second paragraph, but from what I've seen, we have a lot of identified problems on existing corridors. But there was that one feasibility study done in 2008, I think, that looked at just putting a brand new corridor right down the middle of between 27 and 17. Really wouldn't relieve congestion very much and would be very expensive and wouldn't be traveled very much. And from what I've seen from all the volumes of data you guys have given us, that conclusion probably is about the same today as it was back then, or at least it should be. And my feeling is, from what I've seen of projected growth and demographics and mobility in the region, that the need for a significant new corridor, I just can't find one. And I would support, looking at different problem spots and saying, what should we do with them? And would a toll road solution be helpful in those spots? But as a task force member, I don't really think. I think I would be prepared to say, I don't think we need any significant new corridors, and actually tell DOT that. And because if we don't, make that conclusion, then they'd just model anything. And I think the more we can narrow down the places to look, the more efficient that their future planning process will be. And I'm just kind of trying to figure whether this task force has a consensus that significant new roadways are needed or even justified from what information we have. Because they're not to me. And for a consensus document, I'm kind of nervous about saying, yeah, why don't we look at development of new inland corridors right there on 34, line 34. I'm not convinced that that's really something that's still on the table as far as my logic, and I don't know what the rest of the task force feels like, but I'd like to revisit that language and say the task force thinks probably you don't need significant new corridors. So that's just a thought I have.
Yeah, so Paul, thank you for that. And actually what you're seeing in this paragraph and the next paragraph is like a compilation of requests from task force members for analysis and evaluation. So based on your concern, is there any other task force member feedback? It's not a commitment, it's an evaluation here. And Karen is nodding her head.
Yeah, Penny Taylor is wanting to weigh in as well.
Okay.
Penny?
Yeah, I would agree with Paul. I think we're treading in an area I don't think there's consensus to do it. I don't think anyone would not argue. I think anyone would argue that to improve existing roadways is an important task to look at, but to support reviewing to see if we need to lay new roadways, I can't support that. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to mention this is also a high level need with some recommendations to evaluate. It's not a guiding principle and instruction either, but okay.
So Dr. Gray and Commissioner Taylor, move the microphone closer to me. Dr. Gray and Commissioner Taylor, one suggestion would be, because we're talking about high level needs here, right? So one suggestion would be to maybe change that language to say address the needs as identified, right? Because what the statement says is look at those traffic projections, right? Evaluate those traffic projections and identify needs accordingly to address any impacts that we may see. That kind of leads into the couple of guiding principles, right? One is the guiding principle that talks about improvements to existing corridors in a priority order, and then going into potential new corridors. That's what the guiding principle says. And also, there is another guiding principle which talks about safety improvements to, safety and operational improvements. So if we leave it at that, we could kind of lead into the guiding principles, which gives us direction from you on what that level of analysis would be. Would that be satisfactory?
I'm sorry, it might just be my connection, but much of that I couldn't hear because of connection and garbling problems. So I apologize, I don't know what you just said. Did other people have trouble with that?
I was able to hear it. This is Penny Taylor. Can you hear me?
Yes, Penny, we can hear
It
you.
must be rural connection.
There we go.
Okay. I can talk with you guys more about it later, but I just wanted to raise that issue.
So Dr. Gray, can you hear me now fine?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, so what I was suggesting is revising that language to say the task force recommended FDOT recommends further refinement of these traffic projections, including evaluations of improvements necessary to address those impacts. Kind of leave it generic, right? Because the guiding principles kind of give us further direction on what to do. So we can leave the high level needs to just say, because the need is the projections, right? and evaluation of those projections to see what those needs are. And then we get into the guiding principles, which is going to give us further direction on what are the priority order we need to look at. Would that be acceptable to the commissioner and you?
Yeah, I think just kind of removing that reference to new inland corridors, because those are the ones that are the most expensive, the most questionable, and quite frankly, the projections for road suitability in the future are fairly good, except for those problem spots that we talked a lot about. Going out into a brand new territory and putting a road out where nobody is, trying to hook up areas, I just don't see the need that's been shown for substantial new inland corridors.
And I think the guiding principles pretty much leads us in that direction, right? The task force members, what you have told us is you got to look at leveraging existing corridors and where needed, right? Look at, and if justified, look at new alignment. So the guiding principles and the instructions kind of give us very specific direction on that. So why don't we work on revising this language to focus on just the evaluation aspect of it?
We can do that. We also have some other task force members that want to weigh in.
Okay.
So there might be some additional suggestions for doing that. Cecil Pendergrass, then Wendy Matthews. So Cecil?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. I just wanted to respond. So Cecil Pendergrass from Lee County, Florida, Southwest Florida. We heard the comments about the needs as far as the transportation north and south. And again, as I've said before in past meetings, we're looking for the future here in Lee County and for the Southwest Florida with the increase of population between Lee and Southwest Florida. We definitely see a need for a more corridors going north and south with the expansion of other roads other than I-75 for hurricane evacuation, also for improved economic development in South Florida. We need the more corridors for transportation and for transportation for goods also. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Wendy Matthews, and then Elizabeth Fleming, and then Mike Thompson. So Wendy.
So just a question. The statute language requires the task force to evaluate needs now. Isn't that correct?
Well, Wei Wei actually went through in her presentation on the dialogue with respect to evaluation of needs. So there have been a couple of things that have been added relative to that, particularly in the area of the action plan, Wendy. But we'll get more into that. But as far as the high level needs, these are potential high level needs that can be further evaluated from the DOT. But relative to the reference, we'll be talking probably more about that in the action plan section.
Okay, so DOT is asking the task force. Let me just finish real quick. So DOT is asking the task force to delegate a needs analysis to the future.
Wei Wei, I see you're on board here.
Hey, Wendy, I think what we were able to do with the task force is that we worked on identifying these regional opportunities and challenges at a very high level. And then there's a lot more work that needed to be done. So that in the revised action plan and the needs language, we identified the further evaluation, more detailed work that needed to be done following the task force guiding principles and instructions. You know, based on where we are in the process right now, based on the data that we have in this stage, a lot of these more detailed analysis is just not feasible to do at this point. So the task force has worked on identifying the high level needs at this point, and that's what we've been going through. And also, I just wanted to remind everyone, I heard a lot of discussions about the needs identification. In my presentation this morning, we specifically talked about that consensus on the report means that project-specific needs or environmental and economic feasibility are not fully developed at this point in the process. So we can work with task force members who have issues to massage that language to make sure that it reflects your true intentions.
And just to let you know, that language that Wei Wei is referencing is in the approach and framework, which is page 9, lines 27 through 34. So it's explicitly stated here on this page, and that is what Wei Wei presented this morning as well.
Okay, I guess I just feel like maybe there's a couple of definitions of the word need. So we'll just kind of work with you guys outside of this process, outside of the task force meeting today. And thank you.
I totally understand what you're saying. The high level needs and project specific needs, these are different. And we welcome your suggestion at the meeting or working with staff to help us clarify this language that we have.
Okay, do we have any more hands raised, Karen?
We do, plenty of hands raised. Elizabeth Fleming was next, followed by Mike Thompson.
Yeah, just to pile on to this, when I read it earlier and I didn't like it. I didn't focus on this. I focused, you know what I focus on, but it seems to be revealing some poor planning that takes place in the state of Florida, or lack of, we're using this to fix poor planning and overdevelopment and bottlenecks that have taken place over the past decade. So it looks like one of the high-level needs is to relieve congestion and direct it through these rural, largely undeveloped parts of Florida. So I don't like that part. And I don't want to see, it sounds like an effort's going to be made to refine this wording to better clarify the intention. But the way it is now, it sounds like Florida grows and we continue to build roads to support that growth and keep up with it. And this just flies in the face of proactive, or trying to look at hurricane evacuation, trying to look at avoiding sensitive areas. I mean, explosive growth shouldn't always be followed by more and more roads, because where does that end? These new roads to address all these problems will then become congested, and then what will we need in 20 years? Even more highways. So I think you're getting the point. So I'm sorry I didn't mention something earlier.
Elizabeth, thank you for sharing that. I think the intention here is to try to take a proactive approach based on what could be happening in the future. And when you get to the high level needs, it's beyond the roads aspect, it's the multi-use aspect. So it's a bit broader, but understand your concern, and thank you for bringing it up.
So we have Mike Thompson, then Paul Gray again, and Jason Lauerton. So Mike, you're self-muted.
There we go. Okay, yeah. Sorry. I don't believe either inserting or removing language that would prohibit DOT from considering new corridors is a proper thing to do at this point. The data is probably should drive it. I, for one, don't have any problem with a new corridor through Hardee County, and most of the people here agree with me. I do recognize that new corridors in some parts of the state, in some areas, and some ecological situations is going to be a problem, or could be a problem. But if that's the best way to do it, then we certainly don't want to prohibit DOT from looking at that possibility.
Just if I could follow up, if we change the language, I think as LK had said, to improvements as necessary, that's acceptable, correct?
I am okay with what LK mentioned. I'm fine with leaving it alone. I'm fine with refining it as he indicated.
Okay. Thank you. So Paul Gray and then Jason Howerton. Paul?
Yeah, okay, so, you know, I know we have needs in the future, and I agree with that. And like for Lee County, you know, obviously you are growing and you're going to need more. I'm looking at the 2050 future conditions level of service, and highways 31 and 17 run straight north out of your area, and both of them are yellow and green projected for 2050. So, you know, if we need to do more to make them all green, you know, I can buy that. But, you know, we're looking at high level needs, but and we also look at high level not needs. If those roads actually are projected to be good for another 30 years, and if we improve them even more, they would be good for longer, then to me that says, you know, there's certain things that we don't necessarily need in the future, and that's some nebulous big corridor somewhere that we don't really have much justification for. And so that's what I'm concerned about, is I don't want to leave a big, expensive, unknown, potentially boondoggle project on the table. I think this task force can say, you know, certain things are just not, we don't see the need for them in the future, and we should work on these other existing roadways to make sure that they're living up to their capacity and their service for us before we start, you know, saying we need a brand new road, because personally I don't see the need for it from the data I've seen. So that's the point I'm trying to raise. If we're going to reach a consensus, I think certain things left on the table might have some of us say we don't really agree with that. The idea that we're going to leave open these big new corridors.
Is that independent of the guiding principle that talks about maximizing existing facilities first? It seems like that's where what your direction is. So,
well, right. So my direction is, I think existing facilities, if they're maximized, will be adequate, and I don't see that extra step being needed at this point. You know, I just haven't seen enough data or projections, you know, that we have a certain number of people to get from A to B, and there's no road there. That type of a need has not been laid out to us, and because we have a lot of people in locations, but there's roads between them, and so again, I'm just not convinced that leaving a major new corridor on the table is. I don't think this region's ready for that type of an approach.
So Dr. Gray, I think, can you hear me? You had difficult time hearing me before. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. So Dr. Gray, I go back to the definition or the language that's reflected here for the high level need, right? Talks about support anticipated population growth in coastal communities and urban areas. So what we need to really focus on is the need for FDOT to conduct further analysis, right? To define what the impacts of that growth is and what the solution should be. And we need to, you know, I'm going to request my team to revise the language in this particular section, the description, to reflect that. Because, you know, throughout the conversations of the task force has been, we got to further evaluate, right? And we agree with that. So we got to further evaluate. And then you get into your guiding principles. You know, the task force has already given us direction in relation to the guiding principles. You said, hey, you got to maximize existing corridors before you look at new corridors, right? In a priority order, that's already provided. And then the second thing is, the operational and safety improvements that needed to be done prior to even looking at, new corridors. So if all those directions are provided to us, I would think we want to change the language in this particular high level need. Obviously, we all agreed that the high level need to support the anticipated population growth is there. That's why it's reflected in here through a lot of deliberated conversations. I don't want us to, go kind of like react to a sentence that probably should not belong here. We'll just remove it.
And Wei, you wanna?
Mr. Chair, I think your staff, me here, and Dr. Gray, maybe let's test something out. We thought maybe we could say something like the task force recognize general need to enhance transportation safety, mobility, and connectivity in the study area, but did not identify specific need for a completely greenfield corridor across the entire study area based on the available information at this time. Something to that effect, with that document some of your concerns, we can work on that language and clarify the thinking of the task force.
Yes, I think you're on the right track. Because we do have to identify, if not everybody's comfortable with all the ideas that are in here, that here's an idea of, this idea is not strongly consensus, or maybe not even quite a consensus yet. And so we can work on language like that. So thank you very much, Wei.
Thank you, Wei. So Jason Larson still has his hand up, and I think that's the last one on this.
Yes, thank you. First, I wanted to say, Wei, thanks for pointing out the language added on page 9, starting at line 27. I find that a really important point to have included in the document, and I'm glad you've done that. For me, that frames a lot of what we are doing in this body. And just a couple of thoughts on the process we've undertaken here. I wish what we've done over the course of the last year had been done 60 years ago, when we just had 5 million residents throughout the state. And I can't help but think of what we would have saved and what ecological functions that were lost through the failure to plan like this, we would still have. And I greatly appreciate the science and the various viewpoints that have been brought through this process, and the leadership that I've seen from Audubon, Florida, and the Everglades Foundation, and the Thousand Friends of Florida, and the Defenders of Wildlife, and the Nature Conservancy, who have brought in these elements of the ecological complexity to the table. I think that's been incredibly helpful. Getting on paper in front of us the things that we must not do, and helping to clarify some of the costs of those kinds of actions. I'm sure we'll certainly get things wrong. 20 years from now, 10 years from now, there might be some significant things that we need to do to change. But in my view, this planning exercise has greatly advanced, I think, our thinking and planning. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's invested their time and energy in this process, and that's it. You don't need to change anything. Just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Jason. Much appreciated.
So that's all the hands we have up for right now. So if you want to, we were somewhere in the middle of this scrolling needs list. If you want to continue that, this was a good discussion. I appreciate Paul taking us backward.
Yes. So I believe we were on page 11, help rural and underserved communities. At the very least, that might have been one of the last ones we scrolled through. So, all right. So we're going to page 12. Keep moving. Yeah, I think we were actually on page 12. We went through improved access and interregional connectivity for residents, freight, and visitors between communities and markets. Expand transportation options such as shared use, non-motorized trails, freight, and passenger rail and public transit. There really weren't any changes at all to those paragraphs. Help increase economic activity and economic diversity throughout the region with emphasis on inland and rural areas. Anything, Karen?
I don't see any hands yet.
Okay. Next, we have create employment opportunities. Next page. I'll wait till we get there. Create employment opportunities, particularly to assist lower income residents and help retain younger residents in the area. Enhance access to jobs, workforce training, education, healthcare, and goods and services. Actually, I think we did go through these.
Yeah.
Support agriculture and resource-based industries as major economic drivers in areas of environmental sensitivity. Actually, I think we had gotten to this point. Protect, connect, and enhance environmentally sensitive areas, ecosystems, water resources, and wildlife, including the Florida panther. Keep going. And this was the last one. Strengthen disaster mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. And actually here, because we had our presentation at meeting 7, we have quite a bit of language that was added to this need. And this is where you see, if you look at line 13, you'll see the reference to statewide regional evacuation study, which is currently underway.
So just asking if any task force members have any comments, thoughts, concerns on these. You may want to, the needs evaluation process will lead us into the action plan, right?
Correct.
So which will be the section we'll do next.
Yes, the needs evaluation process, as I stated before, the sub-bullets that were here, many of them went into some of the detail and the high-level needs, and the rest went into the action plan. So if you look at that first paragraph on lines, let's see, 20 and 21, that's where it references the action plan in the report. But those other 2 paragraphs were in this section before.
So while I'm not seeing any hands raised, does anyone need more time to go through? You want to raise your hand? Or does anybody have any concern? I'm not seeing any task force members respond.
Okay.
So I think that means we have wrapped up those potential high-level need discussion, and we can move into the action plan.
Terrific. So now we're going to the action plan, which is on page 24 of the report. Wei did a great job this morning of going through each of these items, although it was not the full narrative, it was the high points of the content. So we can actually scroll through these as well. We hope that you've had a chance to review these.
If I may, Bill Ferry is looking to be acknowledged, I believe. So Bill, did you have something you wanted to mention
Well,
about that?
No, I'm good. I'm sorry. I must have done something here that tricked the hand to go up. Apologize.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
Go ahead, Beth.
I just want to reiterate, if you look at the preamble there to the action plan, you'll see that it also reflects FDOT's commitment to the actions that are stated here. So I just wanted to reiterate that. But then we go into the 8 actions within the action plan. So again, I don't want to reread or restate what Wayway has, but maybe we could do is we can do the same thing here as we did with high level needs and just kind of scroll and stop if you have a question, a thought, or a comment. So the very first one does get to evaluating of needs, as Wayway talked about. And yes,
Okay. Sorry, Beth.
Sure, no problem.
I don't know if Karen mentioned this. I want to remind all the task force members that the action plan, the different items listed in the action plan, is a reflection. Although this section is new, but the contents are not. They are a reflection of our conversations from the past, right? So and what we did was we carefully took all the comments that you provided and categorized them and put them in these items. So it's really a reflection of all the points that you made throughout all the task force meetings. We wanted to create an action plan for the department to follow and the commitment that we are going to show to the input that you have given us. Thank you.
Thanks, okay. All right, so the first item there is evaluate needs.
So we've talked about needs quite a bit today, and that we're gonna, the need for the greenfield was a recent one, the need in general, and so this helps to explain how the needs will be evaluated going forward.
Yeah, so it's built on the guidance that you provided.
Any additional thoughts by task force members on the evaluate needs that we haven't covered already today? Or that you feel needs to be a different nuance?
How are we doing?
I'm not seeing any hands yet, so okay, keep on going.
The second one, identify and evaluate alternatives. This is as Wayway went through, and you can see in line 24 that it specifically mentions that alternatives will also include a no-build option. So we know that was very important to call out for task force members. When you get to line 31, you see that the planning process will also include initial high-level consideration of potential costs and funding approaches. So there are a number of items that we have talked about that have been encompassed in this section, and also that Wayway highlighted earlier today.
We may give people a minute or so to read this. Okay. Not getting any hands yet. Paul Gray.
Hi, yeah, this is Paul again. It might be useful to have a definition of what no build is, because it's kind of what I was just talking about a minute ago. Certainly there's problem areas, and we're going to have to build something, whether it's a toll road or whatever, to fix roads that clearly are, not serving the community. But, and so if that is what a no build option is, that means we just anything on roads for a long time. I don't think that's really viable, but there, a no build option for a brand new corridor, a substantial one, to me, that's a little bit different question, and I think we ought to separate those two questions, because for me, no build a significant new corridor would be something I'd support, but no build anywhere for anything is not something I'd support. I think they're very different questions. So maybe we could separate that or get some more clarity on what a no build option actually means.
Wei?
Hey, Dr. Gray, in the context of of the action plan, no build means no major capacity investments beyond those that's already committed in the work program. Of course, we'll still maintain the safety and maintain the existing system in this study area. So, and when we identify and evaluate alternatives, that's what no build means. We can clarify the language and maybe put that into the glossary. That would be part of the appendix for the report.
Yeah, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's different from that the MCORS program would not go forward. An MCORS program itself could continue to move forward. It's just there may be a no build in certain areas. So, all right, so we have Bill McDaniel and Elizabeth Fleming who will weigh in after LK.
All right. Thank you, Karen. I thought you moved away from me.
Nope.
So to add on to what Wei said, you know, if you remember part of Bill's presentation, there was like different planning areas, right? So that kind of leads into the segmentation of the corridor based on those planning areas and a logical termini. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is this is a multi-use corridor, right? And transportation is one component of the multi-use corridor. So evaluation of no-build alternatives will also include not only just the transportation, but also what are the other things. So it could be a combination of things that may result as we move forward with the MCORS program. You know, it could be just utilities, or it could be utilities plus transportation in certain areas while leveraging existing corridors, maximizing existing corridors. So keep that in mind as we are talking about no build option. Thank you.
So Bill McDaniel.
So I just wanted to second Paul's comment. We spoke about it when we had our staff meeting, and I think it's imperative that the segregation of definition of no build is brought forth and fortified, because as you're hearing today, the interpretation of the statute on different processes has different interpretations. Definition of need, as Wendy discussed earlier, has different definitions. And so there is a misconception, as Paul has said on multiple times, that no build means don't build anything. And I think largely a lot of folks know and understand that the enhancements of the current corridors that we already have impacted can have amazing benefits to our community and meet all of these guiding principles that have been established by our paper here. So I just was seconding what Paul had to say.
Great. And Elizabeth?
And I'm going to third what they just said, because I actually thought I understood what no build meant, and now I'm confused. So clarification would be very helpful. I've participated in many PD&Es and EISs and other fora for these kinds of things, and usually there is a need for a road identified, and then the planning goes forward, and there are several alternatives, and one of those alternatives is a no build option. That means that project doesn't move forward. So the fact that this one could move forward on part of it, or certain modes could move forward, some of it is already moving forward. There are PD&Es on some of these potential alignments that we don't know what they are for this particular, in our study area, we don't know what will be selected or what could be selected. So I'm just trying to make it crystal clear that there's some confusion and on my part.
Yep, and I think you actually have the understanding down. It's just because we're talking segmentation that it makes a difference. So the different parts of the corridor. I'm going to see if Michael McCabe wanted to weigh in. I know he was another one at meeting 7 that brought this issue up. If not, that's fine.
Yes. No, let's see, I think I'd be the 4th now. So somebody seconded and thirded it, so I'd be the 4th. Yeah. Can you hear me first? Yeah.
Can, yes.
Okay. You know, I've been sitting back and listening, and you know, I've mentioned that at the last task force meeting, the concept of no build, and I look at no build should have had a large portion of conversation, and I would say here we are in task force 8 and we're finally having it, because the concept of no build should have been as extensive as all the other conversations, and we actually as an organization should have built out guiding principles for no build, because then we would have a formative approach and a direction for the concepts that now people are saying, well, I'm not sure what it means, because no build can take on many functions. And as I've had conversations with several of the staff members of the task force, that has been my concern all along, because there is the extreme no build as in nothing, but then there's concepts of no build that are interspersed through each one of the multi-modes. And here we are at the 11th hour, and now we're having the conversation, and that is something that I think we should have devoted a great deal of time for, because it would have changed some of the discussions, some of the needs, and even guiding principles, I believe. So with that, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Wei, thank you for joining us. I was going to ask you to. So.
Well, we heard you loud and clear. So Elizabeth, thank you for defining what no build is for us. You hit it head on. You're spot on. So we'll make sure that we clarify what no build is in the body of the report as well as in the glossary, so to avoid the confusion. Thank you for the comments.
Any others, Karen, on this one?
No, I'm not seeing any other task force member hands. Any last minute, I don't mean last minute, any additional comments on this? Oh, Chris Constance, I'm sorry. Chris?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been sitting back and listening, and you know, I guess the other side of no build is you can look at, you know, environmental reasons, you can look at pushback from the local community. I think segmentation of the roadway and periodic no builds really comes down to a lack of financial ability to build the entire roadway. And so if you want to talk about economic feasibility, there's a real stopper and a real need to consider no build. And this goes back to conversations I've had with staff about, you know, you're trying to get this thing done in 10 years, and there's, you know, optimism about if there will be enough funding, but at the end of the day, I think most people are aware of the fact you're just not going to have enough dollars to build out all 3 of these roadways by 2030. And so you're going to have to prioritize segments that make sense and other segments that, for many reasons, multifactorial reasons, don't make sense. But, you know, financial feasibility, economic feasibility is a real stopper and is probably way up high on no build criteria. Because at the end of the day, we have to safeguard our local taxpayer dollars, and none of us want these roads cutting into our work programs unless it's a priority that we've come up with and we've decided to dedicate our dollars towards. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Well, and thank you, Commissioner Constance. And actually, within this actual item, lines 31 through 35 talk about the cost of funding approaches as well as analysis of economic feasibility. And then we've also got item number 4, which we'll get to soon, that talks about in detail about assessing economic feasibility. So thank you very much for those comments and bringing that into the discussion here.
So Penny Taylor's raised her hand. Penny, do you want to comment on number 2?
Yes, just briefly, I agree with Commissioner Constance totally. He's echoing my thoughts, frankly. We have work programs, it's local work programs, and we have needs locally. So this is our priority as lawmakers. And to have a road that is not economically feasible usurp those needs is just, we just can't go along with it. So I don't know how we carve this turkey, but somehow we need to address and make sure that the priorities of MPOs, local MPOs, take precedent over this road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any others, Karen?
I'm not seeing any others. If you want to move on to 3.
Yes, speaking of MPOs, Commissioner Taylor, I don't know if you knew this was coming next, but item 3, support consistency, review and update of local and regional plans. So this has been discussed quite extensively today and before today. In addition to, you will see the interchange discussion encapsulated here as well. So please let us know if you have any comments related to this item number 3.
I'm not seeing any hands raised as people read through this. So maybe if you want to move on to number 4, we'll talk about that quite a bit.
Sure. So moving on to number 4, of course, we talked a lot about this. Will has presented on this item a couple of times, and we've discussed it, kind of ongoing through the guiding principle discussion. Assess economic feasibility and identify potential funding sources.
Yeah, so Ken Doherty has raised his hand. Ken, is it on number 4, or did we just go too fast for you?
No, Karen, number 4 is where I was waiting for. Basically.
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank the department, the team, for putting together this item per the last meeting. It was an important aspect for a lot of us, economic feasibility. And I want to go to the line 10, I guess. First comment. Evaluation of the economic feasibility of the corridor at the 30% design phase. I would appreciate, don't need a response right now, but I would appreciate, for the public's benefit, to put some kind of a basic reference to when that would be on the calendar. Under the statute, I think we're supposed to have design, permitting, and right-of-way acquisition completed by December 31st, 2022. So I would assume, based on, if that is still valid, somewhere the department could look at when 30% design would be completed. So the public has a framework to look at and an expectation of when some idea would be for the cost of this thing. Now, as we move down into the funding components, I totally agree with my colleague, Commissioner Constance and Commissioner Taylor, relative to the MPO's decisions on priorities. They've got to be paramount. I quite honestly, at the beginning of this whole process, had the feeling that the 5-year work programs were never going to be touched. Now it's qualified here to simply the the 5-year work program for fiscal years 2021 through 2025. That's not acceptable to me. I mean, the heavy lifting on the construction dollars will occur about that time, 2025, I would guess. So to even contemplate jeopardizing our priorities locally with local MPOs in the future 5-year work programs, I'm really, really uncomfortable with that. So I think I need more clarification on what is DOT going to do? What is the state going to do if an individual MPO doesn't want to put this as a priority? And how will that be worked out? What will be the other options on funding? So that's basically my comments. Again, I wanted to support the other commissioners on this, and I would appreciate some more specific dates, if possible, thrown into this for transparency for the public. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Wei.
Thank you for the point about transparency and indicating where the cost and the economic feasibility is going to be analyzed. We have a few process charts, and they're like big charts with a lot of stuff on it. We'll develop information to indicate where that's going to happen to make it clear for the members of the public. So the teams can work on that. So the second point is that, like what Will explained this morning, if total revenue is not going to cover all the cost of MCORS project, anything related to MCORS must go through the MPO process just like everything else. If it's a priority of the MPO, it is. If it's not a priority of the MPO, then it's not. So it'll have to go through the process, the MPO process and the rural consultative planning process with the county commissioners. I think where you don't have an MPO. So Will talked about that this morning. So it's not going to jeopardize the local priorities.
Ken, did you have some follow-up?
Yeah, just one, and I understand that, I appreciate that, Wei, but I guess what I'm saying is, what will, if that happens, where it does not enter into the top priorities of an MPO, what will happen? I think that the report needs to provide that possibility, that scenario. What will does the project just stop? I guess I need to understand that. It doesn't give me a pathway for understanding from a financial standpoint how MCORS continues. If it does not become a priority for the MPOs, what happens? That's all. And I you know, if you can't address it right now, I understand that. I just thought it would be important for our next task force meeting here. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, it might be a segmentation issue depending on this project specific information, but we'll have clarified language in the action plan to indicate a clear pathway as to what happens to these projects, just to clarify that the MPO process that we are going to be following.
Okay, thank you, Wei. Any other thoughts or comments on number 4 from the task force members? I am not seeing any hands, so we will, assuming there's no additional concerns at this point in time, we'll move on to number 5.
Okay. Number 5, advanced innovative land acquisition concepts. We actually had a lot of discussions about collaboration with regard to prioritization, as well as funding sources and things of that nature. So take a look at number 5 and let us know if you have any comments.
Yeah, okay, Paul has a comment or question.
Okay.
Paul, Gray?
Yes, maybe we could add the Department of Forestry, since they're in the Ag Department, and they also have some land management responsibilities or opportunities.
Okay, thank you for that, Paul. Is there anyone that would like to comment on Paul's suggestion or anything else related to number 5?
So we have Wendy Matthews and Andrew Dickman.
Okay.
So Wendy and then Andrew. Wendy Matthews. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Paul. I think we should add the Florida Forest Service, which is under the Department of Agriculture. And then also, I'd just like to see in line 33, where we talk about acquisition, right-of-way acquisition, the acquisition of lands or easements. I think we should say conservation easements, because easements can mean a lot of different things, but I think here we mean conservation easements. Is that right?
I would think so.
I believe the answer is yes. I'm not seeing a no from any of our FDOT leaders.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, Andrew Dickman and then Elizabeth Fleming.
That was actually the point that I was gonna touch upon, but I also was curious in the experience with the Wekiva project, how did the FDOT go about identifying lands, and did they acquire the lands or easements ahead of time? I'm just wondering if staff has the ability to weigh in on that. I think that's a very important before construction, getting that done.
I think it says the phone another friend, which is Weiwei again. Weiwei, do you know?
I need to phone my friend Charles Lee because he was involved with the Wekiva.
So that means
Andrew, I think what DOT committed to is that we're going to do the acquisition during early phases or in parallel with construction. So in parallel with the alternatives analysis.
Right, but not just the right-of-way acquisition, but the sensitive lands that you either need to acquire or easements, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, and Andrew, if you look back in the instructions, the various instructions for the environmental guiding principles, you'll see those explicitly stated for the types of acquisitions that you just mentioned. So hopefully that's helpful as well.
All right, Elizabeth Fleming. Elizabeth?
Yeah, just when I first read that, it reminded me that we had just talked about the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regarding acquisition of land for panthers. Naturally, if you have a discussion with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, that would bring in the service, I think. But just to be consistent with what we said earlier in that guiding principle, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for panther and other federally listed species.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Elizabeth.
Other thoughts on the land acquisition concepts from the task force? Then the number 6, advanced multi-use opportunities.
Yes. So
this one's short.
Yeah, this one's very short.
Any thoughts from task force members or concerns from task force members about this? We've talked about some of this today as well with trails and other things. Broadband. I am not seeing any hand raises.
Okay.
So move on to the 2 cross-cutting.
So now we've got number 7, continue robust partner and public engagement. So you'll see the commitment to include all that throughout. That was something that was brought up by a number of task force members to ensure that it happens. So this is a step above what you would see in the PD&E process. But I also want to point out on line 5 that FDOT will create a corridor advisory group. So this enables some proactive communications on what is happening with the program, as well as the ability to stay engaged with respect to the guiding principles and instructions. So I just wanted to point out that that is there and bolded out so that you can see it. Any comments on this paragraph?
Yeah, I know several task force members have talked about that local engagement going forward, so that's in here.
Yes.
And we'll give folks a second to read it. Not seeing any hands yet. No hands. If you want to move down to 8, we'll come back to 7 if we need to.
Okay, this is the final item here, commit to transparency and process improvement. So you'll also see some above and beyond aspects to this as well. Particularly when you look down into line 16, an annual MCORS budget update will be made publicly available as part of the work program. But also the DOT reporting on how decisions are made and whatnot. So a commitment to transparency and process improvement. Any thoughts, comments related to this? You'll also see reference to continuous improvement and a commitment to that throughout the process.
Yeah, and that relates to task force members talking about, you know, we've learned things from the past, we'll continue to learn things.
That's correct. And even this process has brought a lot of that to the forefront in the pre-planning stage.
So I'm not seeing any hands raised. Does anybody need some more time to read? Raise your hand. There we go. A couple hands went up. Elizabeth Fleming and then Michael McCabe. So
And
Elizabeth.
I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask this, but this reminded me to ask this. So you will tell me yes or no. But I have a question about the task force. When are we no longer under sunshine law? Is this when we hand the report in, when the report is done? So that, you know, we're going to continue to work on this. We're going to continue to collaborate, but it hasn't always been easy with sunshine. Well, we haven't been able to talk to each other for obvious reasons. So I'm just wondering how long we are bound by that rule.
Is that a question for David Fricka?
It's a question for John.
John Fricka.
I don't know if John is able to unmute his line or not while he's with us. But we will certainly get that answer for you, Elizabeth, and try to get back to you. Definitely through next meeting. The question is whether it goes through November 15th or beyond. So, Michael McCabe, you had a thought?
Yes. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. You know, now that we're through all of the document, and I just wanted to share a couple of thoughts. You know, to the committee, thank you for and recognize the organizers and facilitators of this task force, because the difficulty of conducting something like this type of event or committee is extraordinary in normal times, let alone what we went through. So you did a monumental task in pulling it through. I also want to say that I am extremely impressed by those members of this task force and the participation. The level of information and knowledge shared is phenomenal. And I thank you for all of your thoughts, because it certainly helped in my understanding, and I'm sure that the public's understanding of this. You know, I want to say, though, that we need to look at what we were tasked with and what that end goal was. And that's kind of where I wanted to put my comments, because as the document of the recommendations, it states, the task force is focused on developing recommendations on how FDOT and other agencies should implement the MCORS program in the areas in the study in 3 areas. And we went through those very extensively. The high-level needs. The high-level needs, it states, along with the purpose, answer the question of why this is supposed to happen. The guiding principles, they're supposed to be the answer to the question of how. And the instructions in project development beyond that answers what's next. And now what we're going to be asked for is to come and say this, to do the consensus recommendation. And as stated earlier, the consensus on the report does not constitute an agreement by all task force members. That is this phase in the delivery, but the report is intended to provide a consensus recommendation. I want to touch back on, though, someone said it earlier in the conversation that just took place a little while ago that I comment on about how at least the topic of no build, et cetera, was on. That Florida statute does say and has charged the task force to evaluate the need for, and going back into the high level needs, saying it's along with the purpose of. I think that this task force, as I said earlier, the need for and the purpose of that should lead us to the why, I don't think we spent enough time on. And I believe the task force has been focused on and done a really good job. But given the premise then in mind of the why as being already assumed and accepted as and is necessary. And we spent a great deal of time, developing the process to deliver the recommendations, the needs, et cetera, as if the need was established and justified. I mean, we talked even down to the granular level of wordsmithing down to line items. Yet the time that we devoted for looking at and the conversation of the build or the no build and adding guiding principles to that, we did not take. We were told that that would happen much later, and as you look at the number 4 of the action plan, it says that that's really going to take place in the 30% build. And I've said it before, and I said it to the staff, that's kind of the cart in front of the horse. Yet of those that have looked at that Cornell study came out, and really looked at whether the build and no build and looked at the numbers, and they've assessed numbers for this project of 3.3 billion. Whether that's right or wrong, I'm just saying that there was the ability or should be the ability to address that underlying question and look at that feasibility. And the gentleman earlier, I think Paul is his name, brought up and mentioned this new corridor, inland versus the coastal. I mean, those are the things that I really feel that we should have spent more time on. I think that what we did at times was avoid the question. I think, we minimized to a greater or lesser degree the concerns of that topic, and we didn't mitigate any overriding area. With that in mind, I know at this point, we're going to finalize this draft, and then we're going to be asked to give consensus on that. And I look at the consensus as said earlier, the consensus that they're asking us as task force members to align from varying degrees of agree and support down to the lesser element of agree not to oppose it. And I believe I personally have great difficulty with that, because I believe in even the slightest level of agree not to oppose it is giving it tacit approval. And I think that if we had spent the greater portion of time onto the build, no build, what is it, what levels of it, guiding principles on it, I would have no problem jumping in and supporting this in some form or fashion in that gradation spelled out from support all the way to agree not to support. But given where we are at this moment and really not quantifying that build and no build, or setting up guiding principles to move forward and not truly getting to the financial feasibility, which the Cornell study actually touched on, I have great difficulties jumping in and supporting and saying that this this report is truly representative of the total picture. And that's why I thought at this point, I've waited and I've been hoping, and I was glad to hear the conversation we had just a while ago, but we haven't really addressed it to the level that it should have been. And that's why I have great difficulty in jumping in and being part of a consensus. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
So I see Jason has popped in. Jason?
Hi, I just think it's worth, thank you very much for that conversation. I think it's well said and appreciated. I think it's important at the time to discuss kind of the differences between what we've asked the task force to do when it comes to high level needs and what happens later on in PD&E and no build. I mean, we've talked about it a lot today, and we've heard several different explanations. And Wei gave the correct one. I think Elizabeth was correct too. But I think it's worth talking about what that means to the department and how we go through the regular process going forward. So this corridor, and as a program, MCORS is a program, and LK talked about it earlier, we will look at separate projects. Those projects will go through alternatives. But before we go through alternatives, the important part of it is we'll develop project-specific purposes and needs. Why are we building that portion of a project? And I think what the task team has done is hugely important, because with your guiding principles and your needs, all of that will get rolled into those project-specific purposes and needs. And basically what happens is you look at the purpose and needs, you say, can we build a project that satisfies those purpose and needs and it is viable? Then you make some alternatives that are going to satisfy the purpose and needs. You'll say A through D. You always include no build. And what no build means is if none of the alternatives can satisfy the purpose and needs, or the satisfaction of the needs is too great of a cost. And I don't mean monetarily cost. I mean impacts to the communities, impacts to the environment, impacts to water or air, like I like to say, birds and bunnies and bugs and trees. If the impact is too great, then the analysis, the very detailed scientific analysis leads us to a no build. It does happen. Normally what happens is we go back to the drawing board and say, what did we do wrong? We want to make sure that we go through the analysis properly. But it does happen. They're project specific no builds. So as a program, as a corridor, and I think this is where things were getting a little convoluted earlier, the program includes many different facets, enhancements and acquisition and different modes. And that is a different decision, whether the program advances or whether a project will have a no build determination and not go forward. I think that, and what I'm hearing, and I think Wei said this, some better definitions on how we approach the future phases will go a long way to help clarify some of these issues. So happy to answer questions if there is any, but I just thought it was worth stepping in and reiterating kind of the next step process that's in a little more detail than you have on the screen.
Thank you, Jason. Wei?
Just a few words, and thank you also for the consensus discussion. The beauty of the consensus process is that members would put all their issues on the table. We work towards resolving these issues. So thank you for putting these issues on the table. We'll work with you to clarify and amend language. And our goal is to make sure that members can at least agree not to oppose to the recommendations as a package.
We have a couple more task force members that want to weigh in on number 7 or 8, Andrew Dickman and then Cecil Pendergrass. Andrew?
Yeah, hi, thanks. I was actually going to comment on something on 7 and 8, but then that whole discussion really prompted me to start thinking about other things. But really it had to do with, and I appreciate the part about transparency and continued availability of the funding of the MCORS budget and update. And so that's kind of topic that's really important to me as also a member of the 1,000 Friends of Florida is kind of the feasibility issue. And I know we've talked about it before, and I know that it's really unpacked during the PD&E process. But and I won't put you on the spot right now, but I would like at some point if someone could tell me if you all have looked at this Cornell consulting report, because I've seen it, but you all are the experts, but I'd like to know whether you have any thoughts or comments on it, whether it's valid or not valid, because it does seem to have some conclusions that are very concerning to me. And then the other comment I want to make is, having written over the last 20 years, many appellate briefs, this discussion about what's been coined as no build reminds me of going back and forth with other lawyers about what does this mean? And I kind of feel like we're backtracking a little bit because, I know many members of the public have spoken, and there's quite a few of them that believe no build is an option that will be addressed in this report and not be put off down the road, or no build won't be just no build here in this section, but build in that section. So I think I would like to see that a little bit more defined, not only for my purposes, but I think the members of the public, probably hear a lot about it today, because there is, quite a few people who think that there is an option of no build. And I do, reading the legislation, I see that as the, the need for that language. To me as a lawyer means that at this stage, not the PD&E stage, we're supposed to talk about it at least, and not just put it aside or lawyer it up. So those are my comments. Thank you. About the Cornell consulting report, if next time, or if you want to talk individually or privately, I would appreciate that assistance with understanding that report a little bit more. So thank you. And by the way, this document has been a lot more. It's been very helpful seeing it like this and being able to see where it's going and how to understand it, and and knowing where it's going. And I do appreciate all the hard work you guys have put into it. And I think this representation makes it a lot easier, at least for me, where we're heading with this. And obviously everyone is not going to agree on everything, so I think that's kind of inherent in the process. So thanks a lot for everything.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew.
Cecil Pendergrass.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me now? Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Now I just want to say thank you to Karen and Beth and all the staff and everything. This has been a great learning experience every time we meet. And again, I just want to say to pledge my extremely confidence and I'm extremely comfortable with the draft and everything we received recently. So I'd like to say thank you for all the work and all the information we continue to receive, and I look forward to this future program. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Cecil. There are no more hands raised for 7 or 8.
Okay.
So we've kind of worked our way through the action plan. We would have gone through the introduction and overview, but I think folks have seen that. And so any comments that people want to submit through the process, we'll be able to handle them that way. With that, I think what we'll do is we will recap the changes we're going to make for the day. And then Wei will talk a little bit about the next, how we'll go through the next steps, and then LK will have you close. So just I'm going to speak for Beth and I, and she's going to back me up if I forget anything.
Right.
This has been a great discussion. We've heard a lot of good recommendations for changing instructions and refinements to guiding principles and other text throughout. I did want to highlight on some of the big items that you will see incorporated in the version of the report. One was the discussion of the need determination. what that means and how that's going forward, and that will be documented with some revised language to explain that a little bit further, including the greenfield discussion that Paul raised in terms of not seeing a need for that at this point in time. When we talked about the Panther, there was the discussion of induced development and impact on panthers in particular, and so there will be some additions made to address that. That was also some interchange related, but there was a separate interchange language that we're going to take back in terms of the state facilities first. So there's kind of two interchange related to look at those impacts. And then in generally throughout, there were some thoughts about what was in one place should have been in another, or what was, should be consistent or duplicative. Since the guiding principles and instructions work as a set, we will look to make sure that the staff will look to make sure that everything is covered, maybe not duplicated, but covered, and then find some way of kind of cross-referencing it so that it's easier to find the information that you're expecting. So, for example, under conservation, move a lot of the information there under conservation lands. And then, of course, there was this last discussion on the clarification of no build in terms of what that means and making sure that that's clear going forward. So were there any other big ones?
No, I think you got them all, Karen. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we'll ask Wei to come back and we'll bring up her template for her to show. Wei, can you walk us through some of the...
Yeah, thank you so much, task force members, for the robust discussion today. And we've got a lot of work to do to revise the draft report based on your comments. And then we'll, in addition to what Karen said, we'll expand the action plan regarding project segments and how decisions get made to give you a clear pathway for the program of projects that's included within MCourse. So now let's review the process we will be using to receive comments on the draft report from both the task force members and the public. First, for the members of the public, we will post the draft task force report incorporating changes that we talked about today for public comment on September 29th for a 15-day period. The report will be posted on the MCourse website along with a web form for members of the public to fill out to provide either general comments or specific comments on the pages of the report. We will compile all public comments for you prior to your October meeting and summarize the comments in a presentation at the start of meeting number 9. We will alert you when the public comment draft is posted on the website and ask you to share the report with your constituents and partners so that they have an opportunity to review. Second, let's talk about how you as task force members can help us amend the final draft report. We will provide you with an amendment form as shown on the screen. If you scroll down to the next page, please. The purpose of this form is to provide a common structure for all comments so that we can easily compile and provide back to you in advance of your final meeting. We would ask that you use the form to propose substantive amendments rather than minor editorial changes. Since this is the October meeting is going to be our last meeting, we do want to provide all members a chance to review proposed amendments in advance. So everyone comes prepared to discuss the outstanding issues and staff has time to bring any additional information as requested. We have set the deadline for submitting proposed amendments for the task force members on October 9th. So you would have 10 days since the start of the posting of the document to complete your task. We know this is a quick turnaround, but we would like to have a few days to compile and organize everybody's suggestions and to provide the packet to you in advance of your final meeting. As noted, you can propose specific text or provide a general suggestion to staff. Staff will organize the proposed amendments by page for you, note any that are similar or potentially in conflict, and then provide requested clarifying information where necessary at the bottom of this amendment page. We anticipate reserving some time at meeting number 9 for final suggestions from the floor, but for everyone to be prepared, we do ask you to try to hit this October 9th deadline. Just to reiterate, we're going to post the draft on September 29th, and members of the public will have 15 days to review. And then we ask you, task force members, please submit your amendments to your production lead by October 9th so we can organize, compile, and put a packet together for you ahead of your final meeting. Karen, let's see if we have any quick questions.
So that was a lot to absorb. Elizabeth, yeah, you want to ask a question?
Is there the opportunity to follow up from this meeting like tomorrow and put some specific, remember I said I'd follow up with writing. Do you want me to wait until that, or can I get it to you to see if it can be incorporated into what then becomes the report that goes out for for public comment?
Elizabeth, I would think tomorrow is the last day that we can incorporate any comments because the goal is to post it next Tuesday, September 29th, and the teams here would have to work through the weekend to incorporate all the changes. So we ask for your patience and work with us. We can take any comments you have tomorrow, but after that, we have to have the final draft ready to be posted.
Understood.
And you'll have additional opportunity to submit your amendments after the posting.
I have several that are fresh. I think they're fresh in my mind, but my mind is not fresh. So if I could do them tomorrow, that would be helpful for everyone, I'm sure. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for working with us and your patience.
Any other questions for Weiwei and next steps? I am not seeing any, Weiwei. Thank you. Turn it over to LK then.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to figure out how to get off my mask. So task force members, I want to say thank you for all the conversation throughout the day. I think we've accomplished a lot, and you've suggested many changes that are going to be summarized by Karen, summarized them, that are going to be reflected in the report. So in addition to Weiwei's remarks, I want to mention a few additional next steps before we begin the public comment period. First thing is, I want to let you guys know that we went through a presentation associated with the Florida Panther, right? And before we got into the guiding principle conversation, and the presentation was really addressing the language in the statute. So what we're going to do is incorporate a separate section on Florida Panther in the report, kind of following the presentation, the way it's laid out and the points that were mentioned, which will include the process that we're going to go through, or a suggested process to prioritize those conservation lands that we're going to look into, and the folks that are going to be involved in the decision-making process. So we'll have to figure out where the language would go in, but we'll incorporate a separate section for that. The other thing is, we'll also look at the possibility of incorporating specific task force member comments beyond what we incorporated in the guiding principles and instructions, and we'll have to figure out where to incorporate that as we capture the comments that were made today and in task force meeting number 9. So we'll look at that. For the other thing that I want to mention is, we've been through this process for the past year. It's been 8 meetings and long conversations and a lot of time commitments from the task force members. And I want to say thank you for that. And we should be very proud of the progress we've made. And the report and all the products that were generated through this process kind of shows that. And I want to thank my team also for all the hard work they put in, and our central office team, and the support groups, AV group, and everybody, right? Audiovisual group and everybody. We wouldn't have gotten here and walking into our last task force meeting without the support of everybody. I want to restate my personal commitment and the department's commitment of relying on the task force recommendations when performing additional corridor planning and project development in the 9-county area. I think Jason may have mentioned this. This is kind of like a very unique process that the department is going through. This process kind of gives us that additional framework and additional insight from different organizations, different individuals, knowledgeable individuals, respected individuals like you, for us to take it to the next level and incorporate into our process as we try to deliver this program. So I want to say, I'm very, very much big on commitments, and the department is very much big on commitments, and our history shows that. So I want to restate ours, mine and FDOT's commitments to take your recommendations and go forward and incorporate them into the planning process. Today's presentation and the task force meeting number 8 recording will be posted on the website. The team will record the revisions of the guiding principles and instructions discussed today and provide an updated draft final report for public and task force review and comments. As discussed, if you have any additional comments, particularly some of the editorial changes we did not get to discuss today, please send them to Marlon Becerra by October 9th so we can incorporate into the next version. In addition, as always, we will continue to be available to address any technical questions you have throughout the process. As a reminder, we do have 2 community open houses scheduled for September 24th at North Collier Regional Park in Naples and September 29th at Nora Mayo Hall in Winter Haven. Similar to last month, this community open house will be conducted in a hybrid format with materials available online at floridamcourse.com website for members of the public who prefer to attend virtually. So I look forward to attending again on October 19th. Appreciate all your time. So why don't we go forward with the hearing comments from members of the public. Karen?
Thank you, okay. So requests made online to provide comments virtually received by 4 o'clock today are via speaker cards at the public viewing locations will be addressed during this public comment periods. Comments will be made in the order of the request, and if you do not respond when you are called, we will provide a second chance at the end of the public comment period. When your name is called to actually speak, please unmute your line in order for you to provide comment. We will unmute your line, in order for you to provide comments within your allotted time of 3 minutes. You will hear a tone when you have 30 seconds remaining, and another tone when your time is up. The line will be muted after 3 minutes, so please keep your eye on the clock and listen for the tones. If you have more information to share with the group, you can provide additional comments in writing for further consideration, and you can send these comments anytime. These comments or any other comments to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us. Only one person at a time will be unmuted, and if you've self-muted, please make sure to unmute before speaking. After completion of the virtual public comments, we will subsequently move to the public viewing locations. And so with that, I am going to announce the first public comment speaker, and that is Amy Datz from Tallahassee. and I encourage my other colleagues to join us online.
I am a professional environmental scientist and activist, not a lobbyist or consultant. Broadband should be for all citizens, not just community facilities. This defeats the purpose outlined in the legislation. School children and those working from home, as well as agriculture and freight, need access over the whole area. Access not just for schools and libraries does not meet this need. You have 2.3 million residents in this corridor. It has been suggested they shelter in place in a hurricane. There are many millions more tourists, temporary visitors, and workers who will have to leave because there's no shelter for them, as the hotels and resorts closed. Southwest Florida is nationally the third most difficult area to evacuate in an emergency. Where will these people go? They will evacuate on this roadway, away from coastal flooding and destruction. 90% of the corridor population lives on the coast. With sea level rise, people will move off the coast. Where will these people go? To central and northern Florida, towards this roadway. This corridor has the highest population growth statewide in both the past decade and in predicted growth over the next 25 years. Where will all these people go? Statistics indicate they will go here. Some office buildings in New York City are 90% empty. In this pandemic, people living in high personal income states will work from home in Florida and not pay that tax, further increasing our population rates. This movement must be addressed. Big Cypress is home to both the Florida Panther and fracking oil exploration. One thing as a task force must ask is, how will fracking in this area impact the usage on this roadway? Fracked gas must travel by pipeline, truck, or train. Transportation by truck has the potential for an explosion or spills and also creates a very dangerously highly volatile cargo mingling with our traffic. Fracking requires not only toxic, explosive, and radioactive material to be brought in, but the results brought out. This is hundreds of thousands of dangerous truck trips in the corridor. This should be discussed in this report. Projects like the Sable Trail and the Florida Gas Transmission Company will be more destructive over time rather than a positive economic factor. The natural gas industry will be obsolete in 20 to 30 years, leaving the taxpayer to clean up their mess when they go bankrupt. This project should avoid supporting the development, maintenance, and inclusion of natural gas. DOT has over 1 million acres of grass on the right-of-way. This could be used for biofuels. This project will add thousands more acres of right-of-way grass and areas for solar power generation as we move away from extracting fossil fuels in our fragile and precious Big Cypress Swamp and the Everglades. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Statz, for your comment. Up next, Michael McGrath from Fort Myers, Florida. Michael, you are unmuted.
Good evening. My name is Mike McGrath. I'm an organizer for the Sierra Club based in Fort Myers, Florida. Task Force members. To date, the task force process has been focused largely on nebulous ideas rather than drilling down into the specifics. Before considering any of these guiding principles, it should have been FDOT's responsibility to evaluate whether this project was even financially feasible or fiscally responsible, as they normally do during their 5-year planning process. FDOT failed the task force members and it failed Florida taxpayers. To fill this research gap of what FDOT hasn't provided you all, Cornell Consulting was commissioned to evaluate the financial feasibility of each of these toll roads. I know that some of you mentioned those reports today, so thank you very much, Mr. McCabe and also Mr. Dickman, for those references. And I strongly encourage you each to read through their findings as you make your final deliberations. It should be noted that they used FDOT publicly available data to project traffic usage rates, toll revenue, bonding capacity, opportunities for private-public partnerships and for financing options, and also other project comparables for estimating construction costs. They ran more than 500 simulations in their model to determine if the M-Course project met FDOT's statutory guidelines and made financial sense. For many of these simulations, they created terms that are favorable for FDOT, and still, not one simulation yielded that the toll roads would actually be financially feasible based on FDOT's statutory guidelines. So the question to ask ourselves is, why did FDOT refuse to dig into fiscal feasibility? Because the fact is the project is not financially feasible, and not enough would warrant no build, and they don't want you to do that. However, that isn't their call. Task force members, I appreciate your conversation around the concept of no build and many of your willingness to consider it more fully. Now is the time to oppose this project and make the needed push for no build. You don't need to sign on to a consensus agreement for something that you oppose. The no build decision does not preclude the creation of wildlife crossings, improvements in existing roads, or land acquisition for conservation purposes. If it weren't for the backwardsness of this MCORS program, all these items would normally be addressed during the FDOT's normal 5-year planning process that determines both the need and also feasibility of a potential project. We all know there already exists overwhelming sentiment from the public supporting the no build position, and as now accompanied by the data-driven analysis of Cornell Consulting's policy reports. The only responsible option for Florida taxpayers and to avoid unnecessary strain to FDOT's budget is no build. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Up next, Herman Younger from Gainesville, Florida. Herman, you are unmuted.
Hello, task force members. You are now at the penultimate task force meeting. Your recommendations will soon go to the governor's desk. Everything you do from today until then sets the stage for the future of Florida's economy, environment, and moral standards. FDOT argues that you are not tasked with recommending a no-build option, as that is the purpose of the PD&E process, but we cannot afford to rely on a single state agency to yield to the will of the people. You are tasked to give recommendations related to MCORS, and if you have found insufficient evidence for need or feasibility, then a no-build recommendation is appropriate. Your stamp of approval is a choice. You can refuse to recommend this environmentally destructive toll road project with a multi-billion-dollar price tag. If FDOT's failure to provide proof of need or feasibility for MCORS wasn't enough, the recently released Cornell Consulting white papers made infeasibility very clear. The Cornell Consulting analysis refuted the unsubstantiated claims made by FDOT related to traffic congestion, broadband, and hurricane evacuation. The mounting evidence and analysis shows there is no need or feasibility for MCORS, and as task force members, your stamp of approval will forever be written in history, as well as your lack of sound judgment and reason. I urge you to listen to the thousands of Floridians, scientists, students, activists, mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters, and do not sign on to any consensus agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Younger. Up next is Kristen Rubin from Alva, Florida. Kristen, you are unmuted. Kristen, you're self-muted. Kristen Rubin, correction, from High Springs, Florida. You are unmuted and self-muted. If you are unmute on your end, you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Hi, my name is Kristen Rubin, representing our Santa Fe River, Fort White, Florida. First, I want to mention that yesterday, one of the task force members stated that there are millions, as in plural, of people moving to Florida yearly. That is not true. Please make sure the facts are correct, which is between 950 to 1,000 yearly. I would have just fainted if it was really true. I am requesting the task force to say no build to the MCORS toll roads. This is a fiscally and environmentally boondoggle. In 2019, SB 7068 was passed for all the wrong reasons. Prior to this legislation, the recommendations to FDOT were to repair and replace the present infrastructure. Looking at the positive side, if the roads are not built, broadband can be expanded at a fraction of the cost and within a faster timeline. More focus, time, and monies can be used to care for the environment, not damage an already fragile environment. Farms and communities can stay intact, not divided or ruined by sprawl. Over $3.4 billion has been lost in revenues in the state of Florida due to COVID-19 and will not be further impacted by being fiscally irresponsible to the real needs of Floridians if the task force says no build in the consensus report. This would be a win-win because these toll roads are not a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin. Up next is Jessica Bisba from St. Petersburg, Florida. Jessica, you are unmuted.
Hi there, this is Jessica Bibza, and I'm with National Wildlife Federation. Spoken to you guys at a couple of meetings. Really appreciated the conversations that were happening today. I wanted to thank you for adding the guiding principles and instructions that focused on the habitat around the Florida panther. I did want to I also appreciated hearing there at the end of the call today, the end of today's meeting, talking about adding a section on panthers. They are such an important species to our state, to South Florida and Southwest Florida, that they definitely deserve to be elevated. I noted that the guiding principles talk about avoiding negative impacts to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service panther focus area. And I would recommend, and although habitat is absolutely key, I would ask that you also consider explicitly stating avoiding negative impacts to the Florida panther population. Obviously, if you're avoiding impacts to the habitat, that should definitely help avoid impacts to the population. But I think more than just the habitat, let's talk about the critters themselves. I also was really encouraged to hear the lively discussion at the end of today's meeting about the build and no build option. It's about time that that conversation happened. The financial feasibility, the impact, negative impact on local communities, as well as wildlife and their habitat. Those factors can't be overlooked and are needed to be considered. Should have been considered early, but better late than never. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bibza. Up next is Christina Scarnage from Miami Beach. Christina, you are unmuted. You're self-muted.
Thank you. Christina Scaringe from Miami for Animal Defenders International, urging a more thorough consideration of a no-build alternative. We appreciate the guiding principles and instructions discussed today, but amplify TNC's concerns regarding panther. Critically endangered panthers struggle to survive in a fraction of their former home, while climate change looms and development increasingly threatens fragile ecosystems, bulldozing sensitive critical habitat. Aspiration without action will not save seriously at-risk panthers and other imperiled species. We must act honestly and responsibly before it's too late. The Cornell analysis concluded that across all study areas, feasibility, economic development, congestion evacuation, MCORS will fail to meet its goals, and declared it fiscally infeasible, a gross misuse of government funds, and an environmental nightmare that will starve state coffers. The state's projected billions in shortfalls in the coming years necessitates stringent data-driven feasibility analysis early, at the front end, and throughout this process. Only 150 panthers remain or thereabouts, squeezed into less than 5% of their historic range. We are their greatest threat. We threaten them with habitat loss, degradation, and fragmentation from thoughtless, sprawling development. The Florida Panther Recovery Implementation Team described their remaining sliver of habitat as absolutely critical to survival, as well as its northern expansion. Another study agreed it should receive the highest priority by regulatory agencies because any further loss very likely risks extinction. Humanity is at a crossroads, comes the warning from CBD's Global Outlook, released just last week, yet another in a long series of reports alerting that the more humanity exploits nature, the more we undermine our own well-being, security, and prosperity. As we gather here virtually in a global pandemic, with 1 million species risking extinction, our actions are so dire, scientists refer to this time as the Anthropocene, because humans caused this sixth mass extinction. CBD described the evidence in our hands demonstrates the severe, widespread, and persistent consequences to people, cultures, economies, the climate, and the natural world if we continue along our current path, demanding a significant shift away from business as usual projects. Calls mount, underscoring the import of proper planning to reduce the negative impacts of urban expansion and infrastructure. It seems Floridians agree, as 75% voted to mandate the state spend millions towards conservation lands for habitat corridors and the like. It doesn't take a massive roadway to fulfill that mandate. The people of this state and the repeated stark warnings from near and far of the financial and environmental challenges before us could not be clearer. These problems don't go away because we ignore them. We can fix this, but it's our time to face our hubris with honest, responsible, innovative solutions that improve all our lives in a world we all share. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Matthew Schwartz from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Matthew, you are unmuted. You're self-muted.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So good afternoon. Matthew Schwartz from the South Florida Wildlands Association. Kind of hard to squeeze 15 years of panther protection work into 3 minutes, but let me give it a shot. So here are two statements from the science on panthers in Southwest Florida. Because there is less panther habitat remaining than previously thought, we recommend that all remaining breeding habitat in South Florida should be maintained and the current panther range should be expanded into South Central Florida. That's landscape analysis of the adult Florida panther, Fracas et al. In July of 2015. And second article from Couts et al. That define the ranges, the different zones of the panther. Primary dispersal and secondary zones comprise essential components of a landscape scale conservation plan for the protection of a viable Florida panther population in South Florida, and basically says what we got, we should keep. So there's some panther science in the nutshell. The last big cat living in the eastern United States, hemmed in by ever increasing levels of development and ever shrinking habitat. Elizabeth Fleming referenced the new research by the Fish and Wildlife Service on the panther, and from our conversations with them, that amounts to them saying, well, there's more than 100 panthers. That's all we thought of originally, and there's room for more development. That's a pretty silly way for them to go. We'll take that up if it comes. But the leading cause of death for panthers in Southwest Florida is roadkill. Secondary is intraspecific aggression, essentially panthers fighting to the death over available territories. That relates directly to how panthers use this habitat that we're discussing in Southwest Florida. The primary zone doesn't separate out forested areas, agriculture, rural, public. It's a single mosaic. It's a single habitat that contains a mosaic of different habitats. All of it, including the secondary zone, which is of less optimal quality, should be enhanced. And that's the science. That's what we're saying. We're at the nub. We can't develop any more of that. And when we talk about panthers, picture a female panther giving birth to a few kittens. The females could kind of take up a territory near her. The males have to disperse and find their own territory. Daddy, who occupies a optimal piece of habitat, is not going to accept Junior living in his territory. So he's got to go out and find some more stuff. That's the suboptimal stuff we're talking about, and that's where the panthers are often killed, and it's usually young males. I want to address a little bit, I'm running out of time. We're encouraging this task force, especially those who are supposed to be representing the environmental community, which is overwhelmingly opposed to the project. Don't get snookered into this language of high-level needs, guiding principles, etc. This is a land scheme. The Heartland Parkway was a land scheme. We know that. This is a continuation of that. Vote the no build. We'll take up land and roadways as needed in the future. Thank you very much for allowing me to give these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Up next is Randy Coots from Tallahassee, Florida. Randy, you are unmuted.
This is Randy. Can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Yes, my name is Randy Couts. I'm a wildlife ecologist. That was released. There was a press release just yesterday. The title of that report is Potential Impacts of the Southwest Central Florida Connector on the Florida Panther and its Habitat. The goal was to summarize potential impacts of the toll road on panthers. Just by way of credentials, I am now retired, been retired for about 6 years, but part-time consulting. I spent 27 years in the environmental office of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. I've been working on panther-related issues for about 25 years now. I am a member of the Panther Recovery Review Criteria sub-team of PRIT, and I also spent the last couple of years helping the panther biologists with the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Commission to draft a panther species status assessment. So what I looked at for this report was what future development can we expect in this study area. I used the GeoPlan 2070 study, and I also looked at sea level rise and some projections of sea level rise of 1 meter. What those results suggest that for panther habitats in the future is a loss of somewhere around 26 to 34% of prime panther habitats in southwest Florida, as well as some north of the river. And those that means roughly a reduction in the population of somewhere a quarter to a third of the population from development projections now. Essentially, the toll road would act as a catalyst to accelerate the transport of humans into South Florida and accelerate the rate of development and the loss of habitat. This whole region, it looks like the population would be expected to double by 2070. In the next 50 years, that's another couple of million people, and their secondary impacts of growth, development, loss of habitat. There's also some issues pertaining to fragmentation. For example, the analyses I showed show the dispersal zone that allows panthers to get into central Florida would be completely severed. And there are a number of other impacts characterized in this report. But that's a quick summary. I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Gladys Delgadillo from Naples, Florida. You are unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Gladys Delgadillo. I live in Naples, and I am deeply concerned that the proposed Southwest Central Connector will do irreparable damage to local water quality and wildlife. Unfortunately, the draft report provides nothing but niceties without any strong provisions to ensure protection and enhancement of natural resources, and fails to acknowledge the majority of the public who demand the connector not be built. The public is being told this toll road is an opportunity to enhance natural resources. I would caution that even with extensive planning, this goal has been hard for Florida to reach in the past. Take the no net wetland loss policy, for example. Though there are myriad rules in place to avoid impacting wetlands and wetland mitigation is required by state law, the state continues to lose wetland acreage and wetland function, which has largely contributed to our current water quality crises. It is too easy for project planners to say impacts cannot be avoided and get away with ineffectual mitigation while Florida citizens suffer. While enhancement of the environment may be theoretically possible, there is no indication from the draft report that the Southwest Central Connector will achieve this. The pleasant-sounding goals outlined by the report fall short. For example, it is not enough just to protect existing conservation lands. We must also protect lands targeted for conservation by the state in order to meet environmental goals. No new corridors should be allowed in lands identified as priority 1 or 2 of the Florida Ecological Greenways Network. With regard to conservation enhancements, it should be noted that the instructions include no strict requirements for acquiring minimum acreages on priority lists before connector construction can begin, and no guarantee that any MCORS funding will be additive to whatever allocations would be approved for land acquisition, regardless of MCORS. We saw how Tamiami Trail harmed the Everglades. When it was being built, we did not understand the harm that would come. And in truth, we don't know the extent of the damage a Southwest Central Connector would create. But if we learn from history, we will understand that the connector is likely to further fragment habitat, making it impossible for the Florida black bear and panther to survive to future generations. We know that pollution from the road will further plague our already impaired rivers, lakes, and estuaries, and that sprawl is likely to magnify these effects along the path. It seems the fundamental mandate to move forward with this project is flawed. Can you imagine a private business receiving reports that one of its planned product deployments isn't financially feasible? Then that same company also seen market research and product testing groups come back with extremely negative views of the product, and that company moving forward with the product anyways? Private industry wouldn't need more studies. It would toss the product. Construction of the Southwest Central Connector is not a sound business decision or reflective of conservative values. It's just another bloated government boondoggle, and all at a time when many Floridians are suffering and tax dollars are desperately needed for more useful programs to build Florida's economy, like broadband delivered more quickly without the burden of a new road attached. The only option is no build. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Vivian Young from Tallahassee, Florida. Vivian, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Vivian Young. I'm Communications Director for 1000 Friends of Florida. Over the course of this process, 1000 Friends has submitted numerous recommendations to you as task force members and FDOT staff regarding guiding principles and PD&E directions. We urge you to continue to review these and incorporate them in your final report to protect significant lands and waters, limit costly sprawling development, and protect the rural economy and quality of life for the region. But due to the limited time today, I would like to highlight two underlying concepts. The first relates to transportation need and financial feasibility of the project. If this project had gone through FDOT's normal corridor planning process, a preliminary analysis to determine if there was a transportation need for these corridors and, if yes, that they would be financially feasible, would be undertaken before moving into the PD&E process. Instead, the PD&E process, which is in the phase 3 of Florida's corridor planning process, is where these fundamental determinations will be made. By circumventing this basic planning process, hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars and toll road user dollars are being spent before even determining if there is a fundamental need. This is particularly unconscionable during a time when Florida is reeling financially from the impacts of COVID-19. Therefore, our first fundamental recommendation is that the task force include in its final report a guiding principle requiring a preliminary determination of transportation need and financial feasibility as required in the first phase of the Florida Transportation Corridor planning process prior to spending hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars on the formal PD&E study and right-of-way acquisition. The second underlying concept relates to protecting natural resources and rural character as legally mandated in Senate Bill 7068. We remain very concerned about the impacts that the placement of and planning for interchanges have on both natural resources and rural economic vitality. Interchanges can promote tremendous urban sprawl if not carefully designed. Not only can they promote development sprawling into natural areas and agricultural lands, but they can also lead to a proliferation of gas stations, convenience stores, and the like interchanges that draw business away from existing downtowns and rural crossroads. Therefore, our second fundamental recommendation is that the task force include in its report a guiding principle requiring acquisition of lands needed for conservation and to prevent sprawl prior to the commencement of any road construction project, as has been required for the Model Kaiba Parkway project. If there is a sincere desire to protect the rural character of these areas, as noticed in the legislation, significant land acquisition is essential.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Kimberly Heiss from Delray Beach, Florida. Kimberly, you are unmuted. You're self-muted. If you'll unmute on your end, you can speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, hold on. Hi, so I was very excited to hear that there was a Florida Panther discussion happening today about these toll roads. These toll roads, no matter which way you look at it, I was listening this morning, even if you were to have no interchanges, just like in Panther habitat, you're still building a road through Panther habitat. So at the very least, you're isolating populations, and even if you build underpasses, and stuff like that. If you build this road to have the minimal amount of damage to the Florida panther, then why are you building the road at all? I mean, it's basically not useful to anybody at that point. But of course, I would prefer that than a road that would invite urban sprawl, which FDOT, despite all your efforts in trying to figure out the impacts of the road itself, cannot anticipate or measure what the impact will be with urban sprawl in that area. Any kind of urban development in that area is going to make the panther go extinct. There is a loading capacity in that area. Their panther is only about 200 individuals at any given time because they cannot have more. That's the maximum amount. Slowly and slowly, that area getting chipped away by more and more development. The panther will go extinct. There's no mitigating that, but you can elect to not build a road through that area that doesn't seem to be very fiscally needed, not for a hurricane evacuation, not really for anything. The road doesn't seem to be needed for anything. And I know that it is your job to build a road, but there has to be an option where you say to yourself, we're not going to build this road because people don't need it. The panthers would go extinct if we built it the wrong way, and that we might be expediting the extinction of the Florida panther. There has to be an option, because children were the ones who decided the Florida panther was going to be the state animal. And children are going to be the ones, and future generations are going to be the ones you have to answer to. If you are going to gamble away our natural resources. So there has to be an option. This road is morally wrong. Not only is it financially unfeasible, whatever you want to say about it, the road is morally wrong. And if you want to have a clear conscience, the road needs to not happen, to be honest with you. That would be the best case scenario, would be for the road to not happen. We need to protect Florida panther. There needs to be a way to do that.
Time's up, Mrs. Heiss. Thank you for your comment. Up next is Shirley McCullough from Denellen, Florida. Shirley, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. My computer keeps going out, so if I drop off, that's why. First, I want to say that I am 100% no build. Leave the last part of green, just that, green and beautiful. I do want to state that this study area is not where I live. I am from NTC, Central Florida. However, roads from the south impact the north, just as water flowing south from the north basically what we do up here is going to impact you. These reports are not discussed. These reports, as in the reports from each section, are not discussed, combining where these issues come into play. They are very segmented. Some public discussions need to be done, showing where and how this happens. My feeling is no one is letting it come out how much land will be needed for each interchange, as well as how wide this road will be, therefore how much land. Providing this information does not lock FDOT into a specific area, but local citizens would be more likely to understand what could be coming their way. And this should be published in all printed materials, such as newspapers and press releases, to the media, not just on FDOT website. In advance of letters saying we are taking down your home, here's a few dollars, get out. Keep in mind, no matter which area, where one county wants an interchange, it does affect where the road goes. All roads lead somewhere. Moving forward with this means destroying rural areas and towns in the way, displacing people and wildlife. This destruction does not mean anything to some people. Sorry to say this, Hardee County, just as Citrus County, says, hey, come on through. Well, that attitude is selfish to the people below and north of that county. Again, all roads lead somewhere. Conservation lands have been used to release wildlife expecting that they would be safe. That releasing onto these lands would at least reduce, if not stop, wildlife to human contact, including cars. This applies to all areas as animals from the south, such as the panthers, are moving north. Panthers are here, and this road will help wipe them out here. Oh, I lost my place and I'm going to run out of time. Utility right-of-ways along these new roads mean more land used and therefore more areas knocked down. As was commented, this also makes increased
Thank you,
risk
Mrs.
of
Nicola,
wildlife
for your
to
comment.
far in.
Time's up. Thank you. Next up is Stephen Martin from Tallahassee, Florida. Stephen, you're unmuted. You're self-muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we sure can. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity. I've been watching these meetings and haven't been able to talk other than when I went to Perry last December. Oh, do I have a lot to say about this. I could spend the next 3 days going into this. Don't have that amount of time. We've mentioned the panther, and of course, this one of the three is going to have the most impact on the panther population that's left. But all three of these are in where the panther population used to exist. And as somebody earlier pointed out, their territory used to go far beyond Florida, and they've been relegated to their existence on a sliver of what used to be their area that they lived in, and they were there long before we got here. But since we've come in and put our hands on their former habitat, they've lost almost all of it. I get amused when I hear humans talk about taking measures to protect wildlife. We cannot begin to undo the damages that we have already inflicted upon wildlife. Inflicting additional damages, as this will inevitably do, is not the way to go. Shame on all of us, myself included. I question our morality. Governor DeSantis at his inauguration said, quote, "We resolve to leave Florida to God better than we found it." He supports this. I invite Mr. DeSantis to explain how this is consistent with what he said at his inauguration. But of course, DeSantis used the environment, exploited it to win political votes. And Florida's environment's been exploited for some time. In his case for political gain, in most other cases for financial gain, self-serving interests. Like has been said many times before in earlier meetings, this process has been a sham from its outset. Its inception during the legislative session in 2019 was anything but what should have been done. Government created citizens committees like what you've got on these task forces always seem to be composed of majority of those who are likely to support it. I think you go out of your way to find those people. And I could go on, as I said, but no build is the morally correct decision when you look at the full picture and you look at the entire impact of humans on panthers. I would like to think that we do have it within us to recognize that and to take account of what we've done and to try and do measures now to at least go in the opposite direction. Bullying, I'd like to think we all agree there's something immoral about it. If there's one species that's a bully, we're it. Shame on all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, for your comment. Up next is Carol Pratt from Naples, Florida. Carol, you are unmuted. You're self-muted. Carol Pratt, you are unmuted. If you were unmute on your end, you can speak. Carol Pratt, you are unmuted. Last call, Carol Pratt, you are unmuted. If you are unmute on your end, you can speak. Okay, we'll circle back. Up next is Julianne Thomas from Naples, Florida. You are unmuted. You're self-muted.
Yes, hi, my name is Julianne Thomas, and I am representing the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. The MCORS program is fundamentally flawed, and the best recommendation that can be made is to take the funding away from MCORS and put that money towards needed transportation projects that are already underway. One of the things that we have learned through this process that's gone on over the past 13 months is that there are needs that rural Florida has. A toll road isn't one of them. What rural Florida needs is broadband and clean water. They need septic to sewer projects, and they need access to the internet. That will revolutionize economic development in that area, and it doesn't impact the Panther in a negative way. The MCORS program itself may not have been conceived to be a negative impact, but that's what it is. So the best recommendation that you can make is to get the program out of the legislature, get it out of the statutes, and ask that the funding be reallocated to projects that are in your 5-year plans. State Road 29 is being improved and expanded. What if some of the money earmarked for MCORS could go towards providing broadband for Immokalee and Hendry County up State Road 29? That would be amazing. That would be helpful. That would be useful. All things that are necessary. A toll road is not. One thing that we haven't talked about, that the task force hasn't really talked about, is whether a tolled facility is the right choice. It is not. A tolled facility is not what rural economic policy asks for or what rural people need. It's 20th century technology and answers for 21st century issues. People talk about the population of Florida is expanding. That may be true, but people will move to where there is place for them to go. If we prioritize and incentivize infill development and public transportation, that's where the new residents will end up. We can protect the Florida panther habitat, we can make improvements into the environment, and we can provide broadband for all of Florida for less money than a single corridor would take. I would also remind you to please go through the draft and make sure that the references to the PD&E are accurate. The PD&E is not in the future, it's happening now. It's a contract has been awarded and money is being spent now.
Thank you, Mrs. Thomas, for your comment. Time's up. Up next is Sarah Hendricks from Lutz, Florida. Sarah, you are unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Hendricks, and I'm a resident of Hillsborough County, Florida, and I want to thank the task force for all its hard work. So, based on the contents of the guiding principles, such as number 11, which is expanding transportation options, I would like to see representation by these other modes, particularly from the public transit agencies, rail, and intercity bus companies. And my hope is that the project development and environment study process will actively engage the public transit agencies, the Florida Public Transportation Association, your commuter assistance programs, and representatives of intercity bus companies. I'm really glad to see your guiding principle number 2, which is maximizing use of existing facilities. And I suggest that the guiding principle also should explicitly call attention to the large toolbox of transportation demand management strategies. And in the development of new transportation facilities, I also think that it should read not just new transportation facilities, but services such as public transit, commuter assistance programs, incentives, partnerships, transit benefits ordinances, telework programs, parking management. Regarding your action plan number 2, which is identify and evaluate alternatives, I urge the Florida Department of Transportation work team to leave no stone unturned with regard to the no build option. And I'm interpreting that to mean your guiding principle number 2, which is maximize the use of existing facilities, including strengthening transportation modes, which is your guiding principle number 11, and strengthen those transportation modes on those existing highway facilities. So that would include what can be done using the full complement of transportation demand management toolbox, your transportation systems management and operations strategies, including congestion pricing, HOV lanes, and the application of new technologies like autonomous vehicles on your existing facilities first before considering the new corridors. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks, for your comment. Up next is Allison Date from Tampa, Florida. Allison,
Hi,
go
good
ahead.
afternoon. Hi. You guys have been working hard all day. I got to hear part of what you were talking about, and but you know, I'm requesting that you halt the MCOR's development because this toll road system has already been proven to not be financially feasible, and it was shown to have negative economic returns even before COVID. Basically, it's a waste of money. To even be considering it now is an irresponsible use of state resources. That money can be used to improve existing infrastructures, to bolster the state budget while preserving some of the last rural green spaces in Florida, as numerous people before me have already said. A large amount of money has already been spent on the pre-planning phase, which unfortunately was done before adequately researching the feasibility and also investigating sustainable alternatives such as mass transit, which I don't know why no one wants to talk about that in this state. You know, people want it, and yet it's never discussed. It's like we got to keep doing the same old thing, cars and roads, and it's time to change that. Other countries are changing it, and other cities are changing it. It would really be a great thing to have a transit system through the middle of our country that's above the ground, so it won't bother any of the green spaces underneath. Anyway, there seems to be a rush to push this project through that reinforces the archaic idea that human progress requires elimination of green spaces to create more urban sprawl that benefits a few developers. Once this environment is gone, there's no bringing it back. And we've got lots of places in Florida that already demonstrate that, and other places in the world. You have an opportunity, an obligation to act from a more elevated understanding that we're all interconnected to the web of life. And the loss of any intact ecosystem is a loss to the health and well-being of our planet. Please do not build these roads. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Date. Up next, circling back, Carol Pratt. Carol, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Though I'm just speaking here for Southwest Corridor, my comments regard all of Florida. Hurricane evacuation has been the primary reason given for the MCORs, but this will always be problematic for Florida, even if you poured cement all over the state. I believe the consensus is that sheltering in place is the best option for most Floridians, other than those on the coast, and for those they should evacuate early or go to a shelter. For the millions that the research on this project has and will cost, the state could create several large state-of-the-art hurricane shelters, improve public awareness, and strengthen the statewide approach. The MCORs is the very definition of urban sprawl. It will, without a doubt, create new development in pristine environmental areas and harm protected species. Urban sprawl, also known as development, is clearly why developers are donating land for this project, but I'm sure you're aware of this. Will Watts had said the deadlines are very aggressive, and he's not kidding. For 330 miles of asphalt from the north end of our state to the south end of our state, I have to wonder, why is this so hurried? There's still too many variables and no binding contracts to protect the environment and fish and wildlife. The conservation lands are a great idea, but if there's toll roads and panther habitat, how does that help the panthers unless you figured out a way on how to herd cats? I am in support of protection and conservation lands for the panther, but have you identified hotspots of other species like scrub jays and caracara? The Florida black bear has ranges throughout the state and was once a threatened species. Like panthers, bears are often killed by getting struck by vehicles. Available habitat is crucial for the existence of this species, and MCORs will drive the Florida black bear back to a threatened species status. Less habitat means fewer black bears, and MCORs will certainly mean less habitat for this Florida species. I've grown up in Collier County, which is growing rapidly. So rapidly, the county's planning department can't keep up with it. I've seen promises made and promises broken, lines drawn and redrawn. There are no assurances that any promises to protect fish, wildlife, or conservation lands will be for forever. And though panthers and other species are protected by the Endangered Species Act, there is the incidental take, which allows for protected species to be killed. With a pandemic, budgets have had to be cut. If MCORs is advanced, you can bet that the first cuts will be to conservation lands and wildlife underpasses. Your language has been when and as, not if, and only today you've recognized there's a no-build plan, that there's no no-build plan. This project will irreparably change Florida. It makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes our virtual comments. We're now going to our remote viewing locations. Karen?
Thank you, Wendy. So we're going to go to host Walt Brueggemann in the Lee County Civic Center in Fort Myers. Walt?
Hi, Karen. Can you see me and hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Karen. This has been another thoughtful discussion today. We have no members from the public at this location that have asked to speak. Back to you, Karen.
Thank you, Walt. Then we're going to go to location number 2 in Bartow at the University of Florida IFAS Extension Office with Melissa Slater. Melissa?
Thank you, Karen. We have one individual who has signed up to speak today. When I call your name, please come forward. As a reminder, public comment is kept to 3 minutes per person, and there will be a clock available for you to see the remaining time. Once you've completed your comment, please return back to your seat. We will now begin the public comment with Ms. Sharon Garrett.
Hi, my name is Sharon Boozer Garrett. I live off Carl Boozer Road in Polk County. I've been through this process before when the Heartland Parkway was proposed, and then the Central Polk Parkway, and then the PD&E for that, they selected the route off of us. So I don't know whether the route will be on us again or not. I feel like I'm under the sword of Damocles or in the pit and the pendulum and the sacrificial lamb for the developers. I live on a piece of property that my family moved to shortly after World War II, and we've loved it and cared for it and added to it all these years. And I'd hate to see it destroyed just to supposedly satisfy these superficial goals. Everybody keeps talking about, oh, we need more jobs in rural areas. Well, when I was in junior high, which was quite a while back because I will be 69 this year, everybody thought we were too dependent on citrus. And we needed other industries, diversification. Okay, then we got Disney World and Universal and a whole bunch of other things. Now they say we're too dependent on tourism because of the coronavirus and all these people that had to go home from their jobs and don't have jobs right now because they're at a reduced capacity. So you're always going to have this problem. It doesn't matter what you move into. And this is just a nice way to promote this project and dangle it in front of people who are somewhat hungry for other opportunities. Resilience, you keep talking about resilience. I don't know how much more resilient my family could have been. We had no electricity. We had water. We had a gas stove. We had a generator for lights for a little bit. My dad built our own house. We plowed the fire guard to keep the house from being burnt. We also took care of the road till people started moving in there. You could do broadband without this. The reason why you don't have broadband everywhere is because it's not a regulated monopoly like electricity and telephones were. They chose to let it to be a private thing for people to expand to. You should just improve your existing roads. Look at within your county, see where your bottlenecks are. You've got Spirit Lake Road, that part of it is 4-lane and part of it is 2-lane. Why don't you finish the rest of it? And it comes out on 17, which goes to Bartow. Okay, 17 going up to Kissimmee on our end is not 4-laned, and you've got various bottlenecks all along that road. You need to put in turn lanes, turn lights, and you'll have flow, which will get stuff off of US 27. I have had panthers on my property. I've seen them growing up, and I've seen jaguarundis. My family's also seen some at another grove we have over near the Lake Lowry area. And that was within the last 2 years. Panthers are in this area. You guys just don't want to realize it. Okay, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Karen, we have finished hearing from those individuals who have filled out the comment cards. I want to thank everyone who has joined us today from the Polk County UF IFAS Extension Office here in Bartow. Now back to you, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. So, Chair, we have completed our public comment. It's off to you.
All right. Thank you, Karen. So this concludes the public comment segment of this meeting. Thank you to all the members of the public for taking time and speaking about this very important topic. Public input is vital to the MCORS process. Public comments may be submitted at any time to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us and will become part of the public record. I'd like to thank the task force members for your participation today and staying back and receiving public comments today. Thank you again for joining us today. This concludes our task force meeting number 8.